betrayed by his home, reborn as the son of a devil queen.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Was Betrayed and Was Reborn as Child of Serafall Leviathan movie. Before we start, please go support Gabriel Casas 545 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Betrayal is what Uzumaki Naruto suffered after the mission to recover Sasuke, where when bringing him Naruto was imprisoned and after a few days he was killed, but thanks to certain gods, he will be given the opportunity to reincarnate as a demon, like what Konoha catalogued him, only to search for the heads of those who betrayed him and to tear apart and bring chaos to his enemies. Chapter 1. The betrayal of a home and rebirth in a new world. Currently in the Valley of the End, a 12-year-old Naruto Uzumaki was battling with Uchiha Sasuke, the last loyal Uchiha. Supposedly they were fighting, since the Uchiha ran away from Konoha to go with a snake-san and Orochimaru, a rogue ninja of S rank from Konoha. Both Naruto and Sasuke were battling for a long time, although Naruto was holding back until both used their most powerful techniques, Sasuke with the Chidori and Naruto with the Rasengan. Both Genin clashed their techniques, causing a gigantic explosion, making both of them fly. After a few seconds, Naruto got up in pain and could see an unconscious Sasuke, so he smiled and went to his teammate to take him to Konoha and carry out the recovery mission. "Well, I already caught the stupid Uchiha now to go to Konoha," said Naruto with a small smile and sighing, since he had to hold back a lot with the weak Uchiha. "Let's hope everything goes well, puppy, I have a very bad feeling," said Kurama seriously. Naruto frowned, as he too had a bad feeling, but he continued anyway and went towards Konoha, just hoping that nothing bad would happen. After a couple of hours carrying the idiot Sasuke, they arrived at Konoha, where at the gate was the Hokage Tsunade Senju, some Anbu, Kakashi Haddock, and some of the rookies who did not go on the mission to recover the Uchiha Koka, which impressed him a little, since he did not think that so many people would be waiting at the gate, but he shrugged. "Kakashi-sensei, Tsunade Bachan, Sakura-chan, as I promised I brought Sasuke. Team with us, the mission is complete," said Naruto with joy, since he kept his promise and brought Sasuke as he told his friends and as he promised Sakura. But the joy went away when he heard a voice say that he did not recognize Uzumaki Naruto. "You are under arrest for hurting the last loyal Uchiha. Your sentence will be decided later by the council." This voice was from Danzo Shimura, one of the three elders of Konoha. "But I fulfilled the mission, Sasuke. He dealt to kill me. They can't stop me from fulfilling the recovery mission," Naruto shouted with his face full of betrayal, since he kept his promise, and so they treat him like garbage, like something that had no value, and that enraged him like never before, since he trusted Konoha, and that's how they pay him. "Anbu takes Uzumaki Naruto to detention. He is arrested for hurting the Uchiha," roared Tsunade the Goddamn Hokage angrily. After the Hokage said that, Anbu grabbed a blonde-haired boy and took him to the detention room to decide his future. "Are you sure about what we are going to do, Hokage-sama?" Kakashi asked seriously and somewhat curious about his Hokage's decision. Tsunade saw the copy ninja and responded in a serious manner. "If Kakashi Naruto is a danger, look how he left the Uchiha. It's time for him to learn his lesson. Now I will go to the council to decide his sentence." Kakashi nodded in understanding, knowing well that because of the Kyuubi Naruto was a danger, and for Kakashi Naruto was the one to blame for Minato and Kushina's deaths, so he didn't care what happened to him. He may have been his student, but he expected to be killed on his first mission or in the Chunin exams, but now he was somewhat happy with the punishment they would give Naruto. After Naruto was taken to imprisonment, the rookies who were at the gate of Konoha were talking bad about Naruto and saying what a loser the blonde was. All of this was seen by a brown-haired girl of approximately 14 years old. This girl was Kurama, who frowned at everything they said about her friend, since she considered Naruto her friend, since she saved her, and could now control Ido being one with this being by merging their consciousnesses. She hated how the village treated her best friend and promised herself to get stronger to support Naruto, her best friend. She knew that he was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, but that did not matter to her in the least, since for her Naruto was one of the best people she ever met, so she took a deep breath and went to her complex. She could not do anything, she was still weak to do anything, she just hoped that Naruto would not be punished so severely. She knew that her punishment was an injustice, but she could not do anything, since she was a simple civilian. Besides, nobody knew that she was in Konoha thinking that she escaped or died, which she didn't, since she is in a Jinjutsu that changes her appearance similar to Tsunade, and only a few people could see through her Jinjutsu, one of them being Uchiha Itachi. Luckily he wasn't in Konoha. An hour later, Naruto was in a cell with his head down. He neither screamed nor cried. That was strange for the shinobi guarding him, but they dismissed it. They assumed he was in shock, but what they didn't know was that Naruto was talking inside his mind with a great Kyuubi, also known as Kurama, the nine-tailed Bijuu and the strongest of the nine. You see, Naruto knew that Konoha would betray you. That idiot toad wasn't even with you, much less the idiot you had for a sensei, and not even the godmother you had as Hokage. You know very well, Naruto, that they are trash, roared the nine-tailed Biju, angry with his container. He loved Naruto like a brother. Hell, he adored him. He was his only precious person, besides his Biju brothers, but he hated that sometimes he is so innocent. Lose Kurama. I know what the bastards are going to do. They think I'm an idiot, they think I'm weak, but I'm not. Most likely they will banish me or execute me, Naruto replied with a frown, since he always faked his idiotic personality so that they wouldn't see him as a threat. He always wanted to be friends with everyone, he wanted to gain everyone's trust, but that he wanted to be the Hokage. Despite all the mistreatment he had in the village, the only one who knew what he was really like is Yakumo, the former heir of the Kurama clan, specialist in Genjutsu and his best friend, and Kurama his brother and battle partner. Not even the Hokage or the crazy stalker Hyuga that he had. That although he didn't hate her, it made him somewhat uncomfortable since she kept seeing him and following him, and that made her somewhat afraid. There, puppy, I told you that we should have left this village several years ago. You know well that everyone hates you or is indifferent to you. The only one I could feel feelings of appreciation and affection for you is Yakumo-san, who everyone thinks was dead, and well, there is also the crazy Hyuga. Not even Iruka was loyal to you. Since you know well that the Sandaime Hokage sent him to form a bond with you so that you do not betray the village. Even that family from the ramen stand charged you more and even served you poisoned ramen, and if it weren't for me, you would have died several times because of them, said Kurama with a frown and anger, remembering that stupid family that gave poisoned food to Naruto. Naruto sighed and looked at his friend Bara, adoptive brother, and replied, lose Kurama, I should have escaped. I know I'm strong, but I couldn't fight against the entire village. Maybe I could fight on par with the old witch Tsunade and Jiraiya at the same time, but I know I'm not powerful enough to take on several Jounin and Anbus at once. God, I should have escaped from this pathetic place years ago. If I had the chance I would, and I would take Yakumo-chan from this pathetic place. We can help you with whatever you want, child of the prophecy, said three voices at once. Both Naruto and Kurama were startled upon hearing those voices. They were supposed to be in the mind. No one could enter unless perhaps a Yamanaka, but not even they could do that with Naruto's mental defenses without them noticing. Who are you? What are you doing in my puppy's mind? Roared Kurama, filtering as much killing intent as he could to scare the individuals who entered Naruto's mind, since he would not allow them to harm Naruto before he died than to let them harm Naruto. Wow, your killing intention is very powerful. You are definitely powerful, Kyuubi said, one of which radiated an aura full of life and happiness. Kyuubi and Naruto narrowed their eyes, but did nothing and watched the individuals cautiously. If you are definitely a powerful nine-tailed Biju, said a man who radiated an amount of power equal to that of the woman. Indeed, he is very strong. Obviously you don't have as much power as us, but powerful enough to defeat any being in this dimension except Jubi, the full Hagoromo, Himura and Kagaya, said a man who was all dressed in black, who radiated a power comparable to that of the woman and the man before. At those names, Kurama opened his eyes in shock, since these beings knew his father and uncle, and his father's mother, grandmother Kagaya, in addition to knowing the Jubi, a beast of destruction, but he was also somewhat angry because that being called his father an idiot. Who are you? Can't you be normal if you know father? Kurama asked with curiosity and caution. The three beings looked at Kurama and Naruto and responded at the same time, well, we are gods, or to be more specific, we are primordial gods, beings above the gods. We rule not one but several dimensions and we watch over the beings in them. We see that everything goes according to plan. At that, Kurama and Naruto turned pale. Before them were three primordial gods. Kurama was worse than Naruto, since his father mentioned to him that the primordial gods were beings of unimaginable power to such an extent that not even his mother Kagaya messed with them for fear of being killed. What do the gods want with me and my brother? Naruto asked with caution in his voice, since the gods coming to see him was strange. Well, young Naruto, first let me introduce myself. I am Kami, primordial goddess of life. It is a pleasure to meet the child of the prophecy, said a beautiful woman who looked about 21 years old. I say the same, I am Yami, god of chaos and order, said a man who appeared to be 22 years old. Likewise, although we already know each other, it is a pleasure to see you, Naruto. I am Shinigami, god of death, said the man dressed in black with a dead voice, but with a half smile that made him look about 25 years old. At that, both Kurama and Naruto opened their eyes in surprise, especially Kurama, since he had heard from his father about the primordials, but there were three that stood out above all. They were the pinnacle of power, and these were Yami, Shinigami and Kami, so he broke into a cold sweat. He did not want to anger the three strongest primordial deities. Well, what do such strong beings want with me? Naruto asked, curious to see three such high-level beings interested in him, a rare thing in his opinion. Nothing, we are just surprised that they locked you up, child of the prophecy, since you were supposed to come to be the savior of this dimension. You were going to be the child who united all the shinobi villages, but everything went to shit when they sent you to bring the transmigrant from Indra. You were not supposed to complete that mission, but you did, Yami replied with a sigh of tiredness for the change of events that should have happened. Indeed, but despite that we thought that the village would treat you better for bringing back the last Uchiha, but we were wrong, said Shinigami with a frown upon seeing what they did to Naruto for bringing the foolish Uchiha. We know what will happen, they will try to execute you, so that the Kyuubi dies once and for all, said Kami sadly, since with the death of the child of the prophecy in a couple of years, this entire dimension would be destroyed by the return of the Jubi and Kagaya. So we want to make you a proposal, Uzumaki Naruto, said Yami calmly. Following what Yami said, both Naruto and Kurama looked curious to see what these three powerful beings wanted to offer them. The three primordials seeing that they caught the attention of the nine-tailed Bijuu and Naruto the child of the prophecy, so they continued. What we want to propose to you is that you be reborn in another dimension. We have seen your life and well, we feel bad that the chosen one had to live like this, so we want to give you a new opportunity. You say you can go to another dimension, have a family, someone to love, said Kami calmly and with some happiness. At that Naruto and Kurama looked surprised by such a proposal. And what do you gain by sending me to another dimension? Naruto asked with some curiosity and suspicion. The gods saw each other and sighed, you see Naruto, in that dimension there are three very powerful entities, one of these entities only stops in its house, it flies without harming anyone in the dimensional gap, this being called Great Red in power, it is superior to a being like the Jubi, the second entity wants to vote for the first, because it thinks it has invaded its house, this is Office the Dragon of Infinity. The very powerful being also superior to that of the Jubi, and but weaker than Great Red and in turn stronger than your Kyuubi, and the third being is sealed. This being is the most dangerous of the three, since this being only wants chaos and destruction, according to what I could see, it may be this one on par with Great Red, this is 666 or also called Trihexa, what we want is that it is not released, but that entire dimension will be chaos. But if it is released what we want is for you to become powerful enough to confront it and destroy it, but if it is not possible, at least seal it again when it is free, said Yami. Kyuubi opened his eyes in shock and disbelief, knowing that there were three entities superior to the Jubi, something that impressed him and almost gave him a heart attack, since the Jubi was a being of immense power, that even the Rakuto would have problems dealing with that beast. And why don't you destroy it? Naruto asked curiously. The gods met and Shinigami said, look, young man, we can't intervene like that. There are divine rules. As long as they don't attack us, we won't do anything. But what we can do is choose a champion who can bring peace or at least destroy or seal the threat that is coming. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement and answered fine if I accept that I will win, and where exactly I will be reborn. The gods met and Kami spoke well, we will give you some gifts which will help you and considerably increase your base power, you will be reborn as a demon from a high-ranking noble family. At that Naruto and Kurama raised an eyebrow in curiosity. And why will my cub be reborn as a demon for some particular reason, Kurama asked curiously. At that Yami stepped forward and said there is no particular reason, we just think he will be more comfortable this way, since if you are reborn as an angel, you would not have the same freedoms as a demon, you will follow fewer rules, but I think they will be easier for you to follow. At that Kurama and Naruto nodded in understanding. Well then you agree to be reborn as a young demon Uzumaki Naruto. The blonde-haired boy saw Kurama the fox smiled at him, and Naruto looked at the gods and said I have no other choice, because if I say no, I will be executed by the Konoha ninjas, but if I say yes I will be reborn, and I know that I will return to the elemental nations, and all those who betrayed me and harmed me, will pay with blood. The three primordials sighed, they knew that the blonde would not forget Konoha's betrayal, the treatment he had since he was a child, and would seek revenge. They knew he would get it, and they also knew that they could not make him change his mind, so they nodded at what Naruto said, but Kami had sad eyes, since his champion, his chosen one, the child of the prophecy, now wanted revenge against those who betrayed him and deceived him, he did not blame him. He knew that Konoha was a dark place and deserved what would happen to him in the future, but seeing such a kind being with such a strong will seek revenge, hurt him like nothing else, especially since the being who would seek revenge was the child of the prophecy, the one who should seek peace in the ninja world. Meanwhile in the council chambers of Konoha the Hokage Jiraiya who had just arrived in Konoha, the civilian council, the elders, and the clan leaders were in a very important meeting, deciding the fate of Uzumaki Naruto for his crimes against the Uchiha. Well we are here to decide what to do with him, Jinchuriki said Tsunade the Goddamn Hokage calmly execute him, shouted all the civilians seal his chakra, said some clan leaders Tsunade thinks carefully, who want Uzumaki Naruto to be executed before that all the civilians, the elders of the council and the majority of clan leaders raised their hands. Well then the execution today in an hour at last the Kyuubi will be gone forever, said the Hokage with a half smile. Everyone smiled, since they had lost a family member or friend in the Kyuubi attack, and they blamed Naruto for what happened for them. Naruto was the demon. Anbu, I want you to go where the demon Brad is imprisoned and bring him to me. It's time to put an end to him, said Tsunade with a half smile. The Anbu nodded at their Hokage's order. When all the clan leaders and civilians left, that's when everyone left. Jiraiya spoke. Are you completely sure of what you're going to do? Tsunade Haim, by executing Naruto, the Jinchuriki, being a big part of our military force for having the Kyuubi. Tsunade saw her teammate and sighed and replied to the Toad Sage Jiraiya, you know as well as I do that he has no talent, the only thing he has is the Kyuubi. I know that you also want to get rid of it, since you blame the brat for Minato's death, just like I blame him for Kushina's death. Jiraiya frowned and replied, fine, execute the demon brat. I just hope this doesn't bite us in the ass later. Tsunade scoffed, not even that brat was that important. Jiraiya is just a genin, and the last of his generation to die. No one will miss him. You know as well as I do that the whole village hates him, even Iruka hates him. He was only with the boy by order of the Sandaime Hokage to keep him loyal to Konoha. Since if he had no attachment to the village he could desert and we would lose the Kyuubi, and he could easily join another village or be captured, and the Kyuubi's power would be used against us, and you know well that would be shit for us. Jiraiya nodded, but he had a bad feeling. The Toad Sage knew that something bad would happen when he executed the Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto. He just prayed to Kami that after doing this nothing bad would happen to the village. With Naruto he continued talking to the primordial deities. Well Naruto, you already know that your soul is reincarnated, so Kami will give you the power to use light and endure, and powers of regeneration and healing accelerated to such an extent that you can even regenerate a limb. You can become a man of light with time. Train this element well. In addition to those eyes that have the Rinnegan, evolve it to Rincharingan, the most powerful version of those eyes. Take advantage of my blessing, child. At these abilities, both Naruto and Kurama opened their eyes in surprise, but smiling internally, that power would be beneficial. Well, I'm next, said Shinigami with a somewhat dead voice. I will give you the power of darkness manipulation and the powers of Reiatsu manipulation, as well as the knowledge of how to use it, and finally, I will give you Kurama the rest of your power which the Yondaime possesses, and an extra gift so that you protect Naruto. After saying that, the Shinigami takes out a red energy ball and a white ball which he threw towards Kurama, causing him to grow and greatly increase his power and changing his fur. From orange to white with red, the Kyuubi roared with joy at finally being complete, but looked at himself again and saw the changes. He realized that not only was he complete, but now he was much stronger. If he calculated well, he may be 2 or maybe 3 times more powerful. When the Biju calmed down, he looked at the Shinigami and said, because you made me stronger, Shinigami-sama, asked Kurama, curious and somewhat surprised that a god gives him more power. At that, the Shinigami looked at the Kyuubi and replied, you may be strong, but in the world I will send them there will be stronger beings, so increase your power and train Kyuubi well and become more powerful. You have the potential to surpass even the Jubi. At that, Kurama looked at Naruto and then at the Shinigami and said, thank you for giving me back my power and making me much stronger. The Shinigami nodded with a small smile on his face. Well, I am the last one, Ayami. I will give you 2 summoning contracts. The first is the Phoenix, the second contract is the Wolf, each one powerful, its own right. Use them well, young champion. At that, Naruto nodded, very surprised that such types of summoning contracts existed, but he recovered easily. And how are they going to take me to that dimension to be reborn? Naruto asked curiously. We will simply take your soul and you will be reborn again in a family that will take care of you, or at least not harm you. You will be a noble in another dimension, Yami said simply. Naruto nodded and said, I can leave a blood clone along with a small portion of my soul. I want to know what exactly Konoha will do to me, and depending on what they do to me will decide the fate of the village. If they don't harm me, I won't come and burn Konoha, but if they do something bad to my blood clone, I will destroy it and burn this pathetic village to the ground. The gods looked unsure but sighed. They knew that Konoha would do terrible things to Naruto, and they knew that when the blood clone with the portion of their champion's soul dissipated, everything that had happened would return to Naruto, and he would want blood from the entire Leaf village, but they still complied with his request by making a blood clone with a small part of his soul and sending Naruto and Kurama's soul to another dimension to be reborn in a family of demons. They only hoped that those demons would protect her. What do you think will happen? Asked Kami. What Naruto-san does will be interesting. I know that at some point he will find out how to return to Konoha and he will destroy it or at least finish off all those who hurt him. He is a being of great light and at the same time great darkness, said Yami calmly. The other 2 primordial gods nodded, knowing well that their champion was not only a being of light but of great darkness. 2 hours later, Naruto could be seen on a cross in the center of the village. The blonde had a downcast look, but with a small smile imperceptible to everyone except for a young Yakumo who looked at him with sadness and bewilderment, since he had a smile on his face, and that was the strange thing, but she assumed that Naruto had a plan. Okay, people of Konoha, we are here for the execution of Uzumaki Naruto. We are here to get rid of Kyuubi for hurting us, and for hurting the last Uchiha in his last mission, roared Tsunade the Goddamn Hokage. All the villagers and ninjas roared in approval. Naruto looked at them all impassively, without saying anything, until Tsunade ordered her ninja to light the cross, in which Naruto was to burn it. The ninjas did that, and set fire to the cross, causing the cross and the blonde to burn little by little. Naruto did not scream, but smiled. That baffled Tsunade the clan leaders to the civilian council, and all the ninjas and civilians of Konoha. Until Naruto spoke and said, I knew you betrayed me and will execute me. It's a shame I can't kill you all now, so wait Konoha, soon I Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto will return. Even if I have to return from hell to kill you, I will destroy you. This is a see you soon Konoha, I will destroy you, and I will return for you too, and my dear friend. The last thing she whispered, but Yakumo read her lips and smiled, and Naruto continued with his monologue and said, but before I die, I will not leave alone, at least I will take some of you. After Naruto said that, he smiled wildly and bit his lip, causing him to explode, causing the dozens of Anbu who were with the Hokage to die or come out severely burned. The Hokage came out with several burns on her body and face that were barely healing, thanks to the Byakugan no Jutsu that she possessed. What Naruto said and did shocked everyone in Konoha, especially when Naruto revealed his real name. He was not Uzumaki Naruto, he was Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, the son of the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, the princess of the whirlpool. Meanwhile, in the underworld in the Citri mansion, Lady Citri was walking calmly until suddenly Angela Citri felt dizzy, without knowing why, and suddenly fainted, worrying her husband and the Final Leviathan Serafall, who was in the house. What none of them knew is that a new life was forming in Lady Citri, one that will change the course of all supernatural beings. Currently the Citri family was at the doctor's in the underworld, where both Lord Citri and Serafall were worried about Angela Citri, since the fainting was rare for them, and that alarmed them. Both were waiting for the doctor to find out what exactly happened, until after waiting so long the doctor appeared. Doctor, Lord Citri, Serafall-sama has no reason to worry about Lady Citri, she is perfectly fine. What she has is something amazing and good for the entire underworld. Since Lady Citri is pregnant, congratulations, you will have a new member in your family. Serafall and Lord Citri opened their mouths in disbelief, as they did not think that Anna was pregnant, since there was little chance that a demon would get pregnant, and that Angela after just over a year became pregnant was a miracle, and both were happy. Lord Citri just hoped it was a boy. He was not hexist or anything, he loved his daughters, but now he wanted a boy to teach everything he knows. Currently in the underworld, Lady Citri was giving birth to her third child, which was rare for demons, since they gave birth every decades or hundreds of years, but this third child that she would have, would only give it after a little less than 2 years after giving birth to her daughter Sona Citri. This would be her first male child. The news that Lady Citri, also known as Angela Citri, was pregnant shocked the entire underworld, since it was rare if not impossible for a demon to give birth to another child after almost 2 years. That was almost impossible, something that never happened, so it made the underworld happy to have another pure-blooded demon. The doctors were helping Angela Citri give birth. The poor devil woman was screaming and screaming, looking quite angrily at her husband Lord Citri, also called Marco Citri, who was sweating a lot from the penetrating gaze of his wife. Marcos-kun, you will never get me pregnant again. Look how I am. You know how difficult it is to give birth, Angela Citri shouted angrily. Marcos nodded, afraid of his wife's wrath. Calm down Lady Citri, breathe and push please, the child is coming. Lady Citri looked at the doctor with controlled rage, but obeyed the order. After a couple of minutes, a black-haired man with blue eyes like the sky, that gave off an aura of a very powerful thing, that stunned everyone because of the power that the child gave off. This child who came out, was the reborn Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto, now Naruto Citri. Lady Citri, your child is already born. You can carry him whatever you want, said the doctor curiously. Lady Citri looked at her baby and said his name will be Naruto Citri. The baby Naruto smiled at the name, while Lord Citri sweated at the name, as did the doctor, since that name was strange to say the least, but they said nothing, since the look of the Citri woman scared them. End of chapter. The XD and Naruto level comparison. 1. Low-class demons equals low-level Genin and Chunin. 2. Middle-class demons equals high-level Chunin. 3. High-class demon equals Jounin or Anbu. 4. Low ultimate class devil equals elite Jounin Asuma, Zabuza Gurin, Yamato, Jugo, Kabuto Shippuden. 5. Class mid ultimate devil equals Kimameru, Haiden, Zetsu, Tadara. 6. High ultimate devil class equals Kakashi Sharingan, Kakuzo Tsunade base, Sasori Mei Terumi, Kisame base. 7. Satan class equals characters like Sarutobi Old, Jiraiya Base, Conan, Tsunade Byakuya Jai, Orochimaru, the 4 Reikage, Kakashi, Amanjikyu Sharingan, Gaara 4th War, Kisame. 8. Low class god equals 3rd Reikage, Jiraiya Sage Mode, Itachi Uchiha. Guy 6 Open Gates. 9. Dio's class media equals Minato Namikaze Pain Itachi Ito Tensei. In this case the difference between these characters is not that great, although in a battle between base Minato and Itachi in my opinion Minato would win, although it would be a very complicated battle for the Yondaime. 10. High class god equals Tobirama, Minato Sage Mode. 11. Super Demonios equals Nagato Uzumaki Ito Tensei, Kinshiki, Urashiki. 12. Evil Dragons equals Naruto in Kurama Chakra Mode, Minato in Kurama Chakra Mode. 13. Celestial Dragons equals Ashura, Indra, Tenari, Hashirama, Madara. 14. Typhoon level beings equals characters like Obito 10 Tails, Sasuke Rinnegan, Madara Rinnegan, Naruto 6 Path Sage Mode. 15. Brahma level beings. Characters like Hamura Otsutsuki, Madara 2 Rinnegan, Hagoromo Otsutsuki. 16. Beings of Izanagi's level equals characters like Kagaya Otsutsuki. 17. Shiva equals personages Komo Isiki Otsutsuki. 18. Chaos and Office. 19. Big Red and the 666. Chapter 2. The Rebirth of the Child of the Prophecy. It's been a couple of years since the rebirth of the Child of the Prophecy, currently Naruto, 6 years old, was in the Citri Castle, more exactly in the training camps that were created approximately 2 years ago at Naruto's request, which your parents complied with some surprise, but they did so. It was not bad for their son to begin his training at an early age, but it would be very beneficial for him to become stronger at an early age. Currently, the younger Citri was practicing a variety of jutsus of the various elements that he had, without anyone bothering him, since he put a barrier on the training field to alert him if someone enters, since he wanted to keep his training a secret from his family. In addition to practicing with the elemental jutsu, he was also training with the powers that the 3 primordial gods provided them. What was most complicated for the former Leaf Ninja was the power that made him become a man of light, since to do so, he had to have perfect chakra and magic control at the level or even higher than that of the Slug San and Tsunade Senju and Godaime Hokage of Konoha. Another thing that has been complicated for him in these 2 years is that until now he has had in his training were the Kido and Heido of level 80 and 90, but little by little, he was improving in the various high-level Kido and Heido. The Citri family was surprised that their youngest son can use his magic at such a young age and that he practices from such a young age, but at the same time he made them proud since they realized how strong and dedicated their little Naruto was. Hell, he never stopped training, and that made them proud and worried since he trained several hours a day at an early age, and that could be bad in the future. Currently Naruto was practicing his Kido and Heido with the energy called Ryasu. He was practicing his various Heido and Kido of different levels with the practice dummies he had in his large training field that he requested from his parents in order to strengthen himself. Heido number 88 Hirikikizakushin Tenrem, Flying Dragon Strike, Sky-Shaking Lightning Cannon, shouted Naruto expelling a large amount of power, so the young Citri launched a level 80 Kido towards the training dummies, vaporizing everything and leaving a medium destruction throughout the place. Naruto saw the destruction and frowned, since the power he released was not even half of what it should be. He had to train more and become stronger to get revenge on Konoha and freeze that entire pathetic village with his ice magic, or better yet stamp all the villagers into ice spikes if he would make them suffer and beg, the youngest of the Citri thought evilly. Letting out a small dark laugh at the thought of how he would kill and torture everyone in Konoha, but especially a perverted Toad Sannin. Puppy, I think it's time for you to take a break. I think it would be good for you to get out of this place. If you continue like this, you might faint from exhaustion. Remember that you are still a 6-year-old boy. Your magic, chakra, and the other energies that you possess are not developed. Kurama advised with authority, since he knew that if he didn't tell Naruto to rest, the idiot would continue training, and that would be catastrophic for the brat's body, and he didn't want anything to happen to him. He wanted him to have a quiet life, although he didn't blame him for wanting revenge against Konoha. "Fine Kurama, I'll follow your advice. I'll leave the castle and I'll go for a walk through the underworld. We'll see what's in the place," replied Naruto giving a defeated sigh. Since Kurama was right, he still had the body of a 6-year-old boy and he also had to have a distraction to be able to relax. "Well, I'll go to the place where the Nekomatas are. I'm curious to see those yokai," said Naruto with a small smile, since he was curious to meet those yokai. "Maybe I can find interesting people." "Okay, let's go puppy, I'm also very curious to see that breed," said Kurama, also very curious. Naruto nodded and left where the location of the yokai with cat features was, since it would be interesting to meet some yokai. After a few minutes Naruto got ready and left towards where the yokai were, since he was curious to meet them. While Naruto walked calmly, he saw with surprise how two catgirls were being harassed by several demons he supposed. Since catgirls were yokai, he had nothing against the yokai or against any race of the supernatural world. He only had anger against any supernatural being that mistreats the weak, that took advantage of their status to mistreat other people. He knew that several demons do that, and he wanted to change that, so he sighed and went to support the girls who were in front of him. He had nothing to lose, he would just destroy those trash demons. "What are you doing to those girls?" Naruto asked, his voice icy and dark, releasing a part of his killing intent. The demons who were harassing the catgirls looked at Naruto with a half smile, but at the same time with a frown at being interrupted. Demon 1. "And what are you planning to do, brat? You're just a stupid kid who doesn't even come close to us, you idiot brat." Demon 2. "You think acting strong will help save you? You interrupted us with what we wanted to do to those beautiful little brats." Demon 3. "Silly brat, now we will beat you up for acting like a hero. You will have no chance against us, stupid kid." Demon 4. "It's time for you to pay for bothering us, silly boy. We'll give you the biggest beating of your life. Today we'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." Demon 5. "You will pay dearly today. It's time to torture yourself for screwing us over and doing what we want with those stupid yokai. You're the fools, you disgust me. You may be demons, you may be high class, but that does not give you the right to bother and harass some girls. Disappear from my presence," said Naruto, expelling his power that was comparable to a supreme class demon on par with Graphia, the strongest queen. The demons in front of him gasped in surprise and fear at the power, the malice that was directed at them, the killing intent that was directed at them, and it terrified them more and more as they realized that the boy in front of them was not a normal boy. The power that the brat was releasing was easily at the level of a top-level supreme class demon, so the four demons did the most logical thing and tried to escape, but Naruto was having none of that, and in a burst of speed, he struck the four demons in front of him, knocking all of them out. Naruto was going to kill them, but suddenly someone approached. "Don't kill them please, not in front of my little sister," Naya shouted, one of the girls very worried that her sister would see a death at an early age. Naruto stopped and nodded. "Okay, I won't kill them, but we have to leave this place where girls live," said the younger Citri seriously. The two cats looked at each other and nodded a little more confidently. "Well, we live in the town where all the Nekomatas are," Naya replied Kuroka with a small smile. Naruto nodded calmly and said, "Okay, I'll take you. I know other demons could take advantage of you, and I won't allow it. I may be a demon and somewhat sadistic, but I won't let that trash bother you or grape you." Kuroka blushed a little at what Naruto said, since the boy in front of her was very tender and strong, and not only that, but he was also very protective, but she quickly dismissed that thought, since it was not the time, and directed her new friend towards her yokai village. Naruto followed Kuroka. While they were talking, they were asking each other her age, name, likes, among other things. Kuroka was very impressed at the boy who was next to her, since she was only 6 years old approximately, and realized that he was the age of her little sister, although in his body it was noticeable that he looked older, since it could be seen that he was trained. She put his 8 years. Meanwhile, Naruto was impressed to know that Kuraka was 12 years old. Hell, he thought she was 15 years old. She was very developed for her age, and that was very impressive. The same thought the fox Kurama. That was inside Naruto, since the brat in front of Naruto seemed older and let out a somewhat perverted giggle at seeing Kuroka, a giggle that Naruto had to ignore while he continued talking to Kuroka and her little sister. After a couple of hours of being with Kuroka talking, he met the leader of the Nekomata, a brunette woman with the body of a goddess. It is said that she was a woman so powerful that in power, she was capable of fighting on par with the leader of Kyoto, a Kyuubi named Yasaka. This Nekomata was Orochimaru, the most powerful Nekomata in decades that could rival a Satan-class demon. "I see, Kuroka-chan, that you met a very interesting and apparently powerful demon," said Orochi with a half smile, although she also looked at the demon child with some caution, since she felt a great power, although she did not know how great, but her instincts told her to be careful with the young demon. The catgirl blushed and replied, "Boss Naya introduced you to Naruto Citri, youngest son of the Citri house and a high-class devil." Orochi opened his eyes in surprise as the boy in front of him was the younger brother of Male Leviathan, one of the 4 leaders of the underworld and the strongest woman in the underworld, possibly being the 3rd strongest demon in the underworld. The pleasure to meet Orochimaru, the goddess of speed and the most powerful Nekomata currently, as well as someone who is easily at the level of a Mao like my sister Serafall, if not perhaps superior, said Naruto with a half smile, and somewhat happy to meet a high-level yokai. Hell, he knew the power of that yokai, and according to what he investigated that Nakasho is possibly stronger than Yasaka, he was curious about her, he wanted to face that yokai. Shimin opened her eyes in surprise. It's not every day that a child recognizes her so easily, much less a demon, so she smiled and answered, I see that you know me, and you don't seem arrogant at all. I like you, boy, you can come whenever you want, I have no problem, I like you, I hope you're a good friend of Kuroka. Thank you Uruchi-sama, maybe sometime we can fight and you can see my level compared to someone like you. Naruto replied and asked, smiling widely at being able to test himself with such a high-level yokai. Kuroka opened her eyes in surprise, since her new friend wanted to fight her leader in a training match, that was the stupidest thing to do, since she knew that her leader was a yokai that was above the level of an average Satan, hell, it was even said that she matched some low-level gods. Shimin opened her eyes in surprise, but then smiled somewhat sadistically at Naruto's request and replied, do you think we'll have a practice match in a week? I'll see what you're made of, boy. Naruto nodded and said, I want to see how powerful the goddess of speed is, I want to see the level of the strongest Nakasho, see you tomorrow Kuroka-chan. When Naruto finished speaking he left in a magic circle. I see you met someone very interesting Kuroka-chan said Uruchi with a half smile, since the demon she met seemed very interesting, but above all respectful, but not only that, since she felt an enormous power in him, she saw the potential in Naruto and knew he was destined for greatness. I already know that, Boss Naru is very interesting and brave, it is rare to see that in a demon, and even less in a high-class one, behaving in such a way, I would like to know him more, who knows, I feel that with him my life will be more interesting, replied Kuroka. The leader of the Nekomatas nodded to Kuroka, since it was rare to see a demon like Naruto. Normally, demons are arrogant and believe themselves superior to other races, but Naruto was different, which the leader of the Nekomata liked quite a bit, since he was a respectful child and apparently someone worthy of trust. Meanwhile Naruto appeared in a magic circle in Citri Castle after being with the Nekomata. Naru-chan, it's good to see you. Where have you been little brother? Our parents have been looking for you, said an energetic Serafall smiling, but in that smile, you could see a lot of pain Naruto felt if he didn't give a good excuse for why he disappeared. Naruto saw his older sister and sighed, you don't have to worry about anything Sera-chan, then I will explain to our parents where I was. Now I just want to go train, I need to become strong, I am still weak. Serafall frowned, she didn't understand why her little brother trained so much nowadays. She had seen the power of her little Naru-chan, and he was easily in her opinion a maximum high class or maybe a low supreme class, and that for a 6-year-old boy was impressive, hell, those who knew him said he was a prodigy. So despite being older than her Naru-chan, she was still not half as strong, and that was 2 years older than her little Naruto, but the Mao Leviathan stopped wandering in her thoughts and sighed again. Naruto, I don't understand why you want to be strong. In my opinion, you are the strongest young demon so far, why be stronger than you are now? Serafall asked curiously with a frown. Naruto looked at his older sister and said, I want to be strong enough to surpass any being in the supernatural world, I want to be powerful enough to protect my family, but I also want to be powerful enough to have my revenge against Konoha. This last thing he thought about and let out a dark chuckle in his thoughts for thinking how to go to Konoha and freeze all that trash, or better yet skin all the villagers who tutored him and cut off the heads of the leaders of the Leaf to have them as trophies. Serafall opened her eyes in surprise at her little Naruto's response. She didn't think her little brother had that thought, so she smiled and said, Naruto-chan, I want to fight you twice a week, I will evaluate your skills, we will see how strong you are becoming. Naruto nodded with a small smile, as he wanted to fight his sister, the strongest woman in the underworld. All this was seen by Sona, the second daughter of the Citri house and the possible heir to the Citri clan. The demon saw everything with a small smile, since her younger brother was strong, which she liked, but she also had a frown, wanting to improve herself and become stronger. Sona's thought. I want to be stronger, I know I'm weak, it would be better to tell Naruto, Otanto and Serafall Ani-chan, maybe it would be good to train with them, I don't want to be the weakest in the family, but I want to be a worthy heir to the clan. Naruto continued talking with his older sister about her training, but he saw out of the corner of his eye that his older sister Sona was still there, and he guessed that she also wanted to be part of the training. He knew that he was stronger than Sona by far, and he knew that his younger sister felt envy and pride for him, since he could feel her emotions, so he gave an internal sigh. Naruto. So Tan, I know that by the look on your face you also want to train with us to be a worthy heir, since I honestly do not want to be the heir of the clan, father and mother know it, that is a lot of responsibility for me, and I know that you are the right one for the position, but think that you lack power, that is why you want to train and strengthen yourself with us. Serafall opened her eyes in surprise for 2 reasons. The first is that her younger brother did not want to be heir to the clan, and the second reason is that her Sotan wanted to train with him, which was strange, since her Sotan always ran away from her, which made her sad. Sona opened her eyes in surprise at being read so easily, but she sighed. She knew her brother could read her so easily, and even though her sister embarrassed her, she wanted to get stronger, and she was going to do it, and if she had to spend more time with her sister, she would do it. Sona. I accept, I know I'm weak, and I want to be a worthy clan heir. I want to train with you too. Naruto and Serafall smiled widely and nodded as now the three Citri siblings trained together. All this was seen by Kurama the nine-tailed fox, who had a small smile, seeing Naruto have some happiness for being with his sisters, but he sighed he needed to get stronger and knew that he still couldn't get out of Naruto, so he trained in his younger brother's mental space in order to get stronger. Serafall, well, changing the subject, Naruto, I think it's time for you to have your evil pieces within a week. I will take you with Ajuka-kun to see about your pieces, since you are the only one of us three who has yet to receive his evil pieces. Naruto, well, Sera-chan, it will be interesting to have my pieces. I want to form my nobility and recruit interesting people. The younger Citri responded happily for having his evil pieces and perhaps improving them with his Fuinjutsu and rune magic, since he wanted to make those pieces increase the level of his companions. Serafall and Sona nodded, one with a big smile, and the other had a small smile seeing her brother happy, since he was normally a serious person, sometimes even more than Sona herself. End of chapter. Chapter 3. Evil Piece. It's been about a week since Naruto met Kuroka. During this time the former shinobi reborn as a demon was training with his sister Serafall Leviathan, one of the 4 demon kings of the underworld, and his older sister and clan heiress Ona Citri. In their training the Citri family and all their stewards and servants could see the battles of the younger Citri and the male Leviathan very even, but Serafall always defeated Naruto, although what nobody knew is that Naruto was holding back since he had gravity seals carrying several hundred kilos in his arms, legs and body that considerably restricted his movements, despite the fact that little Naruto always lost against his older sister. On the other hand, in the case of Sona, the heiress of the clan also increased her power, not to the level of her younger brother Naruto, but considerably. Lord Citri and Lady Citri were filled with pride to see how the smallest of their family faced one of the strongest demons in the underworld, more specifically the third most powerful demon in the underworld, Serafall Citri, now called Serafall Leviathan, and they are proud that their princess and clan heiress has also become strong. Currently Naruto was in a training camp where he was in front of Uchiha, his training partner, friend and teacher in some fighting styles, since they fought for the first time she won the impression of Uchiha and offered to train him and Kuroka, although with Uchiha and Kuroka, she was softer in her training because she was much weaker than Naruto. In addition, they had just started their training so she shouldn't be so tough. Little Naruto, are you ready? Uchiha said with a smile as she wanted to test little Citri and see how strong he will be. Naruto saw his friend and teacher and nodded with a small smile as he wanted the power of the goddess of speed. Thus both launched into a hand-to-hand battle where despite Naruto being smaller than Uchiha, the battle was very even. On the other hand, in the battle, Uchiha did not activate her Shunkum and Naruto did not deactivate his gravity seals, so the two were not fighting seriously. Lightning magic electric punch, Uchiha shouted, making her entire right fist fill with electricity and tried to hit Naruto with it. The young Citri smiled and said, Futen no Yoroi wind armor, so Naruto surrounded his body with wind. Uchiha was surprised by such armor and realized that it had some resemblance to her Shunkum, so she smiled and went at full speed towards Naruto. The young Citri did the same and both clashed fists, causing a great explosion by the force of both opponents of the level of a maximum supreme class. Meanwhile Kuroka and some Yakai Nekashu were with their mouths open because of such a fight. They knew that the young Citri was powerful, but being at the level of their leader Uchiha and Nekashu at the level of Serafall Leviathan, one of the 4 Mayu Yasaka, the leader of the Yakai in Kyoto, that was impressive. Since a child who is barely between 6 or 7 years old can face someone on par with a Mayu was amazing, and everyone wondered how strong Naruto Citri would be when he is 12 or 15 years old. Meanwhile, Uchiha and Naruto continued to fight strongly. Electrical attacks and wind and ice attacks went back and forth throughout the training field where both Mayu-level rivals were fighting. After 10 minutes you could see Uchiha panting, quite tired and with several bruises around her body and blood coming out of her mouth from a strong punch she received from Naruto, and a Naruto without his wind armor, with his clothes torn and some bruises on his body. I see you've surpassed me, little Naruto, said Uchiha, panting heavily from the huge fight she was having with the young demon. All the Nekashu opened their eyes in shock at their leader's statement, while Naruto frowned. You know very well, Uchiha-chan, that you have not fought seriously. You have not used that Shunko that increases your speed and strength that I heard so much about, said Naruto. Uchiha frowned and shook her head and replied, I know very well that you weren't really fighting either, brat. I know that you have seals that retain your power, which surprises me quite a bit, the level you possess with sealing magic. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise, since Uchiha was so skilled at noticing his gravity seals, but he smiled at that. I see that you noticed Yoruchi-chan, although I think it's better to leave it as a tie, what do you say? Yoruchi, the goddess of speed, smiled at what Naruto said and nodded with a half smile. Meanwhile, the spectators were with their mouths open by such a magnificent battle, but what no one noticed was that a black-haired woman was watching them. This woman was the most powerful woman in the underworld. This demon was Serafall Leviathan, one of the four Mayu. She saw the whole battle very impressed and with a half smile, seeing how powerful her little brother was, but what she did not understand was why he did not fight like that with her, but she dismissed it. She assumed that he did not fight like that because she was his beautiful sister and magical girl, so she went home in a magic circle. She had to talk to her parents about Naruto's powers. But so much Naruto Sitri after the battle he had with Yoruchi, he was thinking about the things he would have to do to get stronger. He wanted to increase his power to take revenge on those who betrayed them and to protect his precious beings. He just hoped that they would give him his evil peace soon so he could go out into the world and recruit powerful allies and loyal ones. The young Sitri kept walking, although with a bad feeling as if something would happen soon, and that alarmed him a little. He knew that when he had these feelings something annoying for him always happened after a few minutes of walking, since he did not want to go home in a magic circle, since he liked to walk, he was used to doing that. The Sitri was walking in the Sitri castle, where in another part of the castle, a meeting was taking place between the Sitri family being gathered, the Mayu Leviathan Serafall and Ijuka, another of the Mayu of the underworld. This meeting was taking place since Serafall summoned everyone to this meeting to talk about Naruto, and because it was time to give her evil pieces to Serafall, she did not care that her brother was younger. No. Since she saw the power he demonstrated fighting with Yoruchi, someone who was at the level of Grafia or perhaps superior to this, and that amazed her for what she in power now knows, that Naruto is a maximum supreme class demon, one that with proper training, will surpass even her and the other Mayu of the underworld. Well, I have summoned you here because I want to tell you something of utmost importance, said Serafall seriously. Both Ijuka, Lord Sitri and Lady Sitri became serious, since when Serafall became serious it was because she had to say something of utmost importance. Serafall saw that everyone was serious, so she sighed and looked at her family and her friend Ijuka and said Naru-chan had a battle today. At that Lord Sitri, Lady Sitri and Ijuka looked at each other and were going to talk, but Serafall raised her hand to continue. Naru-chan did not have a battle against a child. Naruto had a fight with Yoruchi Shimin, the leader of the Nekashu. At that Ijuka, Lord Sitri and Lady Sitri made faces of horror at what could have happened to Naruto, since they knew how strong Yoruchi Shimin was. Hell, even Grafia, the strongest queen of the underworld, would think twice before fighting her. Serafall noticed the faces of her family and friends and sighed. She knew that what she was going to say was something very crazy and hardly anyone would believe her. It was better to only tell her family, and Uchiha did not want the council to get involved in this family matter. Serafall, I know from your faces that you think Naru is hurt. The answer is no, my little brother fought with Yoruchi, but not only that, as I could see and hear, both fought evenly in a battle, although from what I saw Yoruchi did not use her Shunko, so she did not fight at her maximum level, but the same thing happens with Naruto. Apparently he has seals that retain his power. At the end of the battle they were in a tie. At what Serafall said, the Sitri family and Ijuka opened their eyes in shock, since it was difficult to believe that a small child could stand up to Yoruchi, an individual who is on par with a supreme class demon. Ijuka, that is unthinkable. Yoruchi's power is almost as great as your Serafall. How is it possible that your younger brother can fight on par with her, even though they both won't fight seriously? If what you say is correct, your younger brother may have a level on par with a Santon class demon, or close to that level. Serafall, lose, and I don't want anyone to find out about this. I'm telling you because we're family, and I'm telling you Ijuka because I trust you, so I don't want the council or the others to know about this, since from what I could see is that Naru-chan wants to remain anonymous, or at least that the council isn't bothering him. Ijuka, Lord Sitri and Lady Sitri looked at each other. On one side, if they wished and told what happened Naruto would become famous. On the other hand, they knew that Naruto did not care about fame, so they sighed in resignation and nodded to Serafall. They would remain silent, they would not say anything, so that Naruto could be calm without the council bothering him. Ijuka, and what do you plan to do exactly? From what you told me, your younger brother was at the level of a supreme class demon or Satan class, so what do you want to do exactly? Serafall, simple, you know Naruto, he doesn't give a shit about fame, and he doesn't like to be ordered around. The only thing I ask of you is caution. Don't tell Serziches any of this, he's a bit paranoid, and I'm afraid of what he'd do if he found out about Naruto's power. Ijuka frowned. He knew that Serziches was paranoid when someone of great power appeared, especially if it was a demon, but he did not like to lie to his Mayu partner, but at the same time he did not want to betray Serafall, since he knew what could happen if they found out about Naruto's power. He knew the young Sitri a little and liked him. He was calculating and good with his family, so he would keep the secret of Naruto's power. Ijuka, Well Serafall, I will keep a secret of Naruto's powers, but I also want to talk to him and tell us why he hides most of his power. Also, I want him to come with me to get his evil pieces. It will be interesting to see what his pieces will be like. I am curious to see what will happen. The Lord and Lady Citri sighed in relief. They did not want anything to happen to their youngest son, although they were also perplexed by the power of their son and realized that Naruto was not a normal demon, since he was a child with the power of a supreme class demon, if not superior to a normal supreme class reaching the level of Satan, both parents thought. Serafall. Thank you Ijuka-chan for keeping this secret, since I want to protect my Naru-chan from any nonsense that the Council of Elders wants and from any brat who wants to be with him for his power, not to compromise my younger brother with any silly demon who only wants to climb for the power of my sweet little brother, he said with an icy voice. Both Serafall and Ijuka's parents flinched slightly at the tone Serafall used, as it bore no resemblance to the charismatic and friendly Mao Leviathan. Lord Citri. My dear, don't you think you're being overprotective of Naruto-kun? Besides, agreements between houses are beneficial to the entire underworld, so I think Naruto would be fine getting engaged to an heiress. Lady Citri and Ijuka frowned and mentally patted themselves, since the idiot practically wanted to force Naruto to get engaged to a stranger, and he said it in front of Serafall, who is a very overprotective sister, and they both knew that Serafall would kill anyone who tried to force Naruto to do something. After all, they knew the Mao and knew how cruel she was to anyone who harmed her family, but especially her younger brothers. Serafall. Father, I will tell you once and only once, do not try anything that will harm Naruto. I do not want you to compromise him, because if you do I will take care of erasing the fiancé and her entire family. If you try something like that, Naru-chan will get married or engaged when the time is right and with the person she loves, so do not do anything stupid that will harm my little brother, finished the Mao with a very strong aura surrounding her, making the entire floor shake. Lord Citri sweated a lot. He had forgotten that his daughter was very overprotective of Naruto, and now he regretted having said the engagement. Besides that, it scared him, since Serafall was willing to erase a house of the demon pillars if they harm Naruto in any way. Ijuka and Lady Citri denied, but were also surprised by Serafall's threat and realized how serious she was about harming Naruto in any way. You have no reason to threaten our parent Sera-chan, since I would never get engaged to someone I don't love now or ever, said Naruto appearing out of nowhere. Everyone opened their eyes in surprise, since no one could detect Naruto until the black-haired man spoke, something that amazed them, and in Ijuka's case made him break out in a cold sweat, since for the one who is a Mao, not being able to detect the child was something dangerous. He now realized Naruto's power. Naruto. Nice to see you again Ijuka-sama. Ijuka. Nice to see you again Naruto.kun. Serafall. I see Naru-chan that you're back. I was talking with our parents and Ijuka-chan about your evil piece. It's time to take you to get your evil piece games. Naruto nodded. He already knew that these days he would get his evil pieces. Okay Naruto-kun, it's time for you to come with me to my laboratory so I can give you your evil piece, and don't worry, Serafall will come with us, Ijuka said calmly, since he knew how protective Serafall was of her younger brother. Naruto and Serafall nodded and both approached Ijuka saying goodbye to their parents, and both Mao along with Naruto disappeared in magic circles. I told you not to try to compromise Naruto-kun, but you didn't listen to me. Now Serafall is angry and you already heard her threat, so I hope you don't do anything stupid, dear, said Lady Citri seriously. Lord Citri just sighed, realizing the foolishness he almost committed, and his eldest daughter froze him until he was left with a popsicle for wanting to compromise Naruto. Meanwhile in Ijuka's laboratories he was with Serafall and Naruto to be able to give them his evil pieces. Okay Naruto-kun, create a sphere of energy and compress your power, Ijuka ordered. Naruto nodded and formed a sphere of energy that gave off a great amount of power. This time it was blue-black in color. That sphere could easily rival one of Ijuka's best attacks, which impressed both Mao, but they didn't say anything after they asked Naruto. Very well Naruto-kun, that's enough. I was able to analyze your energy. Give me a few minutes and create your pieces, said Ijuka. Naruto nodded, curious to see how the evil pieces are created, while Kurama inside Naruto also looked curious to see how those pieces are created, since he found it interesting to be reincarnated into a demon thanks to those pieces. Serafall saw everything with a small smile, since finally her younger brother would have his pieces. It would be interesting to see who will be part of her younger brother's nobility. She just hoped that he doesn't recruit very dangerous people. After about 10 minutes the evil pieces were ready, but when Ijuka saw Naruto's evil pieces, he opened his mouth in shock and disbelief, since there was not one set of evil pieces, but there were two sets of evil pieces, and the most amazing thing of all is that all the pieces were mutated, but not only that, but some were gold and others were silver, and both shone with power, which amazed and intrigued him. I have very good news and other very interesting news, said Ijuka after finishing watching the two evil piece games. And what would that news be? Ajuka-chan, something bad happened with Naruto-chan's pieces, asked Serafall curiously. Naruto and Kurama inside Naruto looked curiously at what Ajuka had to say, since they saw it as something strange in the green-haired Mao. Well, it's a bit strange, since this had never happened to me before. The thing is that instead of one evil piece game, 2 games came out, and the strangest thing is that all the pieces are mutated and have a somewhat strange design. In addition, these pieces radiate a strange power, the green-haired Mao finished speaking. Serafall opened her mouth in shock and disbelief, while Naruto was curious about his new evil piece, and Kurama inside Naruto also looked at everything with curiosity and realized that strange things happened to his Jinchuriki even in another dimension. Naruto. And is it a bad thing to have 2 evil piece games? I asked curiously. Ajuka. I don't think it's bad, it's just strange, so I'll ask you that when you reincarnate someone, you tell me all the changes that your fellow nobility will have, since I'm curious to see what your evil piece does, and they don't have to worry, I won't tell the counselor another demon that you have 2 sets of evil piece, so rest assured, the only thing I'll ask is that you pass me all the information about your evil piece. Serafall sighed in relief and was grateful that Ajuka was a good friend, since if the council found out about this, Naruto would be in the eye of those fossils. Naruto also sighed internally, since he didn't want to deal with those fossils, although if they screwed him over, he would be in charge of ending that council permanently. None of those fools were as strong as a Mao, so it would be easy to liquidate them, although he also assumed that those elders would have guards, so he wouldn't be confident. Naruto. Thank you Ajuka-sama for keeping this secret. I don't like being the eye of those fossils. Ajuka and Serafall laughed at hearing Naruto call the demonic elders fossils. It was funny to hear how they belittled the demonic council. You don't have to worry Naruto-kun, and remember, if you need anything let me know, mentioned the green-haired Mao. Naruto nodded with a half smile. Well Ajuka-chan, I'm leaving with Naru-chan, it's time to go home, said Serafall. After saying that, Naruto grabbed his 2 sets of evil pieces and disappeared in a magic circle towards the Citri residence, along with the Mao. Serafall. Ajuka's thoughts. It will be interesting to see what Naruto will do. Citri, his power level is not normal. I would say that now he is easily on par with the first level Satans, and he is a child under 10 years old. I wonder how much power he will have when the child is 12 or 13 years old. He will definitely be positioned in the top 10 of the strongest beings, maybe even the child can surpass or equal Indra. That would definitely be very interesting. End of chapter. Naruto Noble Citri Part 1. The first nobility of Naruto. Ray, Naruto Citri. Naruto's appearance as a child. Queen. Merlin, Nansu no Taisen. Obispo. Irene Bulsirian, Fairy Tale. Bishop. Semi-Iramis, Fate. Caballero. Urza Bulsirian, Fairy Tale. Knight, Nero Claudius, Fate. Tori, Steel Crom DXD. Tori. Vildora, Tensei Shitara Slime Data Ken. Pawn. Esdit, Akame Georgia Kill. Pion. Toshiro Hitsugaya Bleach. Pawn. Kuroka, DXD. Pawn, Mito Uzumaki, Naruto. Pawn, Karen Uzumaki, Naruto. Pawn, Fu, Naruto. Pawn. Ravel, Phoenix, DXD. Pawn. Ace, One Piece. Well, this is Naruto's first nobility. I'm still putting together his second nobility. The next chapter will most likely come out this weekend. I already have the queen, bishops and knights of his second nobility from Naruto. I just need to correctly decide his pawns and rooks. Naruto Noble Citri Part 2. Well, this will be the second nobility of Naruto. Reina, Velzard, Tensei Shitara Slime Data Ken. Obispo, Velgrand, Tensei Shitara Slime Data Ken. Obispo. Gilgamesh Fate. Knight. Arthuro Pendragon Fate. I will put this in male in the story, I will explain why. Caballero, Mordred Pendragon, Fate. Tori. Natsu Fairy Tale. Tori. Grey Fairy Tale. Pawn, Sabo, One Piece. Pion, Mikoto Uchiha Naruto. Pawn, Conan, Naruto. Pawn. Gaara, Naruto. Pawn. Juvia, Fairy Tale. Well, for now that would be the second nobility of Naruto. I am still deciding the other 3 pawns. I am thinking of placing Shisui, Nagato, Minato Kushina from Naruto, Akame, Tatsumi and Kurama from Akame Georgia Kill. Asara Toho, Mio Nerus Maria Nerus from Shinmai Mam no Kyokusha. I have not decided what to place in the last 3 pawns. Any suggestions? Top 10 of the strongest. The top 10 that I will place will not have any of the Naruto nobility or any relative of this. PDT by family I mean animals or supernatural beings that support the demons in combat. Then I will place a new top with those of the Naruto nobility PDT. In this story Amaterasu is the strongest goddess of Shinto, so strong that she has already surpassed Izanami and Izanagi, although not by much. I will also place new characters. Top 0. Great Red, Dragon of the Apocalypse, the true dragon, Dragon God, Red Emperor. Trihiksa, the beast of the apocalypse, the strongest beast. Top 1. Office, the dragon of infinity, dragon goddess. House, the primordial goddess of creation, mother of the Greeks. Top 2. Shiva, god of destruction, leader of the Hindu faction. Amaterasu, goddess of the sun and the universe, leader of the Shinto faction. Top 3. Izanami, goddess of creation and death, the primordial. Izanagi, god of creation, the primordial. Top 4. Vishnu, god of preservation and goodness in Hinduism, one of the three great gods of Hinduism. Brahma, creator god of Hinduism, one of the three great gods of Hinduism. Top 5. Indra, king of the Devas and lord of heaven. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Top 6. Thor, the god of lightning, the mightiest Norse. Top 7. Typhon, the prediction of the gods, the Greek destroyer. Top 8. Hades, Greek god of the underworld, the strongest Greek, the supreme god of the underworld. Odin, all-father, leader of the Norse supreme god. I still don't know whether to sneak in the Odin from DxD or the Odin from Shimatsu no Valkyrie. Top 9. Greg, red celestial dragon, the red emperor. Albion, white celestial dragon, the white emperor. Top 10. Kronos, leader of the Titans. Amun-Ra, lord of the sun and light, leader of the Egyptian faction, supreme Egyptian god. Well, this will be the top 10 of the strongest beings in this story. Zeus will not be the strongest of the Greeks, he occupies the fourth in terms of power. In this story, the Hindu faction and the Shinto faction are the strongest. Hindu for the Trimurti and Shinto for Amaterasu, Izanagi and Izanami, having both factions, 3 beings from the top 10 in this fic. Amaterasu will be a little stronger than Izanami and Izanagi. The biblical god, if he were alive, would be in the top 4, and Lucifer, if he were still alive, would be in the top 6. Chapter 4. Confrontation and Rescue. It has been approximately almost 9 years since the rebirth of Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the prophecy now known in the underworld as Naruto Citri, the Ice Emperor. This name was given to him because he has enormous handling of ice magic, comparable to that of his sister Serafall Leviathan. In these years, Naruto was becoming very well known in the demon community. As he was creating space-time magic, something very complicated if not impossible, even for the oldest and most powerful demons at this time. Naruto's power increased considerably at his young age of 9. He already had much more power than in his past life. If he calculated well, he could defeat his older sister Serafall Leviathan and the Maguekio Beelzebub, at the same time having currently Naruto a power comparable if not superior to that of the celestial dragons. Also, thanks to the great handling of magic seals and runes, Naruto was being the focus of attention of several factions. On the other hand, the younger Citri used gravity seals to limit his power. Since he was already receiving a lot of attention, he didn't want much more, as it was troublesome. During this time, Naruto also became very good friends with the Yokai Nakasho clan, to the point that they saw him as family. This was thanks to the fact that Naruto was very kind to them and was not an arrogant fool, and even defended several Nekashu from being attacked by demons. On the other hand, Naruto at the young age of 9 already had a huge amount of money, thanks to luck in the games where the younger Citri invested a gigantic sum of money in a company called Uzumaki Company, where they were in charge of selling food and first-hand technology. He did this without his sister or the fossil counselors noticing, since he wanted to make his own money. Currently, Naruto was in his room about to release Kurama, whom he considered his brother and best friend. This he did, since now he was powerful enough to release Kurama without it being able to harm him when releasing him. "Ready, Kurama," said Naruto, opening the seal with a 9-tailed fox was trapped and freeing it from him so that it can walk on the ground. The black-haired man moaned in pain when a red chakra came out of him and took the form of a redeed of approximately 12 or 13 years of age. Naruto fell to one knee from exhaustion at being able to free the one he considers his older brother and best friend. When Kurama was released, he noticed that and helped the black-haired boy get up, which he appreciated. "Well, pup, you managed to free me completely and kept your promise," said Kurama with a fanged smile, as he was happy to finally be free. Naruto smiled. "I know, Kurama, a promise is a promise. The first step is ready. I freed you, and soon we will both get revenge on Konoha, you for being locked up and me for being belittled and beaten by that trash," Naruto said coldly. Kurama nodded, happy to be able to have his little revenge against Konoha, and said, "As I promised, Naruto, I will never leave your side, and even if I am free, I will always support you in everything. But changing the subject, we will go look for your nobility?" asked the Kyuubi. Naruto nodded. "Well, I'll have to go look for my 2 nobility, and with your support, I don't think anything will happen to me. Your power surpasses that of the Mau. I would say that you can easily place yourself in the lower part of the top 10 of the strongest beings, but with time you can become much stronger, perhaps reaching the level of Indra or the Trimurti. With time we will see," Naruto said simply. Kurama, "Well, that's interesting. I know there are beings that could defeat me, and as you say, I'm at the bottom of the top 10, but it doesn't matter, I'll become much stronger to help you with your plan." But changing the subject, when do you plan to go to the elemental nations, asked the Kyuubi. You know very well that we will go, Kurama. We will rescue your brothers and also rescue Yakumo-chan. After all, she is my best friend, and when the date we will go in approximately 5 years, Naruto answered seriously. Kurama nodded in understanding, but smiled, as his little brother had not forgotten about the other Biju that he wanted to rescue from those ninjas. Very soon he would free his younger brothers and take care of that trash from Akatsuki and the ninja villages. Overall, now he was stronger, even stronger than Madara and Hashirama. Naruto, your parents will not suspect that I, a Kyuubi, join you so easily, and even more so when they feel my power, since even though I try to hide it, at least they will think that I am on par with a supreme class demon, if not superior, mentions Kurama seriously. I don't think they'll say anything, since despite how young I am, unlike my older sister Sona-chan, I regularly leave the underworld with or without my parents' permission, so I'll just say that I recently met you, and that we became friends, and I brought you to my room, Naruto replied with nonchalance in his voice, since he didn't care much about that subject. Kurama nodded, but sweat dropped because of how carefree Naruto was. It was as if he didn't care about his parents' opinions. Hey Naru-chan, are you in your room? I have something to tell you, it's very important, shouted a very happy woman's voice. Naruto and Kurama saw the Mao Leviathan knock down the door in a magical girl outfit. When Serafall entered, she saw a boy of approximately 12 or 13 years old with 9 tails behind him, something that surprised her greatly, since it was assumed that the only Kyuubi so far were Yusaka the Yokai leader and her daughter Kunu. Little Naru-chan, who is the boy next to you? Asked Serafall, narrowing her eyes cautiously at the Kyuubi in front of her, since she knew that a Kyuubi was not an ordinary Yokai hell, she knew that easily an experienced Kyuubi would be on par with a high-level supreme class devil like her Agraphia. Oh, Sera-chan, he is Kurama, he is my best friend, I met him a while ago, and he will stay with me for now, Naruto answered. At that, Serafall opened her eyes in surprise and jumped on Kurama, hugging him. Oh Naru-chan, it's surprising that you have a Kyuubi as a friend, but how did you meet, asked the energetic Mao. Naruto saw her with a smile at his sister and responded, laughing around when he came out of the underworld from time to time. Who would say that there was a Kyuubi more hahaha apart from the Yokai leader and her daughter? Serafall saw her brother, but shrugged and became serious. I have something important to tell you, Naruto, this is something that will affect you. The black-haired man and Kurama became serious at Serafall's words. Recently Kuroka.san murdered her king, so the Mao and the demonic council have sent several devils to marry her. I know that you love her and she is your best friend, so I inform you with all the pain in my heart what happened. Serafall said, sad for the catgirl, but sadder because she found out that her brother adores Kuroka. At that, Naruto opened his eyes in horror, since now the demons would marry his best friend, he would not allow that, he would stop them, so he became serious and said and ordered Kurama, let's go. At that, Kurama nodded and Serafall opened her eyes in surprise, but before the Mao Leviathan did anything, they disappeared in a magic circle towards the town where the Nakasha were. When they arrived at the outskirts of the complex, they saw with horror how several demons were going to attack the poor yokai, so both Naruto and Kurama went at full speed and stood in front of the hundreds of demons that were near the Nakasha complex. I will not let them touch this yokai clan, I will not let them harm Kuruka-chan's family, even if I have to kill them all, said Naruto, releasing his power and intent to kill, which made most of the demons retreat and several of the leaders of those demons sweat at the power that Naruto gave off. After saying that, Naruto made a shadow clone and said, Kurama, you will go with my clone. I want you to take the entire Nakasha clan to the safe house we have in Japan. I know you know where it is, since you saw everything I did, so go quickly. We don't have much time to protect Kuroka's family. I will take care of the trash that is in front of me. Kurama frowned. He wanted to help Naruto, but he sighed and obeyed his younger brother, so he did hand positions and said, Devil's Gate, open, thus opening a dimensional door to one of the safe houses he had in Japan. Kurama. Yoruchi-sen, I know you don't know me, but I tell you to go through the demon's door. This door will take you and your entire clan to a safe place. I know you are strong, but it is dangerous for you to stay with the Nico. Naruto will deal with all of them. I will stay to guard the place. Yoruchi frowned, she didn't want to leave Naruto, much less fighting against an army, but she also had to protect her clanmates, and she knew that Naruto was strong enough to even fight against 2 Mao at once and defeat them, so she nodded to Kurama and passed through the demon's gate. She just hoped that Naruto wouldn't get hurt. She knew how strong her little friend was, but she also knew that he wasn't invincible. Naruto clone. Don't worry, the boss will be fine, he can fight that trash alone, but you guys have to escape, stop worrying Yoruchi-chan, the boss will finish off all that trash. Kurama, okay, all the Nakasha move quickly before more demons come. The Nakasha nodded and passed through the demon gate with Yoruchi. They only hoped that Lord Naruto lived, since he was their savior. Meanwhile, with the demons, when Naruto released his killing intent, they all wondered how a child of approximately 9 years old could release so much power and bloodlust. Demon 1. shut up brat, you think you can take on all of us, you're just a little demon while we're a brat army. Demon 2. Yeah, get out or you'll die before us you stupid brat, let us kill that idiot yokai trash, and if you don't let us kill them, we'll destroy you brat. Naruto, shut up trash, all of you will die for trying to kill my friends, no matter who it is, whether they are dragons, angels, demons or even gods, anyone who attacks my friends will be killed by my hands, it's time for you to pay for trying to hurt Kuroka-chan's family, Shakutan element burn bombardment of the sun god. After Naruto said that, several fireballs went against the demons that when touched, they turned to ashes. After Naruto's attack, he took out his katana and went against the army of demons, massacring everyone with enormous ease. Now die trash today you will pay for what you tried to do to the Nakasho had 90 Kurohitsugi, Black Coffin, roared Naruto trapping hundreds of demons in a black energy in the shape of a square, and when Naruto closed his fist, the demons turned to dust as if they had never existed. This attack even erased the blood and bones of his opponents, making the few demons that remained alive watch in horror, as the boy was able to destroy dozens of demons with ease. Extra Demon 1. You are a monster, how could you kill all the demons, who are you, and why do you defend that yokai trash? Shut up cockroach and die, said Naruto, sending a lightning blade towards the demon, piercing the heart and killing him so easily that it terrified the rest of the demons. You are all trash, lightning element electric dragon, said Naruto, sending a medium-sized dragon against the demons, killing several of them. But suddenly Naruto stopped as he felt 5 high-level presences easily at the Satan level if not higher. Should I feel several high-level energies, most likely my sister, Ajuka-sama, and the other Mau, along with Grafia Lucifuge, it will be somewhat difficult, but well, nobody has to know what happened in this place, it's time to go ninja art parallel illusion, thought Naruto with his Rin Sharingan activated. He knew that his Genjutsu was strong easily at the level of Itachi's Tsukiyomi, so he knew that he would fool everyone in the place with ease, after all they were trash who would have no resistance to his Genjutsu. After Naruto said that, the younger Citri was able to manipulate the minds of the surviving demons, making them believe that someone with a fox mask massacred all the demons and took the Nakasho. Naruto's thoughts. It's time to go, I feel the Mau energies approaching, my barrier won't stop them for long, it's time to go to the safe house, I know that by rescuing the Nakasho clan, I can gain the favor of the Shinto gods, I know that Lady Amaterasu loves the Yokai Nico, now I need to locate Kuroka-chan, and then make my move to get rid of the Council of Elders, these idiots almost caused a war with the Yokai and the Shinto, a war that could erase the underworld. After leaving his thoughts, Naruto disappeared in a black flash towards the safe house he had in Japan. 5 minutes passed since Naruto disappeared. In these 5 minutes the 4 Mau and the strongest queen appeared. These 5 Satan-level demons and super demons were Surzich's Lucifer, of the Gremory clan, Serafall Leviathan, of the Citri clan, Ajuka Beelzebub, of the Astaroth clan, and Falbium Asmodeus, of the Glaciolabolas clan. In addition to the strongest queen Grafia Lucifuge, these were considered the strongest demons. These 5 demons saw in surprise and horror as hundreds of demons were dead, middle-class demons, high and even supreme class killed in a horrible way. Serafall's thoughts. What happened in this place? Who could kill so many demons so easily and without a trace? And where is the Nakasho clan? Did they kill them? The Mau wondered. Ajuka's thought. This is not the work of the Nakasho clan, since the deaths of these demons are very brutal, and I know well that the Nakasho are more about magic and hand-to-hand combat, but several of these demons were cut down. This was done by a very well-trained assassin, and someone who is easily in the Satan class, but why do this, and why are these demons in this place that you were planning? Surzich's Ajuka asked himself seriously. Since he did not know why so many demons were in the Nakasho complex. Falbium's thought. The one who did this massacre is a top-level assassin, and someone very good at magic runes to put up a barrier that prevents us from teleporting to this place. This individual is very dangerous, but because these demons are here and where the Yokai Nico are, if something happened to these Nico, we would most likely be in trouble with the Shinto and the Yokai, which would harm us, especially with the Shinto faction, which is one of the strongest factions. Rafia's thoughts. Shit Surzich's, you are an idiot, and did you know that the council sent hundreds of demons to kill the Yokai? If they had succeeded, Amaterasu and all the Shinto gods would have erased the underworld, but I wonder who killed this entire army, must have been a ruthless killer, but hey, it doesn't matter, these demons are trash, and dead trash is the best for the underworld. Besides, whoever killed all these demons did us a favor, and since there are no Yokai bodies, it means they are alive. Most likely the Shinto will soon ask us for a meeting along with Lady Asaka to explain what happened. Demons 1. Help, he was a monster, he took us as a game, he appeared out of nowhere, and we made fun of him, but in the end he massacred us, he had no mercy, he told us that anyone who harmed the Nakasho will be killed by his hand, he escaped with the entire clan, the demon said in a low voice before fainting from exhaustion, both physical and mental. At that the 4 Mau and Grafia opened their eyes in surprise. Surziches, Graphia, call, bring the doctors and soldiers, I want all these demons to be treated, tell them to come quickly, I want to know everything that happened in this place. Graphia nodded and disappeared in a magic circle, although if you looked at her closely, she had a frown on her face. She loved Surzich, but sometimes they were such an idiot. She didn't understand why she didn't do anything to stop the massacre of the Nakasho clan if she knew the problems it could cause. Serafall's thought. Neri-chan, were you the one who killed all these demons? Would you really go so far for your friends as to destroy an army, my little brother? If it was you, you will be in trouble, but you don't have to worry, since I will always support you, and I know that Ajuka-chan will do it too, my dear little brother. Meanwhile in Naruto's safe house or rather safe mansion was the entire Yakai clan, Kurama and Naruto, talking about what happened a few minutes ago with the demons that attacked them. Orochi, thank you Naruto for saving my people, I know they would have died if that entire army had attacked us, although I am surprised that you were able to destroy that army so easily, you seriously hid your power very well, you are definitely stronger than the Mao little Naruto. Naruto, you have no reason to worry Orochi-chan, you are my friend and your clan treated me very well, so obviously I will protect you and your people in a few days. We will go talk to Lady Amaterasu to discuss what happened. I know that she will not cause a war, since you are alive, but we need to talk to the goddess of the sun and the universe in these days. I know that what I did in the underworld will expand in a few days. Kurama, also, we have to find Kuroka, I don't think she killed her king because she wanted to, but for something else, and it's time to find out why. Orochi. I understand, and you don't have to worry, I will accompany you to talk to Lady Amaterasu. I know that she will not make a war, she may be in the top 3 of the strongest, but she is a grateful goddess, and I know that by saving us, you will obtain her protection from both her and Susanoo-sama and Tsukiyomi-sama. Naruto and Kurama nodded in understanding and sighed internally, since having the protection of the Shinto would be good, since everyone knew that the Shinto along with the Hindus were the 2 strongest factions, thanks to each of them having 3 or 4 entities in the top 10, after those 2 came the Greeks and the Norse, each having 2 beings in the top 10. Naruto. That's perfect, in a few days we will go to the Shinto territory to talk to Amaterasu-sama, but first I will talk to my sister, I know that she will support me with what I did, since we all know that if the massacre had happened, Amaterasu would have destroyed the underworld. Orochi. I ask you Naruto that when you find Kuroka you make her part of your nobility so she will get your protection, she is still young, and I don't think she will survive alone, please protect her, I know you are still a child, but your power easily enters the top 10 of the strongest, the same with the Kyuubi that is by your side, he is easily in the top 9 or 8, promise me that you will look for Kuroka and protect her. I promise to find Kuroka-chan and make her part of my nobility. I will protect her from everyone, since she is my friend and I protect my friends, you have no reason to worry Orochi, since anyone who hurts Kuroka-chan will die, Naruto answered seriously, releasing his power, cracking the floor. Orochi smiled, but at the same time she sweated a lot because of the power that little Naruto had. Now she realized that Naruto is not only in the top 10, but that he could easily be in the middle. If she compared Naruto's power, she would say that he is on par with Thor, the strongest Norseman, and that was impressive for a child. She wondered how strong Naruto would be in a few years, and laughed internally. She knew that his potential when he reaches his maximum level could match Lady Amaterasu or Lady Kao's, the top 2 of the strongest beings. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Getting to know the goddess of the sun and the universe. It's been about a week since the Nakasho incident happened, where thanks to Naruto the entire clan was able to escape and the demon Citri was able to avoid a war against the Yakai and the Shinto. He helped the clan for 2 reasons, 1 because it was the clan of his best friend and 2 because he did not want the demons to go to war and less with the Shinto, who are one of the strongest factions, where young Citri knew that even if the 3 biblical factions had joined against the Shinto, there were not many chances of beating them since they had 3 beings in the upper part of the top 10. With Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the universe, being the strongest of those 3 Shinto gods, occupying the position 2 of the strongest beings, being surpassed only by Ophis, the dragon of infinity, and Kaos, the mother of the Greeks, both being powerful entities in the top 1 of the strongest beings. Currently Naruto, along with Orochi, were about to begin a meeting in the Yakai territory of Kyoto. In this meeting was Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the universe, and Yusaka, the Yakai leader and the strongest Kyuubi, or so he believes, since Kurama easily surpasses her. This meeting happened so easily, since thanks to Orochi Naruto was able to have an appointment with both faction leaders to tell them what happened with the Nakasho. It is very interesting to meet the demon who rescued my cute kittens, commented Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun in the universe and one of the strongest entities in the world, occupying the top part of the strongest beings in the world. Amaterasu, goddess of the sun and the universe, leader of the Shinto gods, the strongest Shinto goddess. I certainly didn't expect the one who saved the Nakasho to be a child, Yusaka exclaimed with surprise in her voice, since the child in front of her was no older than 10 years old, and that was surprising. Yusaka, the leader of the Yokai, the queen of the Yokai. A pleasure to meet the goddess of the sun and the universe, Amaterasu, the strongest Shinto goddess, and it is also a pleasure to meet Yusaka, the leader of the Yokai. I am quite impressed. It is clear that the rumors of her beauty and power are not false, since I feel an enormous power from both of them, especially in you, Lady Amaterasu, said Naruto with a small smile, but without ceasing to be formal, since he did not want to screw up with the top two. Orochi was somewhat surprised by Naruto's behavior, but she assumed he was like that because he didn't want to anger Amaterasu, who is a being that very few could match, let alone defeat. Amaterasu, you're so flattering, kid, but putting games aside, it's best if you present yourself properly. It's time to do business, little demon. Naruto, well, as you already know, I am Naruto Citri and you are right, it is time to do business. As you already know in Orochi's report, I was the masked man who saved the entire Nakasho clan. I saved the entire Yokai clan for two reasons. The first and main is that Kuroka-chan and Orochi-chan are Nakasho, therefore I saved the family of my friends, and the second reason is because I do not want the demon faction to go to war against the Yokai and the Shinto gods. Since everyone in this room knows well that your faction Amaterasu-sama along with the Hindu faction are the strongest and very close to you are the Greek faction and the Nordic faction, both having two beings in the top 10. Amaterasu and Yusaka opened their eyes in some surprise, as demons are normally arrogant, but from what both leaders of their respective factions saw, Naruto Citri was a strange demon. Yusaka, Naruto Citri, you are a very interesting demon, and I thank you for saving Orochi-chan and the entire Nakasho clan. I have a great debt with you and if you need anything just ask, young Citri. Amaterasu, I say the same, little Citri, from now on I am in debt to you, young Citri, and you do not have to worry if the Mayu discover that you saved the Nakasho. I will offer you my protection, since thanks to you my beloved kittens are alive. Naruto nodded, although he doubted they would discover him. Ajuka and Serafall might suspect, but they had no proof, and he knew that his brother and Ajuka wouldn't betray him. Naruto, perfect, Lady Amaterasu, Lady Yusaka, and thank you for offering me your protection. I know I didn't leave evidence, so I don't think I have to worry, but anyway, thank you for the support you are giving me. Amaterasu and Yusaka nodded while Orochi was somewhat impressed with how the negotiations were going. Orochi, Amaterasu-sama, Lady Yusaka wanted to ask you a favor. Amaterasu, Naruto and Yusaka raised an eyebrow in curiosity at what Orochi will order. Orochi, my clan is still somewhat tense since we were attacked by the demons. The children are scared and do not want to leave the safe house that little Naruto gave us. They say they feel safe in that place. I know that they want me to return to Kyoto with my clan, but for now I ask that I stay in the safe house for at least a couple of months until my clan feels safe. Orochi Shimin, the goddess of speed, the strongest Nakasho. Amaterasu and Yusaka looked at each other with a small frown, since they wanted the Nakasho to return to Kyoto, but if the clan does not want it at the moment they will accept it. The Nakasho will still be in Japan, so there will be no problems, and soon the Nico would return, while in Naruto's case he was not so surprised, since Orochi had talked to him about that subject, and he agreed, because he wanted to protect his best friend's family. Yusaka. What you're telling me, Orochi-chan, is a bit shocking, but it's understandable that your clan wants to stay at Naruto Dono's residence, since they feel safe and protected, because he saved them from being killed by those demons. Amaterasu. Even if you don't stay with Yusaka-chan, I will offer you my protection as well as young Naruto. From now on, you can call me your ally. I can see something interesting in the eyes of the Citri boy. Naruto raised an eyebrow in some curiosity. Naruto, well, Lady Amaterasu. According to what you were able to talk to my leaders, what day will you meet with the four Mayu? Amaterasu. Well, I will meet in a couple of weeks along with Yusaka-chan, and I certainly hope that you Orochi-chan will accompany me to that meeting, and Naruto-kun, you can also go if you wish. It will be interesting to see what face their leaders make if you go as one of my guards. Orochi nodded, as she would go with Amaterasu to meet with the leaders of the underworld. Naruto, unfortunately I can't do that, Lady Amaterasu, for the moment I want to remain anonymous, also my sister must be worried about my disappearance, so I have to talk to her. Amaterasu, I understand, but before you go I want to ask you a small favor, Citri. What I wish is to have a friendly battle with you, since I feel an enormous power in you, and I want to know how strong you are. If you manage to impress me, I will give you a territory which I will give you, and I will give you my blessing. Yusaka and Orochi opened their eyes in surprise and some fear in Orochi's case, since she knew how strong the goddess of the sun in the universe was, and even though Naruto was strong, she knew that Amaterasu surpasses the young Citri in power and experience. Naruto frowned, since he knew that he was not yet strong enough to defeat Amaterasu, and he knew well that the goddess of the sun and the universe was only curious to see his power. On the other hand, if he impressed her he would get some resources that would benefit him and the blessing of the goddess of the sun and the universe, which would be very good for him since he knows that Amaterasu's flames according to rumors are comparable to those of the sun itself and are so strong that not even beings like Office would come out unharmed from it, so he sighed and already made a decision. Naruto, well Lady Amaterasu, it would be interesting to measure my level with someone as strong as you, so let's go to a place where we can release our power without harming others. Isaka and Yuruchi were somewhat worried and nervous since Amaterasu challenged Naruto and the young Citri accepted her challenge. Yuruchi knew that Naruto is strong, but not even he could give Amaterasu a battle. Amaterasu, well, since you accepted, tomorrow we will fight little Citri. I will see your potential. I just hope you don't disappoint me. For now, I say goodbye. See you later. Yusaka-chan, Yuruchi-chan and Little Demon. After Amaterasu said that she disappeared in a whirlwind of fire towards her faction, she had to talk to Susanoo and Tsukiyomi about the demon that caught her attention. Isaka. Well, I think it would be best if we retired. You will stay in the guest rooms and Naruto-san, I wish you luck with Amaterasu-sama. After saying that, Yusaka left, but before that she told the guards to take Naruto and Yuruchi to the guest rooms. The guard followed the order and took the two Mao class beings to their rooms. Yuruchi. Are you sure you can fight Lady Amaterasu? She is ranked in the top 2 along with Lord Shiva, both being existences that almost no being can defeat. I know you are strong, Naruto, but in terms of power, I know you cannot reach Amaterasu's level, so that was your motivation to be able to accept Lady Amaterasu's request. Naruto frowned, he didn't like that his friend distrusted his power, he knew he wasn't as strong as Amaterasu, but he was powerful enough to enter the top 10 of the strongest beings. Naruto. You don't have to worry, Yuruchi-chan, since I know that I will not be able to defeat the goddess of the sun and the universe, but at least I want to see what level I am at compared to her. If I can at least give her a decent fight I will be happy, since I will know that my training is paying off. Yuruchi frowned, she was worried about her little friend, she didn't want him to get hurt after all he saved his clan, and is trying to save little Kuroka. Yuruchi knew that Naruto was even stronger than the Mao, although almost no one knew it, she estimated that Naruto must be in the top 7 or 8 in terms of raw power, she just hoped that Amaterasu didn't harm Naruto in their fight. Yuruchi. Well Naruto, I trust you, and I hope nothing bad happens in the fight against Lady Amaterasu. I will still be supporting you. I hope you put up a good fight against the strongest sun goddess. Meanwhile, in the territory of the Shinto faction, Amaterasu was meeting with her brothers since she wanted to explain to them what happened with the Nakasho clan and tell them who was the one who saved her kittens. Susanoo. Well sister, tell me what is happening with the Nakasho and what measures will Yusaka take with what happened, will there be war or peace? Susanoo no Mikoto, god of the sea, storms and battles. Tsukiyomi, I agree with Susanoo that this is what happened and that they discussed with Yusaka declaring war on the demons because of what happened with the Nakasho. Tsukiyomi no Mikoto diosa de la Luna. Amaterasu, a simple young demon, saved the entire Nakasho clan from the demons that attacked them, so there will be no war, rather I want you to accompany me tomorrow, I will have a duel with that child, I will prove how strong he is, since I felt his power, and I will tell you that he is easily in the rank of the gods. Tsukiyomi and Susanoo opened their eyes in surprise and disbelief, but they were also curious, since they did not know why a demon saved the Yakai clan and killed dozens of other demons. Now both gods were very interested in the little demon who saved the Nico. Amaterasu noticed her brothers' faces, so she told them how the meeting went and who the young demon was and the challenge he gave Naruto. Susanoo. What you're telling me is interesting, brother. Tomorrow we'll accompany you to the meeting, and if the boy managed to impress me, I'll also give him my blessing. The battle that will take place tomorrow will be very interesting. Tsukiyomi, well if the boy managed to impress me I will also give him my full blessing, it is the least we can do after that little demon saved the Nakasho, so tomorrow I will accompany you Amaterasu. Elsewhere in Japan, more exactly in Naruto's safe house, Kurama was talking with Soifin, the second in command of the Nakasho clan. They were both somewhat worried about Naruto and Yuruchi, since they received a message saying that Naruto was fighting Amaterasu, and they both knew that the goddess of the sun and the universe was immensely powerful, with that goddess being in the top 2 of the strongest beings in the world. Soifin. Kurama-sama, do you think Lady Yuruchi and Lord Naruto are okay? Asked a second in command of the Nakasho and a supreme class Yakai. Kurama sighed with some tiredness. He knew that Naruto is strong, but has not yet reached his full potential, and he knew that the goddess of the sun and the universe is extremely powerful. Kurama. Girl, I know Naruto will be fine, he'll just have a friendly fight with Lady Amaterasu, you have nothing to worry about, Naruto is strong. Soifin nodded, she knew that Lady Yuruchi was strong, even stronger than some of the Mao, and Lord Naruto was stronger than even the Mao, according to Lady Yuruchi, so she calmed down, she hoped they would come back soon. Kurama's thought. Naruto always getting into trouble. I just hope the battle with the strongest Shinto goddess doesn't kill you. I have to get stronger, overcome my limits, my power may surpass those celestial dragons, but I know there are stronger beings. I have to get stronger to protect Naruto. Meanwhile in the underworld the four Mayu are in an urgent meeting, since the meeting with the Yokai leader and the leader of the Shinto gods is coming soon. Well, you know that it won't be long before we meet with Lady Yasaka and Lady Amaterasu, Ichigo said seriously. Till Beelzebub, Demon King, the Demon King of Creation. The three Mayu and Graphia, who was next to them, gave a sigh of tiredness, and a chill ran through them at the mere mention of Amaterasu, since that woman was extremely strong. Hell, she was in the top 2, she alone was capable of fighting against the four Mayu and defeating them. We know it, and I'm worried about what will happen to Amaterasu-sama. Everyone knows that Amaterasu-sama is a goddess with honor and kindness, but at the same time she is a sadistic and cruel goddess with her enemies and a lover of battles. But she was also a very overprotective woman with the Yokai, especially with the Nakasho, and with what happened she may want to destroy us, commented Serafall seriously, and with some nervousness to face Amaterasu. Hell, she knew she would be reduced to ashes if she faced Amaterasu. She was the top 2, almost no being could face her, let alone defeat her. Serafall Leviathan, Demon King, the Demon Queen of Ice and Water. The rest of the Mayu frowned and Graphia said nothing, but she was somewhat worried about the consequences of the attack on the Nakasho. The strongest queen knew that Amaterasu could destroy them. She just hoped that the meeting that would soon take place would be peaceful. This will be complicated, let's just hope the negotiations go well. Besides, the Nakasho have not been killed, since it seems that the madman who took the cats massacred most of the demons that went to attack the Nakasho, Serziches said with a frown, since hundreds of demons died in a cruel way. Serziches Lucifer, Demon King, the Crimson Demon of Destruction. And we must be grateful that that boy massacred those demons that tried to attack the Nakasho, because if the demons had killed the Nakasho, possibly Lady Yasaka and Lady Amaterasu would declare war on us, said Falbium seriously, since he knew that if the massacre of the Yokai had occurred, the goddess of the sun would leave the underworld destroyed. Falbium Asmodeus, Demon King, the strategist of the underworld. Serziches frowned and the rest nodded at the words of their Mayu companion. They knew well that Amaterasu would burn down all of hell if they killed her kittens. Serziches' thoughts. I hate to agree with Falbium, but he's right. If the Nakasho had been killed, the biggest problem would be that Amaterasu would have destroyed us, and the Shinto and Yokai would have declared war on us. By the way, Serafall and your younger brother, where is he? I haven't seen him in the last few days, Falbium commented somewhat curiously. Serafall frowned and gave a somewhat tired sigh. My brother is in the human world, he left recently, but he will return, you don't have to worry, Falbium-chan, said Serafall with a small smile. Falbium nodded in understanding and didn't ask any more questions, as he saw Serafall was somewhat uncomfortable and didn't want to upset her. Well, I'm leaving, I have some things to do, said Serafall. I'm leaving too if that's all. I have things to do, commented Ichigo, since he wanted to ask what really happened with Naruto. He knew that Serafall had not completely told the truth. The others nodded and left with many thoughts, but the main one was that Amaterasu does not turn them into ashes for the attempted murder of the Nakasho. The four Mayu only hoped that the negotiations would go calmly. End of chapter. Chapter 6. The potential of the Ice Emperor. Currently Naruto Citri, also known as the Ice Emperor, is somewhat excited since soon he will face Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the universe, and the top 2 of the strongest beings. The young Citri knew that he would not win this battle, not for the moment, but he also wanted to test what level he is at compared to the strongest sun goddess, and the same was happening with Amaterasu. She wanted to see the full potential of the child Citri, who saved her kittens from being massacred by demons, so the goddess of the sun and the universe would test the power of the child Citri, but would not kill him, since she liked him after all, except a Yokai clan from being massacred, and that was fine in her books. On the other hand, the fight would be being watched by the highest-ranking gods of the Shinto faction, as well as Yasaka and Yuruchi, since they also wanted to see how well Naruto would do against the strongest sun goddess. Well, we'll go to a place where we can fight more easily, and don't worry, give it your all, since I'll go with everything, little Citri, Amaterasu said seriously. I'm not going to hold back, it will be interesting to fight the strongest sun goddess, Naruto replied with a small smile. You're interesting, little demon, but it's time to stop talking and give it our all in our little battle, little Citri, so follow me to the ring I set up so we can fight peacefully, Amaterasu said and ordered. Naruto nodded and followed the goddess of the sun and the universe to a large door that impressed him, and when he entered he saw a gigantic ring and noticed that outside the ring there were strong barriers that he supposed to withstand his power. The Citri was impressed by the barriers, since he realized that they could easily contain a Satan like his sister Serafall or the tomato of the current Lucifer. He could also notice that in the spectator stands were Yusaka the Yokai leader and Yuruchi the leader of the Nakasho, but he also noticed two people who had a high level of power, even higher than that of Lucifer. If he calculated well, they might be twice as strong as the current Lucifer, and he thought to himself that it is most likely Tsukiyomi and Susanoo, the brothers of the goddess of the sun and the universe. Well, now I will prove how strong you are, little demon. We will see how strong you are, Naruto Citri, shouted Amaterasu, releasing a part of her power that could easily be compared to that of a celestial dragon. It will be interesting to have a fight with you, Lady Amaterasu. I hope to be at your level of power, Naruto replied, releasing a power comparable to that of the celestial dragons. The auras of the sun goddess and the ice emperor collided, easily destroying each other. He put both opponents, they stared at each other, analyzing and seeing who would make the first move, until Naruto moved by launching a large torrent of ice, but Amaterasu launched a torrent of fire, causing both the ice of the lesser Citri and the basic fire of the sun goddess to collide and cause a large explosion. In the stands, the gods of Shinto and Yusaka were wide-eyed as they felt the aura of Amaterasu and Naruto begin their fight, and a small shiver ran through them, since Naruto's aura equals that of the celestial dragons. The trio knew that Amaterasu was still holding back, but they were impressed by the power that the demon Citri was releasing, since there were few beings that equal and even less surpassed that of the celestial dragons. Susanoo, the power that the boy gives off is immense. I would even say that he easily surpasses me. He is at the level of celestial dragons. Tsukiyomi. It is impressive that a young demon has so much power. I would say that the child is even stronger than the current Mao. I am surprised that at such a young age he can already have a power comparable to that of the celestial dragons. Yusaka. The power of young Naruto is impressive. I would say that if he set his mind to it, he could easily fight against the four Mao. What I don't understand is how the young man went unnoticed by the devil community. According to rumors, his power is on par with a supreme class, but now that we see it well, it is at the level of the celestial dragons. Iruchi, and that's nothing. I know that Naru's power is enormous. She hasn't released all her power yet, and even though she's not at Amaterasu-sama's level, I know she'll give him a good fight. At that, Susanoo, Tsukiyomi and Yusaka opened their eyes in shock and disbelief, since that brat who was no older than 10 had more power than even the celestial dragons. The Shinto gods now had an idea of the power of the Citri child. With the battle of Amaterasu and Naruto, the duo continued to cast water and ice spells from Naruto and fire spells from Amaterasu's fire. Both of them were not fighting seriously yet, they were just testing each other. Amaterasu, it's interesting the level that little Citri has, but what if we increase the level of this battle? Naruto, I think it's fine for us to increase our power level in this battle, since we've proven ourselves enough to go to the next level. Amaterasu smiled and stepped back a few steps, and making several magic circles, said scorching bombardment of the sun, thus coming out of the magic circles, several fireballs so hot that even the spectators felt the heat. The fireballs went towards Naruto. Naruto's thought. Amaterasu's attack is strong even though they only look like simple fireballs. Just one of those fireballs could cause great damage to a city. The goddess of the sun, if she's serious in this fight, well, I'll defend myself with a barrier. I don't want to take out my entire arsenal yet. Akad 81 Dank, Void Division, whispered Naruto quickly. After Naruto said that, a large energy barrier protected him from Amaterasu's attack, impressing everyone with such a strong barrier. Amaterasu, I see that you stopped my attack with ease, little Naruto, and the barrier you used is not normal, since even the Mao would have a lot of trouble stopping my attack, and I even doubt that they could stop it. You are very interesting. Naruto, what can I say? I am the best devil when it comes to sealing, magic runes and barriers. In that field, I have no equal, Lady Amaterasu. Amaterasu, I noticed that and I'm surprised by such a strong barrier, and although that attack wasn't the strongest I have, it could definitely damage even gods like Zeus, and you stopped it like it was nothing, but anyway, let's continue with the battle. Naruto, I agree, now I will go more seriously. Wind element, wind armor, Futen no Yoroi. After Naruto activated his armor, it disappeared in a flash and went against Amaterasu, trying to punch her. Amaterasu noticed and dodged, but when Naruto's fist hit the ground, it generated a loud bang and caused a huge crater in the arena. Take this, solar cannon child, shouted Amaterasu, sending a large amount of divine energy surrounded by her fire towards Naruto. The aforementioned dodged Amaterasu's attack barely thanks to his wind armor, but when Amaterasu's attack collided with the barrier that prevented them from leaving, he could see that the attack cracked the barrier a little, and now he realized that the goddess of the sun would go seriously in the battle, so he activated his Sharingan. He would also get serious. When Naruto activated his Sharingan, causing his power to skyrocket in an absurd manner, the spectators were speechless, since the power of the young Citri easily equaled that of the celestial dragons together. Amaterasu smiled and released more than half of her power, surrounding her body with fire, making her look like she was on fire. Both auras of such strong rivals collided with each other, causing the barrier that contained them to be damaged only by the aura of both Supreme God category opponents. "Well, it's time to start this dance," Naruto said with a smile and with his aura increasing, forming a huge dragon behind him. "You are correct, little Naruto," replied Amaterasu, increasing her aura, forming a large wolf behind her. In the stands, the spectators, especially Susanoo and Tsukiyomi, were with their mouths open, since their sister had just released 60 or 70% of her power, and that was a lot, since not even with them when they fought she released that much, and this made both brothers realize that their crazy sister was excited about the battle. "Isaka, it's unreal how that child of no more than 10 years old can make Amaterasu release so much of her power. Iruchi, I knew Naru was strong, I thought he could be on par with Lord Hades or Lord Odin, but now I think his power even surpasses them. I never thought Naruto would be so strong as to make Amaterasu-sama get serious in battle. Susanoo, and not only that, but he has great control of his power, and I realize that brat is at the level of supreme gods like Odin or Hades, maybe even surpassing them. Tsukiyomi, he definitely surpasses them. I estimate that the child's power may be on par with a beast known as Typhon, or even at the level of the strongest Norseman called Thor, and that is amazing. What I do not understand is how the devil faction did not realize the child's power, since it would be very difficult to hide all the power that is coming out of that little demon." Iruchi, Naruto hid his power with a containment seal. He didn't want the elders or even the Mayu to bother him for being super strong and compromise him with any demon. The others nodded in understanding, since they knew or at least knew something about the demonic council, and the truth in the eyes of others, those old fossils are garbage. In the battle between Amaterasu and Naruto, both were fighting hand to hand in a very similar battle, although it was noticeable that the sun goddess was gradually overcoming the minor Citri. In addition, Naruto knew that Amaterasu was still holding back, and that bothered him a little, but he had to accept that the sun goddess had surpassed him. "Akadem 63 Sajum Sabaku, mandatory coiling chain," shouted Naruto, sending several energy ropes immobilizing Amaterasu. Naruto's thoughts. "I can only immobilize them for a couple of seconds, their heat will be strong enough to burn even a level 60 Bakudo, now is the time to attack, I will use a level 90 Heido, I have to recite the chant so that it has more power, it is time to teach that goddess that I am not a game. Limit of 1,000 hands, out of respect one cannot touch the darkness. The shooting hand is not reflected in the blue sky. The path of the light of the sun, the wind that fans the flames, time that gathers when both are together, there is no need to hesitate, obey my command. Bullet light 8 bodies new item book of heaven treasures great wheels grey fortress. Keep your distance, disperse and clean when shooting. 8091 Senju content tame, sky cannon of 1,000 bright hands, Naruto shouted, forming several spheres of energy that radiated enormous power, sending it towards Amaterasu. Amaterasu's thought. If that attack hits me it will damage me considerably. Well, it's time to get more serious. White fire armor. When Naruto's attack collided with Amaterasu it caused a huge explosion, but when the smoke cleared, you could see an Amaterasu with an armor, from which a white fire sprang forth as hot as the sun itself. That armor was one of Amaterasu's best defenses. That armor was a divine armor that was surrounded by the power of Amaterasu's sun. This armor was so strong that even Shiva, the god of destruction, would have a lot of trouble destroying it. As the smoke cleared, Naruto opened his eyes in surprise at Amaterasu's armor and frowned, as one of his strongest Heido did not cause any damage to the goddess of the sun and the universe, and he wondered what armor was that to defend against one of her best Heido. Naruto, Lady Amaterasu, your armor is very impressive to withstand one of my 90 Heido, now I see why you are positioned in the top 2, you are not only a high-level goddess, but a supreme category 1 in its maximum splendor. Amaterasu, little Naruto, don't discredit yourself when you caught me for a few seconds and then threw that great attack at me, you were able to damage, so I had to resort to one of my best defenses that even Shiva would have trouble destroying, so you should be happy for making me take out one of my strongest armors, now I know not to be trusted, after all your power would easily be positioned in the top 7 or 6 of the strongest beings. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise as Amaterasu recognized that his attack was dangerous and even rated him as one of the top 10 beings. He felt flattered, but at the same time somewhat nervous, he didn't think that a practice battle would take him so far. But he dismissed it and created a sword with his demonic energy and went against Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun did the same with her divine energy, and both fought in a sword duel at an enormous speed, although it was noticeable that the goddess of the sun had the advantage in the sword duel, without counting that the divine energy of the goddess of the sun was slowly breaking her sword due to the immense power that it possessed. Naruto sighed, realizing that fighting like that wouldn't harm the goddess. While in the stands, Yusaka and Uruchi had their eyes wide open, they never thought that Amaterasu had such strong armor to defend herself from such a high-level attack from Naruto. If that attack had reached them, it would have easily damaged them considerably. In the case of Amaterasu siblings, both Susanoo and Tsukiyomi were open-mouthed as their sister summoned her divine armor and was even using her white flames, the strongest flames she possesses, that could even burn the divine bodies of high-level gods. Susanoo. That brat is making Amaterasu serious. I know she's not using her full power, but she's definitely getting serious. She might be using 70% of her power, and not only that, but she's also using her white flames that are so strong that they will match the power of Shiva's destruction. Tsukiyomi. That child has more potential than Lucifer himself. I think that child may be close to Lucifer's level. It's amazing for someone his age. Isaka. I didn't get to meet the first Lucifer, but it is said that his power could match the biblical god, and that little boy is close to Lucifer's level. It's amazing and terrifying. Fortunately we are not his enemy. Iruchi. I knew Naruto was strong, but this is amazing. I think he just lacks experience on the battlefield, and maybe he can position himself among the top 5 strongest beings. Tsukiyomi. I think we should stop this battle between my sister and the little boy Citri. The barrier that is on the battlefield is breaking, look, and the barrier is very damaged, the auras of both are out of logic, and even the attacks that are being launched are not just anything. What Tsukiyomi said made Susanoo, Yusaka and Yuruchi fix their eyes on the barrier, and it was true, the barrier was being destroyed by all the power that Amaterasu and Naruto were releasing. In the battle of Amaterasu and Naruto. Well, it's time to use my chakra-based attacks, Naruto thought, making hand positions, creating 5 shadow clones. Each clone made hand positions and said each one. Clone 1. Water element water dragon god. Clone 2. Lightning release god lightning dragon. Clone 3. Earth element god earth dragon. Clone 4. Wind release wind dragon god. Clone 5. Fire element fire dragon god. Through Naruto. Ice release ice dragon god. So Naruto and his clones launch several dragons of the primary elements and a dragon of a secondary element which is ice. Amaterasu frowned, the boy's attack was strong, but it wouldn't do much against her, so she wondered what Naruto was thinking. Sacred fire burns everything in your path, recited Amaterasu launching a torrent of fire at Naruto's attack, causing the dragons and Amaterasu's torrent of fire to collide, generating a great explosion. Amaterasu went against Naruto and tried to throw a punch, but the black-haired man dodged and touched Amaterasu with his hand and shouted Shinra Tensei, sending the sun goddess flying. It's time the seals were already placed Naruto thought sealing style 1000 retention seals. Several seals appeared on Amaterasu surprising her, but the sun goddess realized something these seals were definitely those of a master and saw that part of his power was suppressed by those seals frowned since her fire could not easily burn those seals. Amaterasu, without a doubt your seals are dangerous little Naruto, this seal that you have made me has been able to seal 25% of my power, without a doubt you are a master of seals, and with your mastery, I know that in a few years you will easily surpass everyone in this field, but despite the fact that you have sealed part of my power, you will not be able to defeat me. Naruto, you're right about that. I know I can't defeat you, Lady Amaterasu, but at least I want you to see what I'm capable of, and that despite being a child, I can defend myself even from opponents much stronger than me, so let's continue with the fight. Amaterasu smiled and turned off her power, she had seen enough of Naruto's power, and the truth surprised her, the boy was worthy of her blessing, and she was sure that Susanoo and Tsukiyomi would also see him worthy. After all, the boy was able to face her for a moment and was even able to seal part of her power, although that was because she had trusted herself throughout the battle and was not fighting seriously, but she also realized that Naruto still had several cards to play, but it was better to stop the battle since the barrier was being destroyed. Amaterasu, it is no longer necessary to fight, child, you have already proven that you are strong and that you are even a skilled sealing master, which is rare in the supernatural world, so you have earned my blessing, it is time to go and take a break, it has been a while since I released much of my power, and it is somewhat tiring to do so. Naruto sighed and nodded. He wanted to continue testing himself against Amaterasu, but that no longer mattered. At least he proved to the goddess that he is strong. Naruto, okay Lady Amaterasu, let's go to the stands. I feel the emotions of your brothers, Lady Yusaka and Yuruchi-chan, I feel that they are worried and somewhat nervous. Amaterasu was surprised that the boy could sense people's emotions and compared it to Seraphim Gabriel's power to sense people's hearts, a very impressive power. Amaterasu? Well, as I promised, I will give you my blessing. The battle was very interesting, but first, let's go where the rest are. After Amaterasu said that, the goddess and Naruto stepped out of the barrier and approached the spectators. I recognize that the battle you had with my sister was very interesting, and the skills you used, Citri boy, were very interesting, commented Susanoo, very impressed by the small demonstration battle. I recognize that your power is on a higher scale. Little Citri is very impressive. Now I realize that you occupy the top 10 of the strongest beings, said Tsukiyomi seriously, although Naruto noticed drops of sweat coming out of the goddess of the moon. Thank you, I feel flattered to be recognized by you Shinto gods, Naruto commented with a small smile. Well brothers, I know you were impressed by the battle, now fulfill the promise you made me, it's time for you to also give your blessing to little Naruto, Amaterasu commented. Susanoo and Tsukiyomi snorted but nodded, they would keep the promise they made to Amaterasu. Naruto was impressed by what Amaterasu said, but said nothing, since he did not know that Susanoo, Tsukiyomi were also going to bless him, he wondered what abilities the blessings of the three Shinto gods would give him. End of chapter. Chapter 7. Rescue and the plans begin. After the battle between Naruto, the strongest young demon, and Amaterasu, the strongest goddess of the sun, Naruto benefited greatly, since he managed to impress the goddess of the sun and the universe, along with impressing the goddess's brothers known as Susanoo, the god of the sea and storms, and Tsukiyomi, the goddess of the moon. The benefits that Naruto managed to get was an alliance with the Yokai and the Shinto gods. In addition, by impressing the strongest Shinto gods he earned the greatest gift from the trio of brothers, and this is the blessing of the trio of gods that provided him with unique powers with great benefits. The first blessing is from Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, and the universe. The power that she gave Naruto was that the young demon can control white fire, a fire as hot as the sun, and finally, provided him with the use of one of the most destructive magic to such an extent that it was on par with the power of destruction, and this magic is solar magic, the power to carbonize everything in its path. The second blessing is that of Susanoo, the god of the sea, storms and battles. The second strongest of the brothers gave Naruto the power to control lightning, water and storms, and finally Tsukiyomi, the goddess of the moon, with her blessing, gives Naruto the power to be immune to almost any illusion, and that he can use one of the most dangerous and powerful magic of the supernatural world. This is lunar magic, a magic so destructive and dangerous that the best users could destroy entire cities with an attack of that type of magic. The three blessings provided Naruto with a great increase in power, and in the eyes of Amaterasu with good training, she knew that Naruto could position himself in the top 3 or 2 of the strongest beings. Currently Naruto was going to the safe house along with Uruchi, where the Nakasho clan and Kurama were, since the meeting with the Shinto and the leader of the Yokai went very well, to the point that now they had an alliance with both factions, and Naruto could now have the protection of one of the strongest factions. Kurama, how did the meeting with Amaterasu and the leader of the Yokai go? Asked the strongest Kyuubi. Since he was curious, he just hoped that Naruto hadn't done anything stupid, like making them enemies with the Shinto gods. That would be catastrophic. He knew he was strong, but the Shinto outclassed them by far. Uruchi. The meeting went well. Naruto was able to get an alliance with the Shinto and the Yokai, thanks to impressing Lady Amaterasu, and not only that, but Naruto was able to get the blessing of Lady Amaterasu, Lord Susanoo, and Lady Tsukiyomi. Finished speaking the strongest Nakasho with a big smile. Kurama opened his eyes in surprise. He had been informed of this world, and the Yokai in the supernatural world was an interesting faction, maybe not as strong, but had very interesting chakra techniques, while the Shinto faction was very powerful, one that could only be matched by the Hindu gods, and having an alliance with those two factions was very beneficial to them, and even more so, since Naruto was able to obtain the blessings of the Shinto Trinity. Kurama, it's good to have those two factions as allies, it will make it much easier for us to move around their territory. Naruto, you are absolutely right, but now we need to prepare and get more allies, and it is very convenient that our allies are faction leaders or beings in the top 10 of the strongest. Kurama nodded in understanding. He knew how important it was to get new allies, especially because that way they would have the protection of important people, and the demonic council and the tomato would not bother him. Kurama, I also wanted to tell you that I located Kuroka's energy and didn't look for her, since she would run away from me since she didn't know me, so I had to wait for you to come back and we would go look for the cat girl. Naruto and Uruchi opened their eyes in surprise, as now they could see Kuroka again and give her their protection so that the demonic council would not harm her, and if those fossils tried to do something they would be in charge of exterminating and torturing them. Naruto, then we will go right now. I will not allow Kuroka-chan to be harmed by the demonic council. Uruchi, you stay. I will go with Kurama, it is time to help my best friend. Uruchi nodded in understanding, knowing that one had to stay in case something happened, while Kurama nodded to Naruto. He knew how important Kuroka was to Naruto. Kurama, okay Naruto, we'll go to Tokyo, that's where I felt Kuroka-san's energy. We have to go quickly, since she might leave that city, or maybe the council demons might find her. Naruto nodded and sided with Kurama, and they both disappeared in a whirlwind of fire towards Tokyo. It was time to find Kuroka. Meanwhile in Toki in an alley you could see a somewhat injured black cat, since recently she was chased by demons that she could barely kill. Since they were demons that were at the level of middle and high class demons, she barely managed to defeat them because of the number of demons, and it was possible thanks to the fact that she was at the level of a low-level supreme class demon. Thanks to the training she had Naruto her best friend, she just hoped that Naruto and her younger sister Shirin were okay now. She needed to go to a safe place, but she came out of her ramblings as she felt two presences, two very strong. One was somewhat familiar, but at the same time different, and the other possessed an amount of chakra so large that it easily surpassed a Santana's in power, and that made her swallow dry. Kuroka's thought. What the hell are those two presences? One seems familiar to me, but at the same time different, and the other has such a large amount of chakra that even any of the four Mau pales in energy level. The chakra level of that person is so great, but at the same time dark. This is strange. The cat came out of her ramblings when she visualized who those two powerful presences were. She recognized one of them was her best friend Naruto Citri, also known as the Ice Emperor, and next to him was a slightly older boy, but she knew that this boy was very strong, so strong that he could easily challenge the current Satans with ease, but she wondered why the hell Naruto was in this place. Naruto saw a black cat and felt her magical signature. He knew it was Kuroka, although it was noticeable that she was weakened and injured, and he cursed the tomato for sending demons to hunt his best friend. The tomato will pay at some point for such insolence. He will not allow anyone to harm his people, and if he had to erase the Gremories, he will do it. He would erase anyone who tries to hurt his allies or his precious beings. Kuroka, I know the cat is you, I know this wound, don't be afraid, I will not hand you over to the demonic council or the four Mau. I come to this place to offer you my protection. I want to heal you, so I ask you please to transform into your human form and let's go to my safe house to heal you, Naruto ordered with a soft voice. He didn't want to scare his best friend or make her distrust him since he was here to protect her. Kuroka was happy her best friend came to look for her and told the entire demonic council to buck off, and even the four Mau being one of those four, the sister of her best friend, that made her feel happy since that meant that Naruto came for her. He wanted her by his side and would do everything to protect her. She was grateful, she was happy, but she was also afraid of hurting Naruto. Thank you for coming, Naru, really thank you, said Kuroka, weakly transforming into her human form where several wounds could be noticed on her body. Naruto saw his best friend with a smile, but inside he wanted to massacre everyone from the demonic council since it was because of him that Kuroka was hurt. Kurama, please carry Kuroka, she is weak, I can tell. We will go to the safe house, Naruto ordered. Kurama snorted. He didn't like being ordered around, but now he wouldn't say anything. He knew Naruto was worried about the girl, so in a burst of speed he appeared next to Kuroka, carrying her. What are you doing, Naya? Kuroka asked, annoyed that she was being carried by a person she didn't know. I just carried you so you wouldn't force yourself. Now shut up, girl, it's time to go, said Kurama walking towards Naruto, and they disappeared in a large whirlwind of fire towards the security hunt. After Naruto and Kurama were able to rescue Kuroka, the three appeared in Naruto's room, where Kurama placed the Nakasho on the bed to rest. Kuroka-chan, you will stay momentarily in this room, I will heal your wounds, I don't want anything to happen to you, said Naruto. I'll go get Yuruchi, she needs to know that we found Kuroka, Kurama informed, seriously leaving the room. Naruto nodded and Kuroka opened her eyes in surprise. She didn't think that Yuruchi was with Naruto. She had heard that her clan was attacked and that someone was able to rescue them, but she never thought that the one who rescued them was Naruto. Thank you, Naru, for rescuing my clan, I am truly grateful, said Kuroka, weakly crying, since the man who was next to her did a lot, gave her his friendship, is giving her his protection, and now she knows that this man rescued her clan, her people. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise, but smiled as he realized that Kuroka now knows that he was the one who rescued the Nakasho. I guess you realized that I was the one who massacred that army of demons to protect the Nakasho, and you don't have to thank me, you are my best friend, and your clan is important to me, so I did what was necessary to protect them, Naruto said seriously. Kuroka smiled, she was happy to have a friend like Naruto. Now she was 100% sure to follow him. He has done a lot for her, so she would be by Naruto's side and be his shield. Naru, can I ask you a favor? Kuroka asked somewhat nervously, since she didn't know if her friend would accept what she wanted. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but nodded, somewhat curious as to what his best friend wanted. Kuroka, seeing Naruto nod, breathed a sigh of relief. I want to be part of your nobility, I want you to make me stronger, I want to be the one who can also protect you, I don't care what piece you select, but I want to be by your side, Naru, I want to protect you, said Kuroka with great conviction. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise and thought about it. On the one hand, Kuroka would be part of his nobility and could be more protected. On the other hand, maybe in the long term the demons of the council, when they find out that Kuroka is in his nobility, would screw him, but he didn't care about that. The truth is, if the decrepit old men did something to them, he would annihilate them, he would erase them from existence. Well, Kuro-chan accepted that you can belong to my nobility. You will be my first pawn. I hope you strive and grow stronger by my side. Kuroka Taojo, said Naruto, taking out a pawn piece that entered Kuroka. When the pawn piece entered Kuroka, it destroyed the old pieces that the Nikasho had at last. The pawn piece that was inserted into Kuroka caused Kuroka's magic and chakra reserves to double or triple, and not only that, but Kuroka's wounds were healed. It's interesting what my pawn piece has done to you. I feel like your reserves have almost tripled. Your reserves are comparable to a mid or high mid-level ultimate class demon. Before, your reserves were on par with a high-end or low ultimate class demon, Naruto commented, somewhat surprised. I'm surprised, but at the same time I feel tired, Kuroka replied, somewhat sleepy due to the physical and mental stress she had suffered in her battle with the demons that hunted her. I'll let you sleep. I'll tell Yoruchi that you're recovered and that you just need to rest. We'll see each other tomorrow, Kuro-chan, said Naruto, approaching Kuroka, giving her a kiss on the forehead and leaving the room. Kuroka blushed a little, but went to bed. She was tired. Tomorrow she would talk to Lady Yoruchi and Naruto, her new king. When Naruto left the room, he could notice a somewhat annoyed Kurama and a Yoruchi with a mischievous smile, which made him snort. He knew why Yoruchi was with that smile, but he didn't understand Kurama's annoyed face. Well, I guess tomorrow we'll talk to Kuroka, right? Naru asked Yoruchi. Yes, tomorrow we will talk, Yoruchi. It's time to rest. And Kurama, why do you have that annoyed face? Did I do something wrong? Naruto asked at the end with some curiosity, since it was not normal for the fox to behave that way. Yoruchi mentally face-palmed herself. She knew why Kurama was a little angry, and she didn't blame him since Naruto made Kuroka part of his peerage first, and she knew that Kurama wanted to be part of Naruto's peerage, only that fox was so proud that he doubted he asked Naruto, and Naruto was sometimes too much of an idiot to notice. Kurama snorted and went to his room. He loved Naruto like a brother, but sometimes he was an idiot. He didn't understand how the Citri didn't realize that he wanted to belong and become a member of his nobility for two reasons. The first was that by becoming a member of his nobility they could call themselves family, since each deer would always have an energy signature similar to that of their kings. In addition, he knew that if he became a member of Naruto's nobility, they could become stronger thanks to those Naruto pieces that, unlike normal demonic pieces, gave off a strange energy, and from what he could see, it increased the power of the deer. Yoruchi denied the moment Kurama left. That fox was a grump and dramatic, sometimes also an idiot. Well, Naruto saw Kurama's behavior somewhat strange, but did not comment on anything. Now he had to get more alliances and strengthen himself and get followers in case he had to leave the underworld or if the old fossils banished him, since he knew that if the council could not have him under their control, most likely they would do something to banish him. Also had to return to the underworld to be able to talk to his family. Okay, Naruto, what are your plans now? We now have an alliance with the Shinto and the Yakai faction, and we also found Kuro-chan. What's the next step? Yoruchi asked the last question. Simple, we have to have a meeting with Lord Odin. The Norsemen will be good allies in the future. I'm also thinking of meeting with Lord Hades, Lady Hestia and Lord Hephaestus of the Greek faction. Those three Greeks are some of the few who are not idiots, said Naruto, somewhat annoyed when talking about the Greeks. Yoruchi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. She understood that the Norse could be good allies, and she understood that Hestia and Hephaestus could be good allies, since Hestia was the second strongest Olympian only below Hades, and Hephaestus is a blacksmith who could build any type of weapon. What she didn't understand was why the hell Naruto wanted to meet with Hades, being that god the one who hated demons the most. You're probably wondering why I want to meet Hades, right? Yoruchi asked Naruto. Yoruchi attended curiously, as she wants to know why Naruto wants to do something so risky. The answer is simple, Yoruchi-chan. Lord Hades does not hate demons, he only hates tomato, since the idiot offended the Greek god. From what I could investigate, that is why Hades is hostile to demons, but he does not hate them, he only hates our leader, Naruto answered simply. Yoruchi opened her eyes in surprise and disbelief. The idiot Lucifer offended the strongest Greek. She knew that Hades was one of the most tolerant Greeks, despite being the god of the underworld. He was a god respected by many beings of the supernatural world, unlike Zeus, who was an idiot who only thought with his hick. She didn't understand how the current Lucifer did something so idiotic. She knew that before Hades didn't hate demons, but he wasn't a fan of them either, he was neutral, but now he understood the change in attitude of the strongest Greek god. Now I understand, and from what I see you want to get the god Hades on your side, and if you have Hades on your side you can have Hestia, and if you have Hestia you will have Hephaestus. Your plan is very calculating and interesting, but it would be best to start with the Norse first, commented Yoruchi, amused. Her leader was a person who thought of everything and knew he would achieve it. Naruto felt happy that his friend understood his plan. But I don't only want the Greeks and Norsemen on my side, but also the elves, the wizards and the dragons. It's time to start recruiting, and you, Yoruchi, will help me. I want you to contact the Hatter, tell him to join us. I know you can convince him. I need his brilliant mind to create some things. He will be in charge of some of my companies. Tell him that I will offer him the position of president of the Uzumaki Technology Company while he creates magical artifacts that benefit us," said Naruto. "I see that you are not only a handsome boy, but also brilliant and calculating, and I understand why you want to contact that fool Urahara, and don't worry, tomorrow I will go look for him. I know he will accept, since it will be a great opportunity for him," Uruchi replied, smiling, although inside she was somewhat nervous about seeing Urahara again. "Perfect, I will meet with Lick, the leader of the Elven tribe, to make an alliance, and then I will go for Tiamat, the strongest dragon queen. It is time for the plans to begin," Naruto said with a smile. It was time to start his plans to change everything in the world. End of chapter. Naruto Citrine ability change 1. King. Naruto, the Ice Emperor Demon God. That will be his appearance as a teenager. Queen. Volzato, True Dragon Ice White Dragon. Anime, Tensei Shitara Slime Data Ken. In this fic she would be an ancient dragon queen, but she is sealed, her power rivals that of first-level gods like Indra, Izami or Brahma. In the story she explains more about her and why she joined Naruto. Bishop. Velgrand, True Dragon the Embracing Dragon. Anime. Tensei Shitara Slime Data Ken. The power of this dragon is only slightly inferior to that of Volzato, and like Volzato, she is one of the first dragon kings, so she can easily fight on par with Indra. Bishop. Gilgamesh, the king of heroes, the strongest hero. Anime. Fate. In the story it will be indicated how Gilgamesh joined Naruto. I will only say that the king of heroes sees Naruto as an equal and believes him to be a good king. Knight, Arthur Pendragon, the Knight of Hope, king of knights. I will put this in male in the story, I will explain why. Anime. Fate. King Arthur will join Naruto for various reasons that history will indicate later. Knight. Mordred Pendragon, the Knight of Betrayal, the Crimson Knight. Anime. Fate. Tower. Kurama, the Kyuubi of Chaos, the strongest Kyuubi. Anime. Naruto. Tower. Veldora, True Dragon Storm Dragon. Anime. Tensei Shitara Slime Data Ken. The power of this dragon is only slightly inferior to that of Volzato, and like Volzato, she is one of the first dragon kings, so she can easily fight on par with Indra. Pawn. Sabo, Master of Flames, the Phoenix of Order. Anime. One Piece. Pawn. Ace, Master of Flames, the Phoenix of Chaos. Anime. One Piece. Pawn. Ravel Phoenix, the Master of Flames, the Phoenix of Balance. Anime. DxD. Pawn. Toshiro Hitsugaya, the Ice Master Ice Dragon Swordsman. Anime. Bleach. Pawn. Esdet, the Ice Queen, the cruelest woman. Anime. Akame Georgia Kill. Pion. Kuroka Taujo Mestratus and Jutsu La Gaga Negra. Anime. DxD. Pawn. Semiramis, the Black Witch, the Wise Queen of Astria. Anime. Fate. Pawn. Conan, the Paper Angel, the Origami Masters. Anime. Naruto. This will be Naruto's first fixed ability. Some of these characters will be on par with Amayu or even some of the middle-class gods. Also, some of these characters will be in the top 10. Chapter 8. Meetings and Recruitment Part 1. Currently Naruto Citri was in a meeting with Kisuke Urahara and Uruchi. The leader of the Nakasha with them was also Kurama, the Bijuu of the Nine Tails. This meeting was for the recruitment of Urahara Kisuke and put him on Naruto's side, since the Hatter was one of the most intelligent beings in the world, being positioned as one of the 3 most intelligent beings in the world. Well, Kisuke-san, I want you to join me and manage part of my companies in the human world. I want you to be the one in charge of the development department and magical weapons and human weapons. I know well that you have a store and that some gods and factions want you by their side for your intelligence and power, being someone who in terms of intelligence and strategies, you are on par with the Maguekio, and in power, you may even be as strong as low-level gods, said Naruto calmly. Kisuke opened his eyes slightly in surprise. He knew why the demon child who saved Uruchi wanted him, but he didn't expect him to give him so many benefits. He just thought he would be in charge of being a scientist, maybe chief scientist, but he didn't think the child would want him to manage his companies, and he wondered how the hell the child had companies, but he dismissed that. Since according to Uruchi the child is immensely rich and has power equal to the beings in the middle of the top 10, which made him nervous, since he knows that he didn't have much of a chance with the beings in the top 10, since he knows that most of those beings surpass celestial dragons. Kisuke. Your offer seems very tentative to me. Honestly, I thought you only wanted me as another scientist, but I didn't think you wanted me to manage some of your companies. But since I owe you for saving Uruchi, I accept your deal, young Citri, with a few small conditions. Kurama and Uruchi stayed away, they wouldn't say anything, they wanted to see how the meeting between Naruto and Kisuke developed. Naruto, well Kisuke.san, I want you to tell me what your conditions are so that you can join my side. If your conditions are acceptable, I will do what you ask. Desuke nodded, he wouldn't ask for such overwhelming things, he just wanted a couple of things to agree to work with the demon child who in his opinion, from what he felt, his power could rival the top 8 of the strongest. Desuke, well young Citri, what I wish is for you to give your protection to my best friend's family and some friends of mine. I know that each of my friends are strong in their own right, perhaps at the level of a mid or high level supreme class demon, and 2 or 3 of them are at the level of a demon like Graphia Lucifuge, the strongest queen of the underworld, but I do not want to risk it. My friends are not criminals, but they are wanted by the Vatican, since they did experiments with my companions, but I was able to rescue them, so they are hiding for the moment, and in the case of the family that I mentioned, they have special powers, and one of that family also carries a power similar to my friends who were experiments, but unlike my friends, the boy does not control his power. What I ask of you is protection, from what Yuruchi told me, you are strong enough to be in the top 10, so with your strength and influence, you can protect them from the church, they will be loyal to you, as long as you promise to support them. Yuruchi opened her eyes in shock, since the idiot Kisuke wanted the visored, the masked army, to join Naruto. She knew how strong those boys were, easily at the level of supreme class demons, and Hirako may be on par with a Satan. The truth is she was happy but at the same time surprised, since she wanted her friends to have a place to live in peace without the church looking for them to kill them. She knew that the angels had nothing to do with the experiments, but it was the church, she just hoped that Naruto accepts what Kisuke wants, since with the support of the Yokai and the Shinto, she was sure that the Visored and the Kurosaki family would be well protected, especially with Naruto's power that will grow over time. Naruto thought about it for a moment. He saw concern in Kisuke, so he assumed he esteemed that family and his friends. He would accept the deal as long as those kids didn't do anything stupid. He just hoped those kids wouldn't give him headaches. Naruto, well Kisuke.sa and I accept your requests, I will offer you my protection along with that of your companions, I see nothing wrong with it, as long as they do nothing wrong, your friends and the family that you want to protect will be able to have a place and will be under your responsibility and will have my protection. Kurama, well, since Naruto accepted your requests I will only say this Kisuke.san, I do not want you to betray my little brother, because if not I will finish you. Naruto is very loyal to his people, but if you try to betray them or anyone who is under his command, I will liquidate them. When Kurama finished speaking he released his aura. Kisuke felt that the power of that Kyuubi is so great that it could easily surpass that of the celestial dragons. Kisuke Sudo he is several years old and realized that the Kyuubi that was in front of him easily equals in power with Hades the god of the underworld if not surpasses him, perhaps he is on par with Typhon the terror of the Greek gods, and that terrified him. He knew that this being could fight on equal terms with the 3 great ones of Olympus at the same time, and that this Kyuubi is on par with that being terrified him a lot, but at the same time it relieved him. Since as long as he does not do anything stupid he will have a powerful loyal ally. Naruto looked at Kurama and raised his aura making Kurama look at Naruto and frown, but he understood what Naruto was saying with his look and that is to turn off his aura which he did reluctantly. Naruto, sorry for what Kurama did, he is very overprotective of me, but as he said as long as you are loyal, you will have nothing to worry about. Kisuke sighed in relief that Naruto and Kurama's auras had gone out. He realized that both the Kyuubi in front of him and the child Naruto were 2 new beings that were positioned in the top 10. The Kyuubi was easily on par with Typhon, and the child Naruto was easily on par with Thor, which dismayed him and made him curious why the child was not in the underworld, but he dismissed it since he had to give Naruto an answer. Kisuke. Well young Naruto and young Kurama will not betray you, I will be loyal to you just like my friends who will come to my side, you saved Yuruchi and will protect my loved ones, so I will be loyal to you and to continue with these negotiations, what companies you want me to handle. Naruto. Simple, I want you to take charge of Uzumaki Corporation and other small businesses. I want you to make my company grow faster. I know it's going well, but with your support, I know my business will grow much faster. I also want you to recruit people, whether humans or other beings. I know that with Yuruchi's help, you will be able to recruit other beings, while I will take care of making new alliances. Kisuke nodded and raised an eyebrow in curiosity, wanting to know who his new leader wanted an alliance with. Kisuke, and who do you want an alliance with? Naruto asked the Hatter curiously. Simple, I'm going to make alliances with Lord Hades and Lady Hestia, they are the 2 strongest Greek gods, and they are one of the few decent Greek gods. I will also contact the Dragon Kings and other leaders of small tribes and small factions, Naruto answered with a small smile. Kisuke was surprised, the boy wanted to make an alliance with the Dragon Kings and Lord Hades the strongest Greek god, Lady Hestia and the elves, and who knows who else he wanted to make an alliance with, and from what he could see he knew that his leader could achieve it. Kisuke, it's interesting and I hope you succeed young Naruto. Naruto nodded with a smile. Now first he would meet his sister Serafall, it's time to see her, just hope she's not angry. 3 days after the meeting with Urahara Kisuke, Naruto could be seen somewhat tense, as it was time to talk with his older sister and his family. Okay Naru-chan, you'll tell me why you disappeared for so long. I want you to tell me the truth, Serafall ordered seriously. Naruto snorted, but nodded. He would tell them a half-truth. He didn't want his older sister to get in trouble with the Demon Council, knowing that those fossils would be worse than the Konoha Council. Well Sera-chan, very interesting things happened, said Naruto, thus beginning to tell part of the story, such as when he arrived the demons that attacked Inukasha were dead, how he had found Kuroka, and now she is under his protection as his pawn, how he spoke in favor of the demons to Uruchi, so that she would speak with Amaterasu and Shinto, would not declare war on the underworld. Serafall was increasingly impressed with her brother and now realized why Amaterasu was easy to convince to have a meeting, since if the goddess of the sun had been angry, she could burn all of hell and destroy the entire population of demons. She knew that despite being strong and having the help of her Mau companions, they would hardly be able to against Amaterasu, even if Graphia, who is a demon of the caliber of Satan, supported them, since the strongest goddess of Shinto was someone who occupies the top 2 of the strongest beings in the world. Well, I need you to see so.tan. She's very angry with your disappearance. The same with our parents. It's time for you to go and talk to them. Tell her part of what you told me a moment ago, but don't tell her anything about Kuroka. We'll keep that for now. I don't want the council to find out that you have Kuroka in your nobility. Serafall said seriously. You're right, but it will be very problematic to talk to Sona-chan and our parents. I may be stronger than them, but they are too overprotective of me for being the youngest in the family, Naruto replied. Serafall sighed, she knew that Naruto was the one her parents protected the most for being the youngest in the family, but now she realized that her brother hides many secrets. She knew that her brother may be a supreme class demon or a Satan class demon, maybe even at Graphia's level, but she wouldn't say anything for the moment since she knew that the council would upset her little brother and she didn't want that, so she would keep quiet. Serafall, well I'll go with you to talk to our parents, don't worry my Naru. Naruto nodded and went with Serafall, both disappearing in a magic circle towards Citri Castle. It was time to talk to his parents. Citri Castle, residence of one of the most important families in the underworld, the entire Citri family could be seen with unfriendly faces, since the youngest of the family disappeared for several days. They all knew that Naruto disappeared, but he never disappeared for so long, and that worried them and angered them. The whole family remained in a bad mood until suddenly a magic circle opened, and they saw with joy as Naruto appeared with Serafall. Naruto saw his family somewhat nervous since they all seem happy, but he knew they were angry because he disappeared for several days. Hello Sona-chan, mother, father, the stranger said Naruto with a smile, although he was nervous to see the looks of his family. The 3 Citri looked at the youngest of their family with narrowed eyes, but then the trio launched themselves at Naruto to hug him. Where have you been Naruto? I've been very worried about you. I know that sometimes you leave and arrive the next day, but this time you disappeared for several days without leaving a message. What have you been doing? Lady Citri asked. I agree with your mother Naruto, we are worried about you. I know you are strong, but you are still a child. You cannot disappear as if nothing had happened. That does not mobilize my troops, since Serafall convinced us that you will soon appear, so I want you to tell me where you were and why you escaped from the underworld for so many days, said Lord Citri. I also want to know what you've been doing brother, you may be stronger than almost everyone in this room, but you're still the youngest, and I worry about you, I don't want you to get into trouble, said Sona with a serious voice, although her sadness was noticeable. Naruto frowned and sighed. He knew he had to give his family some information to reassure them, otherwise they wouldn't let him leave this place. I was simply looking for Kuroka-chan and seeing what's going on in the world. You don't have to worry, nothing will happen to me for the moment. I want to be away from the underworld. I know that he incriminated Kuroka, she is good, so I know she is innocent, said Naruto releasing his power because of the anger he felt, remembering what the pathetic previous king of Kuroka tried to do to him and what the fossils did to his best friend. When Naruto released his power everyone stopped in their tracks, since the power Naruto was releasing easily matched that of the Satans. The Citri realized what he did and lowered his power, so his little sister could breathe. Sona looked at her brother with some disbelief, the same thing happened with her parents, they looked at Naruto with surprise, since they did not think that the cat girl and her youngest son were such good friends. I know that even though I forbid you to leave, you will leave Naruto. I know that you are stronger than you let on and can easily be on par with Serafall in terms of power, so I know that you can defend yourself against many high-level beings, but I want you to promise me that you will stay safe and that you will write to us, said Lord Citri sighing. I understand that you love the girl Kuroka, and even though it hurts me that you are leaving, I want you to promise me that you will write to me and that you will not forget us, son, said Lady Citri with small tears coming out of her eyes. She loves her son, but she knew well that her son has been independent since he was very young, and she knows how strong he is, so there will be no problem with his safety. Naruto sighed. He didn't want his parents and sisters to be sad, but for the moment it was better to leave the underworld to increase his military power, his political power and his own power, since he knew that those old fossils of the demonic council would screw him over. Sona, brother, promise me that you will come back and not let anything happen to you. I know that we do not have the power to stop you, to be able to see you in action. I know that you are strong, easily someone at the Satan level. What I do not understand is why you hide your power. If you were to bring it to light, you would easily be much more recognized than you are by our faction. His parents and Serafall were curious about Naruto's answer, as they didn't quite understand why the younger Sitri was hiding his power. Simple little sister, I don't want the fossils to be screwing me. I am not a clan heir, so I have a great margin of maneuver. I can come and go. Maybe everyone thinks that I am at the level of a high-class demon at its maximum level or a low-level supreme class, something very striking in the devil community, but acceptable. But if those fossils or the Siskin find out that I have the level of a Satan, they will want me as a breeding machine, and if they try something like that with me, I will freeze them and massacre the entire demonic council, since no one will send me who to marry before I disappear from the world. Naruto finished speaking. Lord and Lady Sitri frowned. They understood a little of their son's threat and knew that he was not only talking about the council members, but that he was also threatening them. In a few words he told them not to compromise me with someone I don't want or I will leave the underworld and they will never know about me. Seeing how elusive their son is, they believed he was capable of doing that, which worried them a lot, since they knew that their son was serious about running away forever and disappearing. They did not want that. Lord Sitri. Fine, I accept what you say, Naruto. You don't have to threaten to disappear forever from our lives. I know well that you are strong and you want to go live your life, but I want you to always communicate with us and come see us. I don't want anything to happen to you. You are a high-class demon with the level of a supreme class demon. Everyone in the family knows the overwhelming power you have. I know that you can be the strongest Sitri in history. Lady Sitri, Sona and Serafall nodded. They knew that Naruto would not stay, and they knew that they would carry out their threat, so they better do what they say. After all, they still communicate with Naruto, even though he would not live with them for the moment. Okay, I'll go. I have things to do. I'll see you soon, and you don't have to worry about me. I'm strong enough to protect myself, said Naruto with a small smile. Okay, Naru-chan, you have to come more often and don't worry, I will let Ijuka-chan know. He will also hope to see you soon, said Serafall with a big smile. I'll miss you too, Naruto. I hope you come often, Sona said seriously, but she had a few tears coming out of her. Naruto's parents nodded and said goodbye to Naruto, despite being sad. They knew that their son is strong, so they weren't worried so much about his safety, but they would still miss him a lot. They hoped that their son would come back to visit them often. Naruto nodded and disappeared into a magic circle. He had things to do and plans that needed to be put into action, and meetings along with several alliances that needed to be made. It was time to increase his military power. End of chapter. Chapter 9. Meetings and Recruitment Part 2. It's been a couple of days since the meeting between Naruto and his family. The young Sitri began to plan how to make an alliance with the different factions and how to find the old lair of the original Lucifer, since he had recently learned that Lucifer had the location of the primordial demons, who were a different race of demons, only that unlike him or other demons, these did not have a form as such or a name. He was curious to find that race of originals who were locked up in ancient times with the god of the Bible, since he feared the power of the primordials from what he could find out, especially because each primordial had a power superior to that of a celestial dragon. Naruto's thoughts. I have to find out the location of the primordials. I'm curious why they were feared by the god of the Bible. According to the information I was able to gather, each of those primordials may be on par with Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, but the biblical god was much stronger. I don't understand why he would fear those beings. Maybe I can find out from Kisuke. He knows many things about the supernatural world. After all, he is one of the most intelligent beings. Naruto noticed that you were very thoughtful. What was happening? Kurama asked curiously, since when Naruto was thoughtful, he normally came up with crazy ideas that could get them into trouble in the future. Naruto was brought out of his thoughts when he heard Kurama speak, so he sighed as he would tell Kurama his plan to free the primordials. Kurama, some time ago I found information about the demonic primordials. According to what I was able to investigate, each primordial may be stronger than the celestial dragons. They were thinking of searching for the location of these powerful beings. It is most likely that in Lucifer's secret lair there is information about the location of the seal, Naruto replied with a sigh. Kurama opened his eyes in surprise, as he did not think that Naruto was so crazy to want to release those entities, since according to what he could read in the ancient writings, the primordial demons are beings of immense power and much evil, one that may even surpass him. He did not understand what Naruto wanted with those beings. Are you sure you want to search for those beings? We don't know anything about them, not even their personality. We only know that they are beings of immense evil. Kurama asked with a frown. Naruto frowned, but sighed as he explained to Kurama the pros of finding the primordials. Naruto, simple Kurama, if we find those beings we can put ourselves on their side, who knows, maybe we can even make them our allies. Besides, we don't have much information about those beings, only that they were dark entities, and that doesn't tell us anything. I am a demon, an entity of darkness, and I am not that bad or good. I am not with my allies. Naruto term. Kurama Bufo, he knew that Naruto was loyal and good with his friends and allies, but with his enemies he was very cruel, and he knew that when the black-haired man dealt with his enemies he tortured them, sometimes it gave him chills, and that he is the strongest Biju. Kurama, fine, I'll support the search for the primordials. I just hope this doesn't harm us in the long run. Naruto nodded, he would talk to Kisuke about the primordials, he needed information about these beings, he was curious as to why he was sealed. We also need to talk to Tiamat and Lick, the leader of the elves, they will be the easiest to recruit, said Naruto. I'll go for Tiamat and the Dragon Kings while you and Kuroka can go meet with Lick so he can join our small alliance, Kurama replied. Naruto nodded that this would be the best plan of action to increase his military power, since he knew he needed backup in case the demonic council or the tomato tried something against him, and if they did, they wouldn't have a good time. Without Naruto noticing, this whole talk was seen by someone of immense power. This someone is the Black Primordial and the strongest of the primordials. He looked with great curiosity and some devotion to Naruto, since he did not understand how a being from another world that was human reincarnated to be a demon. He felt a small disturbance and how his seal only prevented him from leaving. But since he was not that strong, he feared his tactics to atone for the supernatural world and the human world. Without a doubt, young Naruto in the eyes of the Black Primordial is a unique existence, since he knew that Naruto is a young demon and that they at most reach the high class level. But Naruto showed him that he is at the level of first level gods. His power and conviction made him want to follow him. The Black Primordial sometimes spied on the world for 1 or 2 hours at most, since he could not atone for it any longer, thanks to the seal that held him back. He is still curious about the plans that the young Citri has, whom he would call master when he and his primordial colleagues are freed. Black Primordial. Young Naruto is planning to free us. That young demon, or should I say demon god, is so curious. When he does it, I will make the rest of the primordials follow him. He will need all the power possible for his plans to come true. It will be interesting to follow this anomaly. The Black Primordial finished his train of thought. Meanwhile, in Kyoto territory of the Yaokai faction were meeting Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun, and leader of the Shinto faction, Uruchi, the goddess of speed and leader of the Nikasho, and Yusaka, the leader of the Yaokai of Kyoto. These leaders are meeting with 3 of the 4 Mayu, being these Ajuka Beelzebub, Serafall Leviathan and Surzich's Lucifer, 3 of the strongest demons in the underworld. Well, demon, I want an explanation of what happened to my beautiful kittens, and I want it now. I accepted this meeting, thanks to a little friend who gave you the benefit of the doubt, so I want to know why you wanted to massacre my cute kittens, said Amaterasu coldly with her power on, since she was very upset with the demons. The 3 Satan-sized demons gulped, as Amaterasu's power was terrifying, although 2 of them were curious to know who had pleaded for them, but they had to dismiss it, as they had to give an acceptable explanation, so as not to anger the sun goddess. Serafall, well, Amaterasu-sama, we do not know exactly what happened to the demons, but as you already know, most of the demons who participated in the attack on the Nikasho were killed, and those who survived are imprisoned and will soon be killed for the attempted assassination of the Nikasho clan, the Mayu answered seriously. Amaterasu, Yusaka and Uruchi raised an eyebrow in curiosity. All 3 knew that what Serafall said was a half-truth, since Naruto told them that the council ordered the Nikasho to be massacred, but they didn't say anything, since they didn't want a war. They knew they could wipe out the demons, but for Naruto they weren't going to do it. He saved the Nikasho, and at least thanks to what he did, the demons deserve a second chance. I understand, but that's not enough to justify the attack. What we want is monetary compensation for the attempted assassination of the Nikasho clan, Amaterasu said. I agree with Lady Amaterasu, monetary compensation will be enough to resolve this problem, said Uruchi. We will put the amount in the new agreement that will be made, since we are still in doubt about renting the city of Kuo after the attempted assassination of the entire Nikasho clan, Yusaka said with a frown. Surzich's frowned and was going to retort, but a look from Serafall and Ajuka silenced him. Then both Ajuka and Serafall looked at each other. They would not let the tomato speak and make Amaterasu angry, all because they did not want to pay compensation. I understand, Lady Amaterasu, Lady Yusaka and Lady Uruchi, you set the amount and we will pay it, said Ajuka with a sigh. He had a feeling that the amount they will pay will be very high. Yusaka, Uruchi and Amaterasu smiled internally. Now they asked for a bucking large amount, half will be for them and the other half for Naruto, since he was the one who came up with the idea. Well, the amount we are asking for will be $50 million, just after almost exterminating my beautiful kittens. I expect the money in a month at most, underworld leaders said Amaterasu seriously. Ajuka, Serafall and Surziches opened their eyes in surprise, especially Surziches, since he did not think that the move of trying to massacre the Nakasho clan would cost him so much, and now he cursed himself for not preventing them from trying to massacre the kittens of the strongest sun goddess. Well, compensation will be given, you don't have to worry about that, Lady Amaterasu, but we want to ask you a small favor, we wish you to rent us the Kuo territory, you name the price, and we will pay it, Serafall said with a sigh. Kuo's contract will be given in another meeting, I will have to discuss that with Yusaka-chan and make our decision, so don't worry you will have my answer in a week, Amaterasu replied. The three Mao nodded. Well I think that will be all, at this meeting we say goodbye to Lady Amaterasu, Lady Yusaka and Lady Uruchi, and I apologize again for what happened, said Ajuka seriously. I understand Ajuka Dono and see you soon, Uruchi answers dryly. The Mao nodded and withdrew. Now they have to talk to the council about what they have to pay the Yaokai and Shinto factions. The three Mao were somewhat stressed and relieved that they don't have to go to war, since they knew that the Shinto are strong and have 3 beings in the top 10 who could wipe out their entire faction with ease. Well this turned out better than expected, Uruchi commented with a big smile. Well we have several million for ourselves and there were no casualties, so I think this is our big victory said Yusaka. Well, economically, we dealt a small blow to the tomato. I know he will have to take responsibility for being Lucifer. Let's hope he doesn't make any stupid moves, Amaterasu commented with a snort when mentioning the tomato. Yusaka and Uruchi nodded in understanding. They don't hate demons, only Lucifer's tomato. He's a stupid siskin who deserves to be erased. They believe that the alliance with Naruto.san will be very beneficial for us, I know that he is not devoted to the demonic council or the Sinkin of Lucifer, but he is still a child, said Yusaka. Lady Yusaka Naruto may be young, but he is strong in both power and mind, so I would beg you not to distrust my leader, said Uruchi seriously. Uruchi is right, you shouldn't distrust Naru, the power he has is immense, and it is clear that he is not a normal child, he is strong both mentally and in power, I would say that in a few years he may be at my level, it will be interesting to fight against the young Citri, said Amaterasu with a giggle. Yusaka sighed, but nodded anyway, since if Amaterasu trusted Naruto, she would too. In another place in the world, more specifically in a church, you could see a boy with black wings who appears to be about 18 years old. This boy is Azrael, the angel of death. This angel was not a fallen one, but he had black wings. This angel was with a very hidden sadness on his face without emotions, since heaven constantly rejects him despite not being a fallen one, and that gradually filled him with indifference towards heaven and its people. He only wants Gabriel. Since she is the only one who behaves in a polite manner, he only wants to be accepted, but heaven apparently will never accept him. He recently fought with Michael, and he thought that it is time to retire from heaven, maybe it will only be better for him than being allied with heaven and his brothers. I wonder if being a demon would have been better, I just want to be accepted, to have comrades to support and who support me, thought with a sigh the angel of death, who was sitting in a church that was near the security mansion where one of the strongest beings was located, which was Naruto. With Naruto currently about to fight Kurama in a no-holds-barred duel, as he wants to see his power level. Are you ready for this fight, Naruto said Kurama with a smile. Be smart ones, let's see who is the strongest and we'll see how strong you became, Kurama, it's time to see who of us is superior, Naruto replied with a smile. After Naruto said that, dozens of magic circles opened behind him, where several ice dragons came out and went against Kurama, who opened his eyes in surprise, but reacted quickly and made hand positions and shouted fire release, Foxfire Tide, shouted the strongest Kyuubi. Naruto smiled and launched a torrent of water at Kurama, the Kyuubi smiled and protected himself with his tails from the torrent of water. Ice magic dragon, god of ice, shouted Naruto, launching a dragon so big that it impressed Kurama, who made hand positions and said element burn, god of sun, shouted the Kyuubi, sending a large fox of fire towards the dragon. Both techniques collided and caused a huge explosion that, despite the barrier that was in the battle area, the explosion of power and energy caught the attention of someone who was nearby, and that was Azrael, the angel of death and the strongest angel. Near the battle of Kurama and Naruto, the strongest angel Azrael felt a large amount of energy collide, so curious he went to the place where he felt the energy collision. But Naruto and Kurama both were launching fire and ice attacks back and forth, the attacks were so strong that they were destroying the entire landscape around them. Fortunately, the mansion had a protective barrier and was far enough away so that it would not be affected by the power of both. Water magic, 1,000 water dragons, lightning magic, collision of the lightning god, Naruto shouted, sending several lightning dragons that went towards Kurama, but not only that, but the water dragons were empowered by a large amount of lightning in them, increasing their attack power. The nine-tailed Biju was somewhat impressed by the combination of attacks and knew that if that attack hit him, it would damage him a little, so sighing he prepared to put up his defense. Darkness release absorption vortexes, said Kurama, opening several vortexes around him that absorbed Naruto's electric dragons. I didn't know you could use the darkness element, much less in that way, Naruto commented, somewhat impressed, since Kurama's defense seemed like a space-time jutsu, and that is amazing. You see, puppy, you are not the only one who improved and learned to use new attacks. I realized that my brute strength is not enough to protect you and everyone, so it is better to learn and improve, Kurama replied with a fanged smile. Well, let's continue with our practice fight, said Naruto, increasing his power and forming a red-eyed beast behind him. Kurama did the same, and both auras are colliding with each other, making the atmosphere tense. Meanwhile, Azrael was recently watching the battle between those beings that he really did not know, and that seemed strange to him, since those beings of immense power should be known in the supernatural world, and internally he was relieved, since he was able to pass the barrier, although it cost him a lot to break it for a few seconds, since it barely damaged it, it was repaired very easily, which impressed him, but for the moment he dismissed it, and with his ability, he hid his presence. He was very curious about the battle of that Kyuubi and the boy who, from what he felt, is a demon. Naruto and Kurama continued fighting. Kurama was exhausted, he knew that Naruto is strong, but he lacks experience to increase his power level. While Naruto was somewhat exhausted, his energy reserves were low, launching large attacks as if they were anything, and holding the barrier was somewhat exhausting. He was also aware of the presence, but since it did not damage them, and was only curious that angel or demon, he was still not sure. He was not going to do anything to him for the moment. But Kurama, how about we call it a draw and welcome our uninvited guest? Naruto said with a smile. Kurama frowned, but nodded. He was curious about the new visitor. It was clear that he was strong, perhaps on par with Susanoo or even stronger. Azrael realized that both beings finished their battle and was going to retreat, since the battle he saw excited him a little. He had seen good battles, but the one between these two was one of the best, and it was clear that they were only practicing. If he calculated well, maybe each one is stronger than the celestial dragons, and that amazed him. He did not know how two beings of their power had gone unnoticed by everyone, even by the paranoid Michael. Well, it's time to leave before they notice my presence, Azrael thought, but a voice made the angel of death stop in his tracks. What are you doing spying on us? Naruto asked cautiously. And what exactly are you? It is clear that you are not a fallen one, but you have the essence of an angel, only instead of light you have darkness, although I cannot feel negativity but only darkness, Kurama asked curiously. Azrael was static, he knew that if he tried to escape they could kill him, it would be better to confront those two, he had nothing to lose, thought the angel of death. Well, I'm surprised that you were able to detect me, since I'm good at breaking barriers and hiding, and the fact that you detected me says a lot about you, Azrael commented. Naruto and Kurama narrowed their eyes in suspicion. Don't avoid our questions, you've entered my territory, so identify yourself, he ordered Naruto, releasing his power to intimidate. Azrael frowned. He didn't like being ordered around, but he will introduce himself out of courtesy and because he entered the boy's territory without his permission. Well, you don't have to give up your power, I introduce myself, I'm Azrael, the angel of death, Azrael introduced himself. Naruto and Kurama opened their eyes in surprise, they didn't think they would meet one of the strongest angels in heaven. It's surprising to see the angel of death and one of the strongest in heaven, Naruto commented. I'm not in heaven anymore, or at least not completely, Azrael replied dryly. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Well, let me introduce myself. I'm Naruto Citri. It's a pleasure to meet the angel of death, Naruto replied with some curiosity. It's rare to see an angel outside of heaven, so he's somewhat curious to know what a first-class angel is doing on earth. So you are a demon, I suspected it, what surprises me is that there is another Kyuubi, as far as I understand the only Kyuubi are the leader of Kyoto and her daughter, this is unexpected, Azrael commented curiously. Well, I'm Kurama. What are you doing in this place, angel of death? Kurama asked cautiously. Yes, what are you doing in this place, shouldn't you be in heaven after all? You are a first-level angel according to what I know, and you are in my opinion one of the strongest angels after all, so what are you doing on earth, asked Naruto. I just had a small problem with Michael, so I prefer to be on earth than with my hypocritical brothers who reject me just because I'm the angel of death, Azrael said with venom in his voice, and with part of his power coming out cracking the ground. Kurama and Naruto understood Azrael after all, each of them was rejected in the elemental nations, and they knew that Azrael wasn't lying after all. They felt emotions and know when one is lying. And what do you plan to do, angel of death? I highly doubt you want to return to heaven. From what I feel from your emotions, you feel betrayed and I feel a bit of hatred directed at heaven, Kurama commented with some curiosity. Nothing, just retire to earth for the moment. I can't be in heaven. I feel excluded there. I prefer to be on Earth. Azrael replied cautiously. I understand, but you know very well that we can't let you leave this place unless you make an oath that you won't say anything about this place or about us, Naruto said seriously. Azrael frowned, since they wouldn't let him out, but he was curious about the oath. What do you mean by oath? Azrael asked curiously. Simple, you will swear by his magic that you will not say anything about this place to the leaders of heaven or to any being unless you are allowed to say it. This oath we will perform. I only need a drop of your blood now, Naruto answered simply. I've never heard an oath of that kind. It's interesting. I suppose you invented it. I don't ask Azrael with curiosity. He had no problem with swearing. After all, he didn't plan on telling anyone about this place. Exactly, I created this little ritual in case I distrust someone and want to betray me. Now you will swear or I have to kill you, Naruto said simply. Azrael frowned and sighed. Well, it was better to take the oath and be alive than not to take the oath and be killed, but he wanted something. He saw the battle and knew that those guys are strong, so if he wants to be stronger, why not train with those guys? He didn't care if one was a demon and the other a yokai, he didn't discriminate. Well, I'm going to take the oath, but I also want to train with you because from what I saw, you are strong and I want to be stronger, and with your help I know I can achieve it. Also, if you accept my request, you will have an ally, said Azrael. Kurama and Naruto looked at each other, both knew that the boy was not lying. Apparently the Angel of Death was like them when they were in the elemental nations, and the only thing he wants is to leave heaven. Naruto, fine, I accept your request. I have no problem with you coming back and training. Now we will take the oath, Angel of Death Azrael. Perfect young Citri, and thank you, replied Azrael. Now you can train and be away from heaven. End of chapter. Change of Nobility Part 2. King. Naruto Citri, the Ice Emperor, Demon God. Queen. Merlin, Supreme Sorceress, Infinity Wizard. Bishop. Azrael, the Angel of Death, the strongest angel. Bishop. Zeref, the strongest Black Mage, Chaos Mage. Knight. Nero Claudios, the Emperor of the Roses, the Red Knight. Knight. Urza Bulsirian, the Scarlet Knight, the Dragon Princess. Tower. Irene Bulsirian, the Queen of Dragons, the Scarlet Destroyer. Tower. Crom Cruach, the strongest evil dragon, the Crescent Circle Dragon. Pawn. Natsu, the Fire Dragon Slayer, the Master of Flames. Pawn. Grey Fullbuster, Ice Master, Snow Prince. Pawn. Uchiha Shisui, Master of Illusions, the Heir of Sharingan. Pawn. Juvia, the Princess of the Seas, the Master of Water. Pawn. 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 The rest of the pawns are on hold. I'm still not sure who Naruto will recruit. Shisui will be revived. I'll indicate later why Naruto will revive him. The story is still starting. The arc of the elemental nations, I will do it in the very future. For now Naruto will only be in charge of recruiting people to strengthen his power in the human world and the supernatural world. Of this nobility only 3 or 4 will be in the top 10. Chapter 10. Changes. It's been 3 months since Naruto met Azrael, the Angel of Death. In this time Naruto got to know the strongest angel better and realized that he was very similar to him when he lived in Konoha. Since Azrael was discriminated against in heaven for being the Angel of Death, that's why he did not want to be in heaven anymore, so Naruto proposed to Azrael to be his bishop, which the Angel of Death accepted for 2 reasons. The first was to annoy heaven, and the second was because Naruto accepted him as he was so better than being the nobility of the strongest demon he has ever met. In addition, adding Azrael to his nobility also added Kurama as his tower in his nobility, considerably increasing his power. And well, who do we recruit now, little boss? Asked Azrael with great curiosity, since he was curious to know who his new boss was going to recruit. He supposes it will be someone strong, he just hopes it is not someone too complicated. Yes, Naya, who do you have in mind to recruit Naruto? Naya asked Kuroka with curiosity, since she knew that Naruto will not recruit any being unless they have some special ability or are his friends, as in her case. She still did not understand how the hell he was able to recruit Azrael, the Angel of Death, being that angel so strong as to be able to defeat even opponents of the caliber of Mao. Kurama was also curious to know who Naruto had in mind. He knows that his brother will not recruit just any entity. He knew that he only recruited Kuroka, since she is Naruto's best friend, and despite being a Nakasho who is above average, is not an outstanding entity like Azrael or him, that both could fight on equal footing with any of the leaders of the underworld. Simple guys, what we are going to do is recruit the strongest evil dragon, Crom Cruach, the dragon of the crescent moon. I know from research that he is at the level of the celestial dragons. It would be good to have him as an ally. I know it will be difficult to recruit them, but not impossible, Naruto answered simply. Kuroka and Azrael's mouths opened in surprise and disbelief. They didn't think Naruto had the balls to want to recruit Crom Cruach. Hell, that dragon, as far as they know, is on par with celestial dragons. Well, Kurama shook his head. Naruto is crazy, very crazy to want to recruit that dragon. Devil, he knew that dragon is easily on par with celestial dragons. His brother is and will continue to be crazy for wanting to recruit that first-rate being. Well boss, you are crazy to recruit Crom Cruach, but I think it is possible that you can do it if you defeat him in a one-on-one battle. I wonder how the factions would react when they know that I, Azrael, am in your nobility, and when you can recruit that celestial-level dragon, Azrael said, smiling. Hiroka sneered, she knew that the Siskin who had the underworld as a leader and the paranoid who had the heavens as a leader along with the pervert who had the fallen as a leader will feel threatened by Naruto and the power he currently has. And do you know where Crom Cruach is so you can recruit that dragon? Kurama asked curiously, since that dragon is powerful in its own right and having it as an ally will be very beneficial in the future, especially if they want to deal with Lucifer's Mausistan. Simple according to what Kisuke and his people were able to investigate, Crom Cruach is in Rome, I think the Cows Brigade is trying to recruit and before they do it, I will, Naruto said with a cheeky smile as he thought about how he would annoy the Cows Brigade by taking Crom Cruach away from him. I see so by having the dragon of the growing circle Crom Cruach on your side, you weaken the Cows Brigade in the process and annoy all the leaders of the three factions as well as increase your military power, said Azrael with a small smile, since his boss is very intelligent, he wanted to see Michael's face when he finds out that Crom Cruach could have been recruited and nothing more and nothing less by a demon. Naruto nodded and disappeared along with all the members of his nobility. It is time to recruit the evil dragon, it is necessary, since he has a lot of information about the true dragons, and he wanted those dragons as allies and maybe if possible add them to his nobility, although the young Citri also felt strange, as if someone was watching him, he should be more careful with his movements. Meanwhile in another part of the world the Black Primordial looked with curiosity at the young Citri lately he is his greatest entertainment, the Black Primordial wanted to meet that demon who is surpassing the level of the gods and who even from what he sees, wants to know the location of the true dragons and recruit them, something that surprised him quite a bit, since those three dragons are beings of immense power that may be at the top of the gods, he knew that he can fight those dragons. But defeating them he doubted it still did not know how that boy would recruit them, but he knew that he could recruit them he saw his determination. Black Primordial. Young Naruto is planning to also release the true dragons, well soon he will also free me and my primordial colleagues. Soon Lord Naruto will rule the entire world and his power will be superior even to cows, the dragon gods and the beast of the apocalypse. It will be interesting to see what moves Lord Naruto makes next. I wonder how much chaos the Black Primordial will bring to the world. Meanwhile in the dimension of the shinobi world, things were not going so well for the elemental nations, especially for the village of the leaf and the country of fire as a whole, since they executed Uzumaki Naruto, now known as Namikaze Uzumaki Naruto, the son of Namikaze Minato, the Yondaime Hokage, and Uzumaki Kushina the princess of Yuzu. The village is seen by the shinobi world as an outcast and incompetent village. But despite their reputation that was made by executing the Uzumaki Konoha, they are still a strong town, although they have lost several allies such as Nami, no Kuni and the country of spring, well with Sunagakure and other small countries, where the Uzumaki is seen with respect or a hero in some cases, relations are tense with Konoha, especially in Suna, where Gaara wants to destroy the Leaf Village for what happened to his brother Jinchuriki. In other villages like Kumo and Iwa, they are preparing for a possible war, since they learned that those of Konoha executed their Jinchuriki, thanks to their spies, causing Konoha to weaken militarily and economically, but despite that they still do not attack, since they know that there are still powerful ninjas like Kakashi of the Sharingan, Tsunade the Yondaime Hokage, Jiraiya of the Sannin, the Wise Toad and Guy the Green Beast of the Leaf, all of them S-rank ninjas. So Kumagakure and Ugakure were preparing and increasing their military power to be able to destroy the Leaf Village, since both Kages hated the Leaf for what happened in the Third Shinobi War and having 4 Jinchurikis, one of them perfect Jinchurikis and the other 3 with high control of their Bijuu, take advantage of their power to disappear Konoha as they should have done decades ago. On the other hand, the Akatsuki organization was momentarily stagnant until the Kyuubi and the Sambi resurface, since the entire organization knew that the Jinchurikis of the 9 and 3 tails are dead, so for the moment everyone is collecting information about what is happening in the shinobi world and the possible war that is coming, something that some Akatsuki like Konan and Itachi did not like one bit for different reasons. Currently the Akatsuki organization is meeting to organize the tasks and captures of the Bijuu, as well as being able to get rid of Orochimaru the Sannin of the snakes and traitor of the organization, as well as to see what movements are going to be made with the growing war that is coming within a few years if not months, since the entire organization knew that Kumo and Iwa were talking about an alliance to end Konoha, they knew the Kurigakure will not join. Since they are weak and Suna will remain neutral. Well, it's time to start the meeting and discuss how we will deal with the Jinchurikis, with Orochimaru, and with the recent war approaching between Konoha against Iwagakure and Kumagakure, said Pain, leader of the organization and bearer of the Rinnegan, the eyes of the gods. Itachi and Konan frowned each for different reasons. I think that when the war between both sides begins we should take advantage to capture the Jinchuricus when they are weakened, but in the meantime we can take care of Orochimaru. Killing him will bring us a lot of money, and in the case of Uchiha, Kumagakure offers a lot of money for him alive. I think that the best option would be to marry those two first, said Kakuzo. You and money, Kakuzo, are a sinful greedy, Haiden said with a frown. Money is the most important thing, Haiden, but I don't expect you to understand with how stupid you are praying to your god, Kakuzo mocked, rolling his eyes as he wanted to kill Haiden, but he couldn't because of his immortality, but he would find a way to end his miserable life. Haiden gritted his teeth in hatred towards his greedy companion, but said nothing, as Pain gave him a deadly glare, and he knew that Pain could easily kill him by taking his soul. He may be impulsive at times, but he is not stupid enough to do something to anger his leader. Well, it's time to start this meeting and get organized, since now it will be easier to capture the Bijuu with the war that is coming. Also, we have to see where the Kyuubi and the Sanbi will reform, but for now we will capture the rest of the Bijuu, and if possible, we will also get rid of the traitor Orochimaru, since he has too much information about us, and it will be harmful in the future if we do not treat the Snake Sannin as soon as possible, Pain said seriously. Since he wanted to put his plan into action now, and what better way to do it than when the villages will be at war, and he knew that they will send their Jinchuricus, and it will be easier to capture them. The Akatsuki members nodded at the mention of getting rid of Orochimaru. None of them liked the pedophile snake when he was in the organization, plus some of them had personal issues with the traitor Sannin. Well, the first matter to deal with is the war that will come between Kumo and Iwa against Konoha. We all know that Konoha is weak, it no longer has as many allies as before, and with Sunagakure being neutral, according to reports Konoha will most likely lose, since Kumo and Iwa have the 2, 4, 5 and 8 tails in their power, the 8 tails being a complete Jinchuriki, and the rest of those Jinchuricus being semi-perfect in the control of their Bijuu. In addition to the fact that the armies of both villages together double the forces of Konoha, and despite Takigakure supporting Konoha in the war, Konoha will not fare well in this battle, Pain said seriously. The members of the Akatsuki nodded in understanding, while Itachi frowned out of concern for his beloved village, and the war that will occur in the future, all because of the death of Naruto and the Kyuubi. He mentally cursed the council and the Hokage for such stupidity, since by losing Naruto they lost the Kyuubi, and the rest of the villages take advantage of that. All those inept politicians are fools. And what are we going to do? Conan asked seriously. We can attack Orochimaru first, finish him off and get the bounties on the head of the Snake Sannin, his right-hand man Kabuto, and several of his shinobi who have a considerable price on their heads, will be the most beneficial for us, said Kakuzo. Madara, Sasori and Kisame nodded, knowing full well that this would be the best course of action to get rid of Orochimaru and have funds to fulfill their future goals. Tobi believes that the Kyuubi and the Sanbi will re-emerge first, so that he can then find out how to capture them and then go after Orochimaru, Tobi said in a childish voice. I agree with Tobi, despite being a fool, your idea was good, waiting for the 2 Bijuu to resurface would be the best course of action, said Black Zetsu simply. Pain thought about his actions and knew that Tobi or Madara were right, the best course of action is to wait a bit for the resurgence of the Sanbi and the Kyuubi. Pain. Okay, let's do this. I want Kisame and Itachi to look for the Sanbi. It will soon resurface, since it is a Bijuu with few tails. Also, if possible, capture the 4 tails and the 5 tails. According to the information, both Jinchuricus are on the outskirts of Iwagakure. Be careful, since with the possible war, both are well protected. Itachi and Kisame nodded. Pain. Sasori, Deidara, Tobi and Zetsu, I want you to look for Orochimaru and finish him off. With Zetsu's help you will be able to locate any of Orochimaru's bases. Orochimaru may be strong, but between Tobi, Sasori and Deidara, you will be able to deal with him. That would be your secondary goal, but the main one is that I want you to capture the 6 tails, locate the Jinchuriki and capture him. Between all of you will be able to do it. In addition, I want you to go after the 1 tail. It will be simple for you to infiltrate Sunagakure with the help of Sasori and his network of spies that he has in all the villages. Tobi will do it, Tobi will obey Leader Sama, said Tobi childishly. Sasori, Zetsu and Deidara nodded, though Deidara was angry at having to go with that idiot Tobi. Bikuzu and Haiden, you 2 capture and get money, we need funds to be able to move, you have free reign to hunt any shinobi, preferably attack Konoha shinobi, it will be better to weaken that village and make Iwagakure and Kumagakure more tempted to attack them as soon as possible. In addition to that I want you to capture the 2 tails, she is on the outskirts of Kumagakure, according to the information we have been able to obtain, you also have to go after the 7 tails. From the information that she was able to obtain to the outskirts of Takigakure, it will be easy for you to capture her, according to the reports, her level is that of an average jounin, if not lower, Pain ordered. Bikuzu nodded happily to be able to get more money, while Haiden was also happy to be able to make sacrifices to his god. Fine, I will deal with the 8 tails and the Kyuubi, both Bijuu, we will leave them for the end. I end this meeting. Do what I ask you to do and I do not want failures, otherwise the consequences will be painful, said Pain coldly. The Akatsuki members nodded in understanding, but one of them was worried the coming war would be detrimental to Konoha. He knew well that Sunagakur would be neutral, as it is weak. Kurigakure does not have any Jinchuricus so it will not enter the war, in addition to being the weakest village at present. Itachi's thoughts. I have to inform Jiraiya-sama Konoha is weak and with the loss of the Kyuubi Konoha doesn't have many chances. The best thing I can do is weaken Iwagakure by capturing its Jinchuricus and killing its shinobi. By doing that, I think Konoha would have a better chance of winning this possible war. Meanwhile in Konoha things were not so good in the strongest village of the elemental nations, since the death of the Uzumaki, they have lost a great level of economic power, and if that were not enough, the possible war with Kumagakure and Iwagakure was near since the Kyuubi Jinchuriki was killed. Well everyone knows why we're gathered, Tsunade said with a tired sigh. She still can't believe that thanks to the brat's death, they've lost a huge level of economic power. Yes, Okage-sama, and the war that is approaching our doors since the death of the Jinchuriki is worrying, said Shikaku, leader of the Nara clan with a sigh, as he thought about the war and the deaths that are coming. I think this war will be very complicated, but I think we can deal with Iwagakure and Kumagakure. I know we have the help of Takigakure, and I know that Sunagakure will most likely become neutral since they are weak. Hiashi Hyuga, leader of the Hyuga clan, mentions. It will be difficult to defeat Kumo and Iwa, they have 4 Jinchuricus, one of those 4 Jinchuricus is a perfect one, and is the strongest after the Kyuubi. It is said that the 8 tails is on par with Arakage, who is said to be the fastest man since the death of Minato, said Jiraiya the Toad Sage sighing, he did not think that with the death of Naruto, he would bring so many problems to Konoha. We will prepare for war, we need more small villages to support us, so we can tip the scales in our favor, Tsunade said. Everyone nodded with a frown. The entire meeting was seen by the best Kunoichi in illusions, this is Yakumo Kurama, the former heiress of the Kurama clan, who, without the clan leaders and the Hokage realizing it, was watching what happened and she was planning how to sabotage Konoha. Now is the time for her to take revenge for the death of Naruto, for the death of her light and best friend, maybe it is best to take the forbidden scroll and sell all the jutsus to Iwagakure and Kumagakure, the former heiress thought with some evil as she saw Konoha burn. End of chapter. Chapter 11. Nobility Part 1. Currently Naruto along with Kurama and Azrael was going to recruit Crom Cruach, the strongest evil dragon, and a being slightly superior to the celestial category, celestial dragon, in his search the 3 entities of the category of the gods being Naruto and Kurama beings that easily enter the top 10 of the most powerful existences, while Azrael easily entered the top 15 of the strongest beings. Naruto, do you feel that energy? I suppose you just realized who that power is. Kurama asked seriously, since he just felt an energy superior to that of the Dragon Kings, but it was also a dark energy that overshadows even several demons. Naruto nodded and prepared for battle. He knew that the being emitting that energy was Crom Cruach, the strongest evil dragon and the entity he was looking for and would recruit. He assumed that if he defeated the dragon one-on-one, the evil dragon would join him, so he would challenge him to a battle. This will also test the level of the celestial level dragon, but the young Citri was brought out of his thoughts as a torrent of flames went towards him and his friends. Azrael, seeing the torrent of flames, protected everyone with a barrier, being able to neutralize the powerful torrent of fire, which somewhat impressed the one who launched the attack. The attacker was none other than Crom Cruach, Crescent Circle Dragon, the strongest evil dragon, a celestial dragon category being. He attacked since they invaded his territory and he knew that the 3 presences are strong, he wanted a good battle, and why not test himself against those brats who from what he could notice, seemed to be looking for something or someone that intrigued him. What are you doing in my territory and who exactly are you? You're obviously powerful, even though you look young. Crom Cruach asked seriously, curiously wanting to know the names of his opponents. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Azrael was somewhat nervous about facing the strongest evil dragon, since he knew its power and knew that this dragon is easily on the same level as the celestial dragons, while Kurama looked at the dragon as if it were a fly to be exterminated, since in the Kyuubi's opinion, the dragon may be strong, but he is much stronger, not for nothing he has the level to be in the middle of the top 10. It's a pleasure to meet you evil dragon Crom Cruach, let me introduce myself. I'm Naruto Citri, youngest son of the Citri house. Next to me is Kurama, he is a Kyuubi, and on the other side of me was Azrael, the Angel of Death, or as most of the supernatural world knows him as Death Incarnate. We have come to recruit you Dragon Crom Cruach, or more specifically I came to recruit you. I want to challenge you, and if I win you join my nobility, and if I lose you can ask for whatever you wish, Naruto said with a small smile. He knew he could beat the dragon, although it wouldn't be an easy battle, not for nothing he is the strongest evil dragon. Prom Cruich opened his eyes in surprise and smiled. He noticed the boy's energy, and it was clear that he was at least at the level of a super demon like Rizavam Livan Lucifer. He could see that the brat Citri has the balls to challenge him. He noticed that he didn't speak with arrogance but with confidence. He will accept his challenge and test if little Citri is as strong as he thinks he is. It will be interesting. Well kid, I accept your challenge, I'll prove how strong you are. I suppose your friends won't intervene, Prom Cruich asked cautiously, since he knew he was strong, but facing the three beings in front of him would be very complicated even for him, so he had to be cautious. Naruto smiled and shook his head at his opponent's question. He felt the doubt in the dragon. He assumed that he wasn't sure he could face him and his friends. After all, they are all top-level entities. You don't have to worry, it will be a one-on-one fight, and when I can defeat you, you will see that I am a good little dragon king, Naruto said in a mocking tone at the end. Prom Cruich frowned. He found the boy very irritating. Well kid Citri, it's time to fight, we'll see how strong you are, commented the evil dragon with a wild smile. Now he would test the brat, you'll see if he's strong, or if he's trash like most demons. We'll see, little dragon, Naruto replied with mockery in his voice, but inside he was anxious for the battle, since it was clear that the dragon is strong enough for his curiosity. Prom Cruich frowned at the silly nickname, but widened his eyes in surprise when the brat disappeared. Were you looking for me, little dragon? Naruto asked from behind Prom Cruich, then threw a magic attack so strong that it sent the evil dragon flying, as if it were a simple fly next to a god. You may have experience and power, but you are very confident, evil dragon Prom Cruich. Perhaps you have become old and need a retirement, mocked the young Citri, wanting to bring the dragon out of his senses so that it would be easier to defeat him. Prom Cruich. You may be right that I am confident, but now I realize that you are not normal. You have a very high level of demonic energy. You are not a simple demon. I don't even think that the Mayu have as much magical energy as you, although I am somewhat surprised. A demon of your level would be impossible to hide. Yes, if you defeat me, I will answer everything, Dragon.san, it's time to start the real battle and stop playing, don't you believe it? Asked Iridid. Prom Cruich smiled and increased his aura, forming a black dragon behind him, while Naruto also smiled and increased his aura, forming a very terrifying wide-eyed humanoid behind him. Both beings, both the dragon and the humanoid, looked at each other in a threatening manner, both giving off a terrifying aura that very few could resist, not for nothing were they existences above medium and low-level gods. Fire release great sea of flames, shouted Naruto, launching a tide of fire towards the dragon, who did the same and launched his own flames towards Naruto, causing both attacks to collide with each other and cancel each other out. Everything was seen by Azrael and Kurama, who were curious about the battle. Both knew that Naruto would win. Now both beings wondered how and if the battle would be difficult or easy for Naruto. Naruto frowned and in a burst of speed appeared in front of Prom Cruich, throwing a punch that sent him flying, but he didn't stay there. Instead he opened several magic circles, sending several water and lightning dragons towards the evil dragon, causing them to collide with Prom Cruich, causing a huge explosion. Naruto stared at the place of the explosion. He knew that this attack would barely do any damage to the strongest evil dragon, so he did not lower his defenses. After all, he was facing an opponent of the size of the celestial dragon. That attack, kid, you are strong, and you are definitely worthy of me getting serious with you, young Citri, I realized after receiving your attack, since it damaged me, and not just any being could harm me, not even high-class or supreme-class demons could harm me, like your attack did now. Yes, I will go with all my power. You are not an ordinary kid, said Prom Cruich, with a wild smile, surrounding himself with flames, a large part of his body, to cause greater damage to his opponent. After all, his opponent is worthy of him going seriously. Naruto opened his eyes in surprise and with a sigh activated his Sharingan and activated his lightning armor. It was time to get serious. He had to finish the battle before the barriers that Kurama put up broke and beings from other pantheons felt his power and interfered with his fight, which was getting interesting. Both opponents disappeared, colliding blows that caused shock waves, where they were reshaping the landscape, where they battled with ease. Lightning and flames went from one side to the other. The waves of power made the weather change, causing a storm around. Azrael saw everything with some amazement. He knew that Naruto was already stronger than any demon, but to battle in that way with that dragon that is said to even be among the 10 strongest beings was impressive, and now he realized the demons did not know Naruto's power. Since if not they would have forced a Citri to stay, and he knew that Naruto liked freedom and most likely would have killed all those old fossils of the demonic council. Even he believed that he would finish off the Mayu if they bothered him. Kurama looked with a smile. He knew Naruto is strong, and he's going to get stronger. That brat was his pride. Now his former Jinchuriki would show that fly how strong he is, and he'll see how they'll beat up that clumsy dragon. Sai and Kurama increased the power in the barrier so that no one in the different factions would feel them, but it would be problematic since they would have to deal with the stupid leaders and he didn't want that, and even less Naruto. Hell, he knew that if those leaders bothered them, Naruto would kill them. Kurama-san, Naruto-sama is that strong or is he still holding back, asked Azrael curiously. He wanted to know the power of his boss and what he has seen so far is strong, but he still did not know how strong. Kurama raised an eyebrow, but answered anyway. Naruto is very strong, for the moment they are not going seriously. I know well that the power that Naruto possesses easily surpasses the current Mao, and I think the only demon that may be at his level according to what I was able to investigate was the first Lucifer, said the Kyuubi. Azrael tensed at the name of the first Lucifer, since that demon was the strongest demon, a being that ranked in the top 10 of the strongest beings in ancient times, and was impressed that Naruto was so strong that he could equal his brother, the first demon. In the battle of Crom Cruich and Naruto, both entities of celestial dragon level or higher, continued to fight in a destructive manner. In the battle, the evil dragon could be seen with several bruises and blood on his face, while Naruto had a few small blows, since thanks to his Sharingan, he was able to dodge most of the attacks with ease. I think it's time for this to end, Death Pulse, said Naruto, sending a huge attack of darkness towards Crom Cruich, who, unable to move due to his wounds, had to receive the full attack, causing a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, Crom Cruich could be seen very weak and almost knocked out, but things didn't end there. Naruto sent several energy chains towards the dragon, trapping it, causing it to be unable to move. You accept defeat, well, evil dragon Crom Cruich, I don't want to hurt you anymore, as you may have noticed I am much stronger than you, although I have to admit that your power is amazing, said Naruto with a small smile. Crom Cruich frowned, but sighing he nodded. He lost fairly. He realized that the child was far superior to the devils. He thought that the child might be close to the level of Indra or close to that god, and Indra was no game for any being. It is not for nothing that it is said that Indra's power was on par with the two celestial dragons together, but rather surpasses both celestial dragons together. Kurama. I see you're done, Naruto. I had to constantly reinforce the barrier with your battle against the dragon, and I must say I'm a little impressed by your power, Crom Cruich. The battle was interesting, Naruto-sama. Now I see that you are a demon who is far above average, said Azrael, very impressed by the power demonstrated. Thank you both, but it's time to clean this place up. We mustn't leave any evidence that a battle took place here, Naruto ordered. Crom Cruich looked at everything with caution to the three individuals in front of him, since the boy in front of him was immensely powerful, and he realized that his potential was enormous. Devils, at his age he was defeated by a dragon that is in the range of a celestial dragon, so he realized how dangerous the individuals in front of him are, and he realized that it was a mistake to fight the boy, and he also wondered how the hell the boy recruited Azrael, who is said to be even strong enough to match the current Lucifer, if not that angel was stronger than that Sasuke. Naruto. Well, evil dragon Crom Cruich, you are strong, I proved it when I fought against you. Now what do you think about fulfilling the deal? You will join my nobility. Crom Cruich frowned and gave a sigh of resignation. He is a dragon of his word. He will join the Citri child, but he will also warn him about the Cows Brigade, now that he will be their leader and an ally. He had to be honest. Crom Cruich. Fine, I'll tell you everything and join you, Citri kid. It's not like I have any other choice. Your power may be on par with Indra, while your partner next to you may be on par with Thor or Typhoon, and Azrael is easily on par with a super demon. I don't stand a chance against the three of them. After Crom Cruich said that, he told Naruto everything about the Cows Brigade, who that brigade was made up of, and he told him about who the leader of that brigade was and what their objectives were. Naruto, I see that the son of Lucifer is one of the leaders of that organization. It is very interesting, but the worrying thing is who is the main leader office, the Dragon of Infinity, a very dangerous being, but still treatable. Crom Cruich raised one of his eyebrows in curiosity, as he wanted to know what the boy in front of him was proposing. Naruto, noticing that he had caught the dragon's attention, began his proposal. Naruto, I propose that you join my nobility. You will have my protection and that of my group, and although you may not believe it, I will become stronger. You will not have to fear office. I know that with time I will surpass that dragon. In addition to that, you will be able to be with Azrael and Kurama and train with them. We could even train together to strengthen ourselves, so we can raise your power. Crom Cruich's eyes widened in surprise, and he knew the boy in front of him was right. He knew that in a couple of years the brat would be at office's level. He estimated that he would be 5 more years old, and this child could match Shiva, Cows the Primordial, or even Office the Dragon of Infinity. He wondered to himself what kind of monster the boy would be when he reached his full potential. It would be interesting to see all his growth. Besides, the boy spared his life, and he couldn't detect any lies in the brat. It was better to be under the brat's command than the crazy son of Lucifer. Crom Cruich. Well, what do I have to do to join you? I find your proposal very interesting. I want to see your growth and see how strong you will become in the coming years. Naruto, well, the only thing I ask is your loyalty. You can do what you want, as long as it does not harm my people, there is no problem, and well, simple, what you are going to do is join my nobility as we agreed. These pieces will provide you with new abilities that you will discover, or I will teach you when we train. Prom Cruach opened his eyes in surprise, as that would be very beneficial for him. He could also become stronger by training with the boy with the Kyuubi and Azrael, and who knows, maybe the boy is someone worthy to serve, not that he would like to serve someone, but he doesn't dislike it either as long as the person he serves is worthy in his eyes, and the brat at the moment was. All this was seen by Kurama, who was impressed as Naruto convinced the strongest evil dragon to join him, but he also had a small frown, since the dragon was not yet trustworthy. Prom Cruach, fine, I agree to join your nobility. I accept that you be my leader. I will be loyal to you as long as you do not impose your will on me. I still have my dragon pride, but I recognize you as my leader. You are much stronger than me and you spared my life, so I owe you my loyalty. I promise to be your shield as long as you do not betray me. Naruto, well, don't worry about that, you will be my new tower. Prom Cruach, become strong by my side and defeat all our enemies with all your power. Prom Cruach. Fine, I'll follow you and I'll be your tower. I'll be your shield against any being that tries to harm you, boss. I just hope you're still worthy. Kurama, well, since you agreed to join Naruto, I just hope you don't betray him, because if not I will destroy you. I don't care who gets in my way, half-breed, you will end up torn to pieces if you hurt my little brother. Naruto sighed, since Kurama may behave politely and well with him, although he was a beast with training, but with others he behaves like shit. He sees most of them as trash, especially humans, but even so he will not harm them, since he knows that it angers him sometimes. His brother became very overprotective. Prom Cruach frowned at the Kyuubi's threat, but said nothing. He knew that Fox was very strong, it was noticeable that he might even be stronger than the celestial dragons. Well, now we are allies, it would be better to fix the place and leave. We don't want anyone to know about this confrontation. I still want to be in the dark, Naruto said seriously. The rest of Naruto's nobility nodded in understanding and sighed as they set about tidying up the place to leave no trace that a major battle had taken place. Meanwhile, in the underworld, the Serafall Leviathan and the Maguekio were meeting to talk about a matter of utmost importance, or rather a person of utmost importance, and this is Naruto Citri, the smallest of the Citri brothers and a demon who in the eyes of the two Mau is at the size of the Mau, which is impressive for someone so young. Well, Serafall, you know what Naruto was doing. Some of the pillars have noticed that your younger brother is no longer in the underworld. What is little Naruto doing? Asked Ichigo, going straight to the point of this meeting. He was worried about Naruto, yes, a little, but he wanted to know that the boy does not do anything stupid that could get him into trouble. Ichigo-chan, I know you're worried about my little brother, but he's not stupid or weak. My little Naru-chan is strong. I even think he's much stronger than me, and maybe he can even be at your level. You don't have to worry about him doing anything wrong. The only thing I'll tell you is that he's recruiting people for his nobility, and if any demon, angel, fallen angel or even gods try to harm any member of his nobility, he will kill them. I wouldn't hesitate to end up massacring anyone who wants to harm his nobility, Serafall said seriously. Ichigo was surprised. He realized the threat of Serafall. If someone from the council or even a Mau tries to harm a member of Naruto's nobility, the young Citri will jump to defend and most likely challenge or kill the people who tried to harm his nobility, and knowing well the power of the young Citri, he knew that very few demons had any chance of defeating him. Ichigo, I understand and you don't have to worry, I'm not going to do anything to harm Naruto or his nobility, as long as he doesn't do anything to harm the underworld, I have no problems with your brother Serafall. Serafall nodded now that she knew that Ichigo wasn't going to do anything. She had to keep an eye on the idiot they had as Lucifer and the old goat leader of the Baal. End of chapter. Final top 10 of the most powerful stocks. This top 10 will be a future one. Naruto is not yet strong enough to be in the top 1, 2 or 3, but currently he is strong enough to be in the top 5 or 6. The top 10 that I will place as a future one. Top 10 strongest stocks. Top 0. Trihexa, the beast of the apocalypse, the strongest beast. Great Red, Apocalypse Dragon, the true dragon, Red Emperor, dragon god. Naruto Citri, the Ice Emperor, the strongest demon god of demons. Top 1. Office, the dragon of infinity, dragon goddess. Chaos, the primordial goddess of chaos, mother of the Greeks. Gilgamesh, king of heroes, the strongest hero. Top 2. Belzerd, true dragon, white ice dragon. Eldora, true dragon, storm dragon. Top 3. Shiva, god of destruction, leader of the Hindu faction. Amaterasu, goddess of the sun and the universe, leader of the Shinto faction. Belgrand, true dragon, blazing dragon. Diablo, the black primordial lord of demons and magic. Top 4. Izanami, goddess of creation and death, the primordial. Izanagi, god of creation, the primordial. Top 5. Vishnu, god of preservation and goodness, one of the three great gods of Hinduism. Brahma, god of creation, one of the three great gods of Hinduism. Top 6. Arthur Pendragon, knight of hope, king of knights. Indra, king of the devas and lord of heaven. Kurama, the strongest Kyuubi, the nine-tailed Biju. Top 7. Thor, the god of lightning, the mightiest Norse. Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, the goddess of the wind. Prom Cruach, the strongest evil dragon, the dragon of the crescent circle. Estarasa, the white primordial demon, lord of murder. Guerrera, the yellow primordial demon, lord of menace. Top 8. Typhon, the prediction of the gods, the Greek destroyer. Acnologia, black dragon of the apocalypse, chaos dragon. Bahamut, king of dragons, dragon of chaos and justice. Blast, the purple primordial demon, lord of pain. Top 9. Odin, all-father, leader of the Norse supreme god. Cronus, king of the titans, father of the gods. Merlin, supreme sorceress of infinity, Naruto's queen. Top 10. Seraph, black mage, calamity mage. Azrael, the angel of death, death incarnate. Hades, Greek god of the underworld, the strongest Greek, the supreme god of the underworld. Buddha, lord of wisdom, the enlightened one. These are the top 10 of the strongest beings. Since Naruto has several beings at the top of the top 10, I think Acnologia and Bahamut will belong to Office's Cows Brigade. Guerrera, Ultima, Testarossa and Diablo are primordial that will be under Naruto's command. I am still seeing how Naruto will find their location, while the true dragons like Veldora, Velzado and Velgrind are sealed for the moment Naruto will release them. In the case of Gilgamesh, I am still seeing how he will join Naruto. For the next one I will list the 20 strongest, all of the top 10 are stronger than the celestial dragons. Chapter 12. Nobility Part 2. Currently Naruto and his group were going to the location where Irene Bulsirian, the strongest dragon queen, was to recruit her, since according to the rumors they heard the dragon queen Irene Bulsirian was at the level of the first level gods and was a woman who was persecuted by Zeus since he desired her power, so Naruto will recruit her and would offer protection in exchange for loyalty. After all, Naruto could protect the dragon queen from the god Zeus, leader of Olympus. Are you sure this is where the dragon queen Irene Bulsirian is? Naruto asked Crom Cruach curiously. Yes, boss, this is the place where Irene resides. After all, I used to associate with her, only Tiamat, and I know its exact location, so I highly doubt anyone else knows about this place, Crom Cruach replied. Naruto sighed, but nodded in understanding. After all, he knew his new tower was sincere. He knew he had honor and wouldn't lie to him, since Crom Cruach swore loyalty to him. Being two presences close, one is at the level of a super demon, perhaps a little higher, and the other is on par with a high-class demon, perhaps a low-level supreme-class demon, commented Azrael, somewhat impressed by the level of the first presence. I also feel the power levels of those two presences, and the truth is that the first one is something impressive. The power level of that presence is even higher than any of the four Mau, Kurama commented seriously. The first power is Irene.Sans, she is on par with a super demon, perhaps superior, she must have already felt my energy, so she is getting closer, although from what I feel from her she is cautious, since she does not recognize her energy signatures, Crom Cruach reported. Naruto's group continued walking until a beam of red energy went towards the entire group, causing them to split up and put themselves on guard. Irene, you have no reason to attack us, we are not in this place to harm you or your daughter, you have no reason to worry, said Crom Cruach seriously, but at the same time with some caution in case Irene tries to attack him again. Irene frowned at Crom Cruach's audacity and sent a torrent of magic towards all of Crom Cruach's companions. She would not trust these intruders and would now kill Crom Cruach if he did not give her a good reason to reveal her location to those intruders. What do you want, Crom Cruach, and why are these people accompanying you? Irene asked coldly, unleashing a great deal of her power, forming a large red dragon behind her, its eyes glowing red and its killing intent surging. Azrael, Kurama, Crom Cruach and Naruto opened their eyes in surprise, since Irene's power is close to that of the celestial dragons. Devils, even Azrael realized that Irene may be at a higher level than his power. Now everyone realized the level of power of Irene and why the god Zeus wants her on his side, while Crom Cruach, who knew Irene, was quite surprised, since he did not think that his friend was so powerful. He thought that Maximo had a level comparable to that of Tiamat. You are a formidable woman, Irene Bulsirian, known as the Scarlet Destroyer or the strongest dragon queen, Naruto commented with a small smile, and then exploded a part of his power, causing a red-eyed humanoid to form behind young Citri that looked at the dragon queen in a creepy way, making Irene shudder a little, since she felt his power and evil. Who are you, child, and what do you wish of me? Irene asked, realizing that the little boy was the leader of the group. She wondered how the hell Crom Cruach let himself be bossed around by a child who wasn't even a teenager. She realized that the boy might be above the celestial dragons, maybe even above Hades or Odin, which intrigued her. I introduce myself, Dragon Queen, I am Naruto Citri, youngest son of the Citri house. I came to this place to recruit you and offer you, Dragon Queen, protection of the Greek faction, more specifically Zeus, the pathetic leader of Olympus, Naruto said with a smile. Trust the leader Irene, you know very well that I would not bring someone in this place if he were not trustworthy. The leader has the power to protect you and your son from Zeus. Accept the offer of my leader Irene, said Krom Kruich seriously. Irene thought about it for a few seconds. The proposal to protect the boy Naruto was very interesting. She knew that he is strong, maybe stronger than Zeus and Poseidon, but she knew well that she could not against a faction like the Greek one, not with so many high-level gods belonging to that faction, so the protection of the child Citri would be beneficial, and the child only asks for her loyalty. But she can give him if he can protect her and her daughter, and maybe with the training of all the high-level people around her, they can bring out the true potential of her daughter. Fine, I agree to join you, Citri boy, as long as you promise to protect me and my daughter from Zeus and his foolish delusions, Irene replied with a sigh, hoping that the decision she just made was the right one. So it seemed right to you to join my nobility. I have no problem with your daughter also joining my nobility, since from what I feel the power of your daughter, which I assume is the other presence, is considerably strong, and I know that with the proper training, it can be strengthened much more, and who knows, maybe reach your level, Irene Bulsirian said, Naruto nodding to himself. Since joining Irene's daughter to her nobility, he knew it would be a good choice after all the power he currently feels from Irene's daughter, as far above a high-class devil. Irene sighed, but nodded. She had no problem becoming a demon. She knew that if she had Naruto's protection, she could be calmer in case the Greek faction tried something against her or her daughter, so she had no problem being a demon, and she knew that her daughter also had no problem becoming a demon. I understand and I have no problem joining your nobility along with my daughter. I can even recommend people to join you, as long as you can provide them with the things they want. I think they can join you, Irene said seriously. Azrael the Angel of Death and Kurama the Nine-Tailed Biju were somewhat surprised that the Dragon Queen accepted Naruto's offer so easily, although they assumed it was because she wanted the Greek faction to back off and not bother her or her daughter. Krom Kruich nodded with a sigh of relief, since Irene accepted the offer of her new boss. He now knew that Irene and Urza would be calm and protected from the Greek faction, or rather more protected from the wrath of Zeus, thanks to the power of Naruto and his people. Naruto had a small smile on his face, now he had new allies, and who knows that with Irene's help, he can recruit other high-level beings. Perfect Irene.sa and let's go where your daughter is located. I will make you both members of my nobility, and I promise you that I will protect you with all my power. After all, my nobility is my family. Dragon Queen Irene Bulsirian, said Naruto with a small smile, since having Irene as an ally will increase his military power to a greater extent, and perhaps with her help, he can recruit other dragon kings. I understand, follow me, my cabin is a few minutes away, and please do not increase your power, you may scare my daughter, since I can notice that your power individually is even greater than the Monkey King, so keep your power restricted, Irene ordered. Naruto and his fellow nobility nodded in understanding and had no problem lowering their power so as not to scare Irene's daughter. On the other side of the world, the demonic primordials were gathering, or rather the black primordial ordered them to gather. Well, why did you meet us, black primordial? It's not like you to ask us for a meeting, not after we were sealed in the depths of the underworld by the biblical god, even before Lucifer rose up against the biblical god, the white primordial said with some curiosity, since it was not like his fellow primordial to normally ask for a meeting, he was away from everyone, how strange, the second strongest primordial thought. Blanca is right. It's not like you to ask for a black meeting, so tell me, what's going on? Or what do you want, black? The yellow primordial asked seriously, frowning. He didn't understand what his primordial companion wanted. Yellow and white are right, I'm intrigued to know what it is that you want, black, said the purple primordial, curious rather than serious, since for her, black was a rare primordial, even rarer than her, and that he would ask for a meeting is very strange. The black primordial looked at his fellow primordials with amusement. He knew that what he would tell them would leave them in shock, but it was time to tell them part of his plan, and what his next master was going to do, and who would serve him. After all, he knew that Naruto Citri already surpassed the power of his fellow primordials, the black primordial thought. The other three primordials looked cautiously at their fellow primordial as they saw that he had a smile, and that was bad, since whenever he had that face the black primordial came out with strange ideas, and that made them cautious. White primordial. Well, black, tell us what strange ideas you have, since by your face I can tell that you have a crazy idea that you are going to propose. I am correct, black. The black primordial looked at his fellow primordials with an amused smile, and with a small sigh he responded. Black primordial. Simple. For some time I have been watching a little demon in the underworld. This little demon is a child who may even be much stronger than any angel that the biblical god has created. Perhaps only Lucifer could face him, although I am sure that the young demon can defeat him. That made the rest of the primordials curious, since they had met Lucifer, the strongest angel in heaven before his fall, and that idiot was very strong. After all, it was said that his power even rivaled the strongest gods like Hades and Odin, and he was even ranked among the 10 strongest existences. The 3 primordials thought somewhat cautiously, since a demon of such great power was very strange. Since according to what they were able to find out from the devil who watched over the world, there was no demon that surpassed the power of a celestial, and for a child to have the power to rival the 2 celestial dragons at the same time was very strange. Yellow primordial. And what does that concern us? That demon child may be strong, maybe he occupies a position in the top 10, but we can't do anything. We are in this pathetic seal that the biblical god put on us. Our power is restricted, and we don't have the power to see the outside world. Only you have it, and only for a couple of hours. This silly seal prevents us from seeing the world, just because the biblical god considered us dangerous. The yellow primordial mocked at the end with a frown when mentioning the biblical god, how he hated the god, although he respected his power quite a bit, not being able to do anything, he was one of the strongest gods. Primordial purple. I agree with yellow, we can't leave this place because we're interested in what happens to the world, and what does that demon have to do with it, who, although his power is impressive from what you tell us, has nothing to do with us. Diablo shook his head in amusement and sighed, as he now had to convince the primordials to join and follow Naruto Citri. Black primordial. Simple. Naruto Citri, who is the demon I'm talking to you about, is looking for the location where we are sealed, and I know he will succeed. I've been watching him and he is an entity I wish to serve, and I recommend that you do so, since there will be greatness by his side. When the black primordial finished speaking, an aura of great power came out that could easily be compared to Indra, one of the 10 strongest existences, making the other 3 primordials sweat a little, since their fellow primordial was not consulting them, but ordering them to follow the young demon he was watching. The white primordial looked curiously at his primordial companion, since it was very rare for the black primordial to behave that way. She knew that her primordial companion was strange, but he rarely behaved that way, which made her curious, since the black primordial would not follow someone weak, so she assumed that at least that child Naruto was as strange and powerful as black. That caused her intrigue. Maybe he would follow black, if the child could free them. That was a good choice. It's strange to see you so serious and using your power to recruit us to your cause, commented the yellow primordial, with a small drop of sweat from the power that was coming out of his primordial companion. I agree with yellow, it's strange to see you like that, said purple, intrigued, but also with a drop of sweat due to the power of the black primordial. I'm intrigued by what you're saying, black. I'll tell you this. If the demon you're telling me about frees us, I'll follow him along with my armies, since it would be fair. He frees us and I'll be loyal to him. It's fair enough, black. The white primordial said with a small smile, knowing well that this would calm the black primordial, but she was curious to meet the demon her primordial companion told her about. The yellow and purple primordials looked at the white primordial with great surprise, since after black, white was the strongest and proudest primordial, and out of nowhere he accepted black's offer, which intrigued them, although both primordials were also in favor of white, since if the demon that black told them about frees them, they would serve them. Well, the black primordial was under his power, since his white primordial companion accepted his proposal. Black primordial. Fine, since white accepted and from what I see purple and yellow are thinking about it, he still has time to decide, since I estimate that in a short time Lord Naruto will be able to free us and my army will serve him, and I hope that you do too. Purple and yellow narrowed their eyes, but sighed they would follow their primordial companion along with their armies if the demon frees them. White primordial. I think I speak for all of us who accept your offer. Our armies will side with the demon you promised would free us. I give you my word, black, and you don't have to worry about me betraying you. You know well that I am a man of my word, just like purple and yellow. Yellow and purple sighed and nodded, being in favor of white, serving the person who frees them wouldn't be a bad thing at all. Black primordial. Perfect, but I also want to tell you that it seems that Lord Naruto not only wants to recruit us, but also apparently he is going on an even larger scale than ours, he is also going after the true dragons. The white, purple and yellow primordials opened their eyes in surprise and disbelief. The primordial trio knew well how strong the true dragons are. Hell, only the black primordial would have the power to fight on par with the true dragons, and that was saying something, since black is even stronger than the 2 celestial dragons. I can see why the demon you're watching over seems interesting to you if he wants to unleash such calamities on the world, the yellow primordial commented, laughing. It will be interesting to meet the demon who will free us, and I am intrigued by the level of power the young demon possesses, said the white primordial with a smile on his face. Meanwhile Naruto and his group were going to the safe house where the Nakasho clan was after recruiting Irene Bulsirian and Urza Bulsirian, the first becoming Naruto's bishop and the second becoming Naruto's knight, both increasing their various attributes to such an extent that even their magic reserves increased considerably. After a couple of hours the entire group was able to reach the safe house to introduce Irene and Urza to the Nakasho clan. I see that you finally arrived Naruto, and you were able to recruit some very interesting people, Yoruichi said with a small smile, but internally, she was surprised that Naruto was able to recruit such high-level beings, to the point that some of those beings easily surpassed the Monkey King. I would even say that one of them is above a celestial dragon, which surprised her quite a bit. It's a pleasure to see you again Yoruichi-chan. Kuroka-chan, I present to you the new members of the group. The youngest Redeed is Urza Bulsirian. The second oldest Redeed is Irene Bulsirian. The young black-haired man who has an angel aura is Azrael the Seraph of Death and deserter from heaven. The black-haired man with blonde hair is Krom Kruich, the strongest evil dragon, said Naruto with a smile as he introduced his new companions. Kuroka and Yoruichi opened their eyes in shock and disbelief, as they both knew those names. How could they not know if most of them could even fight the current Lucifer, and even one of them could rival if not surpass a celestial dragon, something amazing in their eyes. I'm very surprised that you were able to recruit the strongest dragon queen and the strongest evil dragon, and even managed to recruit the one who is considered one of the strongest seraphim. It is said that even the combined power of Gabriel and Michael could not against him. You are very amazing Naruto. I see why you are the leader. I expect great things from you, commented Yoruichi smiling. I agree with Yoruichi Naya. With this military power even the factions would be threatened, since with you and Kurama, who are easily in the top 10 of the strongest Naya, I hope to be as strong as you, said Kuroka amused. You will be strong Kuro-chan, that's why I left you in the safe house, so you can get stronger with Yoruichi's help, said Naruto with a smile, since he had just felt Kuroka's power, and she is at the level of a high-level supreme class demon, although lower than the Mao level for the moment. Kuroka smiled and nodded. She will become stronger for her leader and best friend, after all she owes him a lot, since he gave her a place to be safe and saved her life. She will return everything they did for her with her loyalty, and by becoming stronger. After all, Naruto is someone worthy to follow. You don't have to worry Naruto, the projects are moving at a speed even higher than agreed, so you have nothing to worry about. Calm down and come with me to the meeting room so I can inform you in more detail, said Yoruichi. Naruto sighed in relief that the projects were going according to what he had agreed with Kisuke, so he followed Yoruichi and frowned at the members of his peerage to accompany them to the meeting with the Nakasho leader. End of chapter. Chapter 13. Meeting Hades. Currently Naruto, Kurama and Krom Kruich were heading to a meeting with the god Hades, supreme god of the underworld, for an alliance between Naruto and Hades. In this meeting there will also be the goddess of the home Hestia and one of the few kindest and strongest gods and at the same time most trusted by Hades, the strongest Greek. On the other hand, Azrael the angel of death and Irene Bulsirian the dragon queen went to recruit the fire brothers known as Sabo and Ace on the orders of their leader Naruto, since the young Citri suspected that those two were half-demons of the Phoenix clan, since he knew that the brother of the leader of that clan had a wife. But both died, leaving two half-demon half-human children who disappeared. Naruto suspected that those missing children were those two brothers, so it would be beneficial for young Citri to recruit both brothers. After all, they both have a lot of potential being half-human. In addition, he also wanted to recruit the youngest daughter of the Phoenix, and soon he will do it. After all, from that clan, that girl has enormous potential in the opinion of the demon Citri. Do you think Hades will accept the alliance proposal? Krom Kruich asked curiously, since he knew the power of Hades and knew well that that god is very powerful, and he doubted that he would accept the alliance as if nothing, especially with a demon like his leader, the dragon. He knew that Hades hated demons and crows, and with angels he was neutral at best, so he was somewhat nervous about this meeting. After all, Hades is not a game, and they were entering his territory. Sometimes he believed that his leader was suicidal for going straight to the underworld of Hades of the Greeks. I think at least Hades will think about it. We don't expect an alliance right now, but we hope that Hades thinks well about an alliance with us. We will give him enough time. After all, Hades is not on good terms with Olympus, so having more allies will be beneficial for us and for him, although it will be a little complicated since he hates the biblical factions, especially the demons, because of the siskin we have for Lucifer, Kurama answered seriously. But in the end, snorting as he remembered the pathetic leader of the underworld who almost made Amaterasu burn down the bucking hell. He did not understand Lucifer. Was he an idiot if they massacred the kittens of the sun goddess hell and all its inhabitants would be destroyed? After all, the Shintoists are the strongest faction along with the Hindu. Not even Office the Dragon of Infinity will attack either of the two factions, despite being the top one. After all, both factions account for several beings that were at the top of the top 10. I agree with Kurama, maybe we won't get an alliance now, but in the future I know that at some point Hades will ask us for the alliance. If he rejects us now I know it will be complicated because he is a demon, but I trust that Hades will think about it. After all, I am not the pathetic Lucifer that we have as a leader, Naruto said, sighing. He hoped that Hades would accept the alliance quickly, but snorting in the end, remembering the pathetic demon he had as a leader. He didn't kill him because he knew that his sisters and parents would get angry, and he loves his family very much and didn't want them to have problems with the Gremories. Do you think Azrael and Irene will be able to recruit those two fire brats? Kurama asked curiously, since adding those brats to Naruto's ranks would be beneficial. He would personally train those brats well so that they become Satan-level powers or maybe higher. Only time will tell if they manage to join Naruto. You don't have to worry, Kurama told Irene and Azrael that if the boys didn't accept that he capture them, since I need to talk to both of them, Naruto said calmly, as if kidnapping someone was something normal. Kurama nodded while Crom Cruach thought that his leader was sometimes strange. He didn't understand why he wanted those fire users, but as long as they don't bother him he doesn't care. We are now close to the place where we will meet with Hades, said Kurama, squinting at the large mansion, as there were hundreds of energies of a level comparable to a mid-rank demon, and dozens at the level of a high-rank demon, as well as 2 energies that surpass any of the 4 Mau. One assumed that it is Hades, one of the strongest gods, being in the top 10 of the strongest beings, while the other energy was almost twice as strong as that of the Siskin, who was its leader in the underworld. Crom Cruach looked at the mansion with caution. He wasn't so worried about those low-level bodyguards. They may be in quantity, but he is quality. The only thing that worried him was fighting Hades and the other presence that may be at Irene's level. He wanted a good battle, but he was still in doubt if he could fight Hades. I see that you felt the presences that are in the mansion and the other energy that I suppose is a high-level god, but calm down, you were not here to battle against Hades and his companion, so let's go in now. I suppose that Hades will have sensed us after all. Our level of power is not easy to hide completely, said Naruto seriously. The trio continued talking as they walked towards the mansion until suddenly a Grim Reaper appeared in front of Naruto and his group, causing Naruto to stop and stare at Hades' servant. Hades' servant. Hades-sama is waiting for you, please follow me and don't do anything strange, or we will finish you off. Naruto sighed. He didn't like the way that cockroach spoke to him, but he nodded, since he wanted to meet with Hades as quickly as possible, and followed Hades' servant, along with his 2 companions. Hades' servant seemed impassive on the outside, but inside he was very nervous, since 2 of these beings had greater energy than his lord, and another was on equal footing with his lord. Hades' servant only prayed that nothing bad would happen, since he knew that his lord was strong, but he could not defeat the 3 entities that were at his side, especially the child who apparently is the leader of the trio and his power. He calculated that he may be on par with that god called Indra, perhaps a little inferior, he was not sure. Meanwhile, with Hades and Hestia, both gods were feeling the powerful presences of Naruto and his 2 bodyguards, both assumed high-level gods, and both gods were very amazed, since the strongest presence was at the level of Lord Indra, a high-level supreme category god, who is the rival of the god Shiva, god of destruction, and a god who was at the top of the top 10 of the strongest existences. Brother, you feel those 3 great presences. One is comparable to Thor, god of thunder, and the strongest Norse god. The other is at your level, but the strongest presence is at a level comparable to Indra. Those 3 presences are very dangerous. I think it would take all 12 Olympians to have a chance against those 3 beings, said Hestia. Now yes, seriously, since those presences were very strong, even Typhoon could not against those 3 beings. Blue sister, but Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the leader of Shinto, told me that as long as I don't attack the boy who is the leader of that group, she will not attack me, and I know that Amaterasu is of her word. I will meet with that little demon, since Amaterasu recommended him to me. I am interested in the proposal of that demon. I do not hate all demons, only Lucifer for how idiotic he is, and I see the rest as pests, but there are some of which I respect their power or their knowledge, Hades said simply, although inside he was curious, since it was rare for Amaterasu to support any demon. Hestia got curious. She didn't think Amaterasu was on good terms with a demon, not after the Nikasha massacre, so she was curious about that little demon. She had nothing against demons, she was neutral, the only demon she disliked was the idiot Lucifer. Well brother, let's hope this meeting goes peacefully, Hestia said sighing, as she felt that the 3 presences were already very close. A few minutes later both gods saw that 3 people entered, 3 powerful beings who were easily in the top 10 of the strongest beings, and they wondered how a child could recruit high-level beings, since they realized that this child is the leader of the group, because the other 2 were behind as if they were his bodyguards. Lord Hades, supreme god of the underworld, it is a pleasure to meet you. The same with you, Lady Hestia, goddess of the hearth. I introduce myself. I am Naruto Citri, youngest son of the Citri house. To my right is Kurama, he is a Kyuubi, and to my left is Krom Kruich, the evil dragon, both members of my nobility. I wish to speak with you about an alliance, said Naruto with a small smile. Hestia and Hades opened their eyes in shock and disbelief, as the strongest evil dragon was on the side of that demon child who didn't even look like a teenager and was already above their power level of both together. That was intriguing and terrifying in the eyes of both gods. It's interesting that they will manage to recruit Krom Kruich, and on behalf of the alliance, I want to hear your terms, Naruto Citri, Hades said seriously. It's simple, I wish for mutual help. If they attack you, I will support you with my people, and if they attack me, you support me. In addition, I will be able to provide a certain amount of magical knowledge. After all, Irene Bulsirian, the Dragon Queen and one of the strongest magicians, is by my side, said Naruto with a small smile. Hestia and Hades opened their eyes in surprise. The Dragon Queen Irene was so strong that only the top 10 could defeat her, and that child Citri now had her as an ally. They wondered how many powerful beings she had under her command. I think your terms are interesting, but I want to ask you 2 favors. The first is that I want you to train my children and protect them. I know that if they are by your side nothing can happen. After all, the Shinto faction is allied with you, and Zeus is not idiot enough to attack you while you are with the Shinto. I also want you to take with you a semi-goddess who is the daughter of Poseidon and my granddaughter, although she only has the abilities of Poseidon, but greatly maximized by being my granddaughter, Hades said seriously, since he wanted to get his children out of that place where they were locked up to protect him, and he will also protect his granddaughter, and if he had to make a deal with that demon, he had no problems. Naruto, Kurama and Krom Kruich opened their eyes in surprise. They were surprised by those terms and by what Naruto felt from Hades. He was sincere and showed a bit of concern for his son and granddaughter. He knew well that Hades was one of the wisest and most decent Greeks. He had no problems, although it would be complicated, he would manage. After all, having Hades, the strongest Greek, on his side will be very beneficial in the long run. I accept your terms. Lord Hades will tell me what day you will bring your children and granddaughter to Japan, and I will take care of them. I promise that I will protect them, Naruto said seriously. Well, Lord Naruto, we have a deal. This alliance will be mutual, as long as my children and granddaughter have their protection from Poseidon and Zeus, Hades said seriously, since Hades, despite being stronger than his brothers, he would not risk a war, since both gods had their armies and a greater number of gods under their command. Hestia didn't think that Hades had children and a granddaughter who is the daughter of Poseidon, and she was quite surprised that he would go so far as to have an alliance with a demon just to protect his family, so she thought about it. She had 2 demigod proteges, one son of Zeus and the other son of Poseidon, both with great potential, and she knew that her foolish brothers will never take care of her children, they just use them as simple chess pieces, thought the beautiful goddess of the home. Sighing sadly, seeing what her brothers and most of the Olympians became, those fools were no longer her family. She had already given up on her brothers. The only brother she had is Hades and his 2 adopted children that she would protect with all her power, even if she has to ally herself with a demon, so she thought that it is time for her to also be part of the meeting and do her duty to protect her proteges. I will also join your alliance. I am with my brother Hades, he is the only one worthy of calling brother, and I have the same conditions as Hades. I wish you to give protection to 2 children that I consider my children, although in reality they are my nephews. So what are you saying, Lord Naruto? We have an alliance? Hestia asked seriously. Everyone in the room was surprised by the words of the goddess Hestia. They did not think that she would enter into the alliance. Even Hades was surprised, but at the same time happy, since his sister would be by his side, and he was curious to know who exactly those 2 children were that his beloved sister protects and would go so far as to even ally herself with a demon. Kurama and Krom Kruich looked cautiously at Hestia. They didn't think she allied herself with Naruto. After all, the goddess of the hearth remained neutral most of the time. They wondered what had changed, but they were also more relaxed, since Hestia may not be in the top 10, but the goddess was in the top 20 of the strongest beings, and being the second strongest goddess among the Greeks after all, it is said that she was the strongest woman on Olympus, being surpassed only by Gaia the primordial. And Chaos, the strongest primordial and the top 1 of the strongest beings. Why exactly do you, goddess of the hearth, want an alliance with Naruto? Kurama asked cautiously, unsure of the alliance. He knew that Hestia was strong, perhaps at the level of Irari, goddess of Shinto, and one of the strongest gods in the Shinto faction, but he didn't know what exactly she got out of the alliance. Hades didn't say anything. He was curious as to what exactly Hestia wanted, since he knew that she could protect the children, and almost no god would attack her, since she had no enemies, or at least none that he knew of. I agree with Kurama. It is strange that you, Lady Hestia, wish for an alliance with a chief, since you normally remained neutral in any conflict, so tell us what exactly you want from us, asked Krom Kruich. Tell us Lady Hestia what exactly you want from this alliance. It's not that I don't like the alliance, having you as a friend or ally is very good, since you are strong and with a noble sense of justice, but I want to know what exactly motivates you to this alliance, said Naruto, curious of what the goddess of the home would say. Hades frowned and Hestia sighed a little tired. Maybe they don't trust those beings of great power, but she didn't feel any malice or animosity, so to establish greater trust, she would better tell him a little about a reason for wanting an alliance. Simple Lord Naruto, I wish to protect those two demigods with all my power, and although I am stronger than Zeus and Poseidon, I know well that I will not always be able to protect them from any god or entity that wishes to eradicate my wards. I will tell you a little about my wards. They are the son of Poseidon, has many of the abilities of my brother, with a difference that is very innocent, and the other is the grandson of Zeus and legacy of Athena. He is a demigod being closely related to Greek gods, and I wish to protect him from the greed of the gods, especially from the paranoid Zeus. That is why I want an alliance with you, and that you can offer your protection to my wards, said Hestia, sighing a little sad, since she did not want to go to that extreme, but will take precautions to protect her children. Kurama and Kruich opened their eyes in surprise and nodded in respect to the woman in front of them, since they knew the rumors of what Zeus is like and they didn't like him, since he is a paranoid idiot, and that this goddess takes her precautions to protect those children, even from the leader of Olympus, raised a little the respect he has towards the goddess of the home. Naruto viewed the goddess of the hearth with a little more respect, since the woman in front of him was doing everything possible to protect what she loves, and he liked that. It was clear that she is a good person, so he had no problem with an alliance. Hades looked at his sister impassively, but inside he was nodding to himself in approval, since his sister had changed a bit and now she looked like a warrior who would even go against Zeus. Now that I know a little more about your reasons for an alliance, I gladly accept it, and you have earned a little respect from me by doing everything possible to protect those two children, and I promise you that I will do everything possible to keep them protected from Zeus or any other entity, Naruto said seriously, since now he respected the goddess Hestia, not as much as he respects Amaterasu, but he did earn some of her respect. So we have a treaty, Hestia, together with me we ally with you, Naruto Citri, said Hades seriously. Well, I think it's perfect. When you have those demigods with you, send them to Japan, where the Yokai faction is. I will be waiting for them, and I will protect them, Naruto answered sincerely. We have a deal. The children will arrive at the location of the Yokai faction in a month at most. You have nothing to worry about, and I hope our alliance persists for a long time, said Hades. I agree with my brother, I hope this alliance strengthens, but well, I think the meeting is over, and as my brother said, in a month the children will join the Yokai faction, Hestia said with a big smile. Kurama and Kruich nodded in understanding and were reassured that the alliance between Hades and Hestia had been achieved. And in Naruto's case he nodded with a small smile, as he gained powerful allies and even one who was in the top 10. End of chapter. Chapter 14. Recruitment. It's been a little over 2 weeks since Naruto was able to obtain an alliance with Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, also known as the most feared Greek and one of the 10 strongest existences in the supernatural world, in addition to having Hestia, the Greek goddess of the home, in the alliance, both being the most powerful Olympians, but at the same time the least involved in the affairs of the Greek gods. Hestia, because she did not like at all every fight that Zeus had for any nonsense, and because she wanted to sleep with any woman that the god of lightning wants, and Hades, the most feared Greek, because he was displaced to the underworld by Zeus and Poseidon, along with the rest of the Olympians. Currently Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, and Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, were in a small meeting, as they were seeing how to send their children and proteges to Kyoto, where the Yokai faction is located, without Zeus or another god noticing, since they did not want to deal with the paranoid of his brother, that both Hades and Hestia had fed up with how paranoid he is. Both gods only hoped that Zeus's actions would bite him, even for the moment they doubted it. Since the god was one of the strongest Olympians, he could not be defeated easily. Well then, are you sure, Hestia, that you yourself will take the boys to Kyoto for their protection and training? Hades asked seriously and with some curiosity, since he wanted to meet his sister's proteges from all sides, so that his sister would take his side, and against Olympus, Zeus must have done something. I myself will take care of the children being protected from the monsters. I know that Zeus does not watch me, since he knows, or at least thinks, that I will remain neutral in the conflicts between the gods, but I'm tired of having an unfair king with the gods or with the humans under our protection, and does not punish the gods who do stupid things, Hestia said, sighing, since most of Olympus disappointed her, Artemis with her fanaticism to kill every man or the disgust she feels for them, Athena with what she did to Medusa, Zeus with being unfaithful to Hera whenever she wants, Ares with the senseless wars he causes, and so it went on. I see, then I don't have to worry about anything happening to my children if they are by your side, Hestia. I trust you, you are one of the few high-level Greek gods who are fair, said Hades with a small smile at the end, since he trusts his sister 100% after all, Hestia is the fairest goddess. You have nothing to fear, brother, and I'm glad you trust me. Since your children are my nephews, it is my duty to protect them. I know that Camp Half-Blood is not safe, not with the Greek gods watching and controlling them, Hestia said with a sigh. She knew that Chiron is a loyal person and protected the demigods, but she did not understand why he is loyal to Zeus after all. Thanks to Zeus, several demigods were injured or killed. I understand and thank you for offering to take my children to Kyoto, since if I leave the underworld with children, it would be very suspicious for Olympus or other factions, Hades said with a sigh of relief, since with his sister at the head his children will be well protected. You don't have to worry, brother, you know very well that I will protect the children with all my power, but I want to ask you something. Do you think it would be good for Hephaestus, our nephew, to join us? I know that he is not loyal to our brother Zeus and hates our sister Hera for everything they did to him, and he also detests almost all of Olympus, Hestia asked, somewhat curious and hopeful, since Hephaestus is one of the few decent gods in her eyes. Hades was a little surprised. He didn't think Hestia would want more gods to join their alliance, but he didn't have any problem, especially if it was Hephaestus who joined after all. He was one of the gods of Olympus who could hold on, since he wasn't like Zeus. I think he could join this alliance if we offer protection to him and his children, since you know very well what Zeus will do if he finds out that Hephaestus allied himself with us, Hades said with a sigh. I understand, I will try to convince Hephaestus. I know he will accept, and as soon as he accepts the offer, we will inform Lord Naruto, Hestia said seriously. I understand and hope that Hephaestus accepts the offer we are proposing to him, Hades replied seriously. I know he will do it, after all he is one of the few just gods, and as long as we offer him protection, we will have his support after all the hatred towards my sister Hera and my brother Zeus, even more than you, Hades said Hestia sighing. Hades frowned, but nodded in understanding. He knew of Hephaestus's hatred for his parents, though he didn't think it was so much hatred that it even surpassed his own against Zeus. Meanwhile, Naruto and his group were in a meeting, since the children and proteges of Hades and Hestia would soon go to Kyoto, and they would have to receive them without other factions finding out. Well, I suppose that Lord Hades and Lady Hestia will bring those children in a couple of days, who are most likely all demigods, right? Asked Yurichi, leader of the Nakasho clan, curiously. She knew that Hades' proteges were most likely her children, but she was curious about who Hestia's proteges were. Yes, according to what I understand, those children will come in approximately 2 weeks. I am curious to know who the proteges of the goddess Hestia are. We already know that Hades will send us his children and a daughter of the Greek god Poseidon, said Kromkruch. I am also very curious, since as I understood the goddess Hestia is a virgin goddess, so they are not her children, so I wonder who her proteges will be, said Kurama, curious about the children that Hestia will bring. I don't know who Lady Hestia's proteges will be, but it doesn't matter. I gave my word that I will protect the children of Olympus and any other threat, and I will keep my word. Also, having Hestia and Hades on our side will be very beneficial in the future, since they are the strongest Greeks, each of them is feared in their own right, said Naruto. And do you know when Irene and Azrael will return from their mission? Asked Kromkruch, the strongest evil dragon. He is curious to know what day the Dragon Queen will return with those 2 children that her leader ordered to be recruited. According to the message they sent me, they will come in 2 days. They already have the Fire Brothers, and it seems you are right, Naruto. Those 2 children are half demons of the Phoenix clan and very strong from what they told me. It seems they have great potential to be Satan-class demons or maybe higher, Yurichi said seriously, but somewhat surprised by the potential of those children, and now she understood why Naruto wanted to recruit them. It is somewhat surprising that half-demons of the Phoenix clan are outside the underworld. According to reports, these 2 young men have almost identical abilities to the members of that clan, if not superior, said Kurama, curious to meet those 2 young men and see their abilities. After all, they will be the new recruits of Naruto's small army. Simple. According to Irene's reports, as I mentioned before, both boys are half demons and have high-level abilities. They are easily at the level of a high class, with the potential to reach the level of a Satan. In addition, they agreed to join us while we provide them with protection from other clans in the underworld and protection against any being that wants to harm them, Naruto said sighing. Well, if we already had some demigods under our protection, I don't see the difference in having other children under our protection. After all, with time they will become strong and will be powerful allies for us, Yurichi said with a half-smile. Several nodded. After all, according to Irene, those 2 young half-demons have great potential, and most likely the demigods who would come have enormous potential to surpass even some high-level gods. And Naruto, when is the meeting of young demons going to be? Kurama asked with some curiosity, since he wanted to see the rivals or the ants that will be stepped on by his little brother. In a couple of months will be the meeting of young demons I have with all the members of my nobility, and at that moment I will reveal Kuroka and indicate that she is under my protection, and anyone who tries to do something to my friend will pay dearly, said Naruto, taking out his power, and with his eyes shining red, a very creepy red. Interesting, I guess I won't have to reveal my real name to the underworld for the time being, a certain chief asked Crom Crouch curiously, as he knew that if he revealed his name the entire underworld would be turned upside down, as he is known throughout the supernatural world, although very few knew of his human form. It's best if you don't reveal your name, but we'll coordinate that soon. For now, let's focus on the new recruits we'll have in the next few days, Naruto said seriously. Everyone nodded in understanding, as the meeting of young demons would be discussed in the future. After all, they still have time to coordinate. Several days before Naruto and his group's meeting with Irene, the strongest dragon queen, and Azrael, the strongest seraph, both high-level beings, were looking for the children that their king wants to recruit. After all, most likely those children he wants to recruit are half-demons from the Phoenix clan. Do you feel any demonic energy? Azrael asked Irene, curious and somewhat fed up with searching for those children for days. Searching for some children makes her furious. They are close, I feel demonic and human energies at the same time. They are very similar to those of the Phoenix clan that I faced in the ancient war of the three factions, but at the same time I feel dozens of demonic energies that bode a great amount of malice and intentions to kill. Azrael responded with a tired sigh, since the fire brats know how to hide, but he has a bad feeling when he feels those demonic energies near those children of fire. Irene frowned, as she too felt those hostile demonic energies, but she didn't feel the demonic energies of those fire children at all, which means they know how to hide very well. Let's go quickly, most likely those two children are being attacked by those demons, Irene said with a frown, since if the little ones were killed, she knew very well that her king would be very upset. Azrael nodded and went with Irene at great speed towards where the demonic energies were. He had to get there quickly before something happened to those children that his king wanted to recruit, because if something happened to him, he knew that his king would be upset and would even punish him. A minute later, Irene and Azrael appeared in the sky and saw with surprise how two children of the age of their king, one with blonde hair and another with black hair, were battling with a dozen middle-class demons and 3 high-class demons, and from what they both saw, they are fighting evenly with that entire group of demons, despite the fact that those demons have experience in battle. Well, Irene, let's get into the battle in case any of the children get hurt and Lord Naruto gets angry, Azrael said seriously, since he saw that the children, despite fighting evenly with that group, knew that the children would lose. Irene sighed, but nodded, although somewhat grumpy, since she won't be able to see any more of those children fight the battle. She found it very interesting. Azrael sighed and went at great speed to where the battle was taking place, and in a burst, he had already killed all the middle-class demons, causing the high-class demons to open their eyes in shock and disbelief as they saw their companions fall, and as they saw an angel with 12 wings, causing the 3 high-class demons to tremble in fear. The children watched in disbelief as that 12-winged angel swept away almost all of his enemies with such ease that he made them look like ants in terms of power. Hell, the power of that angel is incredible, both half-demon children thought with surprise and disbelief. What is a 12-winged seraph doing here? What is it you wish from us? Asked one of the demons, trembling with fear at the sheer power of the angel in front of him. Let me introduce myself, I'm Azrael, the angel of death. It's a displeasure to meet you and answering your question. Simply those children who were attacking are under my protection, so they will die for attacking them, since my king will not allow his new recruits to be hurt, so goodbye trash, Azrael answered simply. The demons opened their eyes in shock and disbelief as one of the strongest angels stood before them, but they were unable to say anything as they were pulverized by Irene's chaotic magic. Who are you that you want from us? Ace asked, shouting somewhat fearful, since the two beings in front of him were on another level, and he realized that they could easily kill him and his brother. In addition, one of them was Azrael, a high-level angel who is said to be even superior to the angel Michael. Hell, he was in big trouble if both of them sought to kill him and his younger brother. Sabo looked at the two beings somewhat nervous. He is not an idiot and knows that both are beings that even surpass the level of an average Satan, who is said to be able to fight with low-level gods, but he noticed that these beings were above that scale. We are not going to hurt you children, so do not get upset. It is better to leave this place before more demons come. We will not attack them. We're here by orders of our king to protect and recruit them, so let's leave this place. We need to talk about something very important, said Irene with a smile. Both children looked nervous, but nodded. They didn't detect any deception from the strangers, so they approached them. In addition, they knew that if they didn't pay attention, those entities might eliminate them, and they knew they had no chance. Irene, seeing that the boys that her leader wanted to recruit and seeing that they were approaching, she cast a spell and disappeared with Azrael and the children in a magic circle towards a small apartment she had. They all appeared from Irene's magic circle in a small apartment that Irene had nearby. Meanwhile Ace and Sabo looked somewhat cautiously at Irene and Azrael, as they did not know why they wanted to recruit them and feared what would happen to them. They only hoped that both of them did not want to kill them, as they knew that they had no chance against those two entities. You don't have to be cautious with us children, because if we wanted to kill you, you would already be dead, and as you can see we want you alive, or rather our king wants you alive, Azrael said simply. Sabo and Ace frowned because they didn't understand why the leader of these two beings wanted them and were somewhat afraid, since the leader of a 12-winged seraph must be at least at the level of a high-level god like Thor or Hades, who were in the top 10 of the strongest. Who is their leader and why does he want us? Sabo asked cautiously. He didn't know what this leader wanted from these people. He just hoped it wasn't anything bad, since he knew he didn't stand a chance against any of these entities. Simply our leader wants to recruit them, since he investigated a little about you. I feel both half-demons of the Phoenix clan. My leader sees potential in both, and despite not being well trained in magic of his clan, you can handle decently, and from what I see several demons have realized your abilities and want to eliminate you or recruit you by force, so I will ask you what you want so that you join our leader, he said, and asked Irene with a small smile. Sabo and Ace looked at each other. They may be young and a little impulsive, but they knew well that those two beings could easily capture them, and instead they were offering a deal to recruit them, so Ace gave Sabo a signal to speak, since he is the more civilized of the two. Yes, if we join you, you could offer us protection, a place to live in peace and training. I know we are weak, but with proper training, I believe we can be strong enough to better defend ourselves from all our enemies, said Sabo, somewhat nervous about being able to rule. Irene and Azrael were surprised that the children did not ask for much. They thought they asked for money or other better things, but they only want a place to live, protection and adequate training. Interesting, thought both members of Naruto's nobility, intrigued by how little the boys want. Well, I don't see any problems. What you ask for will be given to you, but first you spoke with our king. Maybe even our leader will provide you with something better than what you are asking for. As long as you are loyal to him, we will have no problems, said Azrael seriously, raising his power a little, making a point so that the children do not think about betraying their king, otherwise he himself would finish off that half-demon. Sabo and Ace trembled a little from the power of the Angel of Death, to the point that they were in a state of panic, but that state disappeared when Azrael lowered his power, causing both children to relax. Come on Azrael, I didn't see any lies in the children, you don't have to threaten them. Now, let's all calm down and it's time to pack. We have to meet with our king as soon as possible, we won't be long, Irene said seriously. Azrael snorted. He would threaten and kill anyone who betrays his king. After all, his king gave him a place and acceptance, something he doesn't have in heaven, but he nodded anyway, not wanting to have to argue with Irene. Okay kids, it's time to go and don't pay attention to Azrael's threats. He won't do anything to you, as long as you don't do anything to betray our king, and don't ask about him. Soon you will meet him, and you will be surprised. He is a good person and a powerful entity after all. He has a power that only a few of the top 10 would have the level sufficient to deal with, said Irene with a small giggle, and with her eyes shining red. Sabo and Ace gulped a little nervously, but nodded in understanding and wondered who their leader of these people is. After all, the leader of these beings must be in the middle level of the top 10 strongest beings, at least from what the woman told them. End of chapter. Chapter 15. Recruitment Part 2. Currently Azrael the Angel of Death and Irene the Dragon Queen after the recruitment mission of the young half-demon known as Sabo and Ace, who are half of the Phoenix clan. They were waiting to meet with their leader Naruto-verse, who is currently the strongest demon, although very few supernatural beings know that fact, since Naruto hid it very well, because he did not want the demonic council to bother him at the moment. Well, it seems you were able to convince the young Sabo and Ace, said Naruto, seeing the children who had arrived with Azrael and Irene. He was very interested in the abilities of those two kids, especially because they are apparently hybrids between Phoenix demons and humans, which gives them a lot of potential that he would exploit. Yes, little king, we have brought Sabo and Ace as we were ordered, although we had small problems, but nothing of great importance, said Irene, downplaying the demons they killed in order to recruit the boys. Naruto snorted at being called small and looked at the children who were nervous and felt their energy, and it was noticeable that they were on par with high-class demons, something interesting to him, since he knew that those children with proper training could be on par with Rival Phoenix, a supreme-class demon who, although he was not at Satan's level, was at a close level, that demon being known throughout the underworld as one of the strongest demons. Well, Ace, Sabo, I will introduce myself properly. I am Naruto-verse, youngest son of the verse house. I suppose Irene and Azrael. I indicate that I wish to recruit you. What I offer you is protection, and that you belong to my nobility. Can see a lot of potential in both. Your energy level is now on par with a high class of lower medium level, and I know well that you are half demon. From what I see you are from the Phoenix clan, but I do not know your parents. But I know well that when they find out about you they will want you in their clan, although I do not think you will be accepted because you are half-breeds, so they say you will be under my command. I will train you, and you can do what you want, as long as you do not stain my prestige, since if you get into trouble and harm my people, I will annihilate you, said Naruto with his aura surrounding him. The aura was so great that Irene and Azrael began to sweat. They knew the aura of their king, and knew that the power here at least was not all. But it is still surprising that their king is barely almost 10 years old and already has enormous power to position himself in the middle of the top 10 of the strongest existences in the supernatural world. On the other hand, Ace and Sabo could not breathe because of the great pressure exerted by that boy. They did not understand how a boy who seemed younger than them could exert enormous pressure that made them look like ants compared to Naruto's Citri. Lord Naruto, stop exerting your power. The boys are not used to your power, they can't breathe well, said Azrael with small drops of sweat. He may be strong, but he was nowhere near the power level of his demon king. He knew that the power of his king would surpass his father at some point. Naruto saw Azrael and sighed. Maybe he went too far by raising his power so much, and seeing the two boys he knew it was a good thing that he turned off his power, since the children lived with fear, surprise and admiration. Naruto raised an eyebrow at seeing the last one in those boys. He didn't understand why they admired him. Meanwhile, with Ace and Sabo, when they felt Naruto Citri's power they were terrified, but also surprised that someone who seems to be even younger than them has so much power. Hell, they knew that the boy in front of them, if he wanted, could knock them down like simple flies, and they realized that it would be best to join the boy since he can train them and make them stronger. Well guys, what do you say, will you join me or not? Naruto asked seriously, but he was also curious since he wanted them in his nobility, especially because they have great potential and it would be interesting to see how the skills of the Phoenix clan evolve. He wanted to see the face of the arrogant birds when they saw that two half-breeds surpassed any pure blood. Sabo and Ace looked at each other. The duo was nervous since the boy's power is abysmal. On the one hand, was distrustful of the boy, but on the other, universe to the boy as members of his nobility would be the best option since they knew that they are strong, but if other demons or other races go for them they could hardly survive. But if they have the protection of Naruto, then they knew that they would be protected from demons or other races. Both hybrid demons knew that their best choice is to join Naruto, so they sighed. They just hoped to make the right choice and then not harm them. Both brothers looked at each other, and Ace frowned at Sabo to talk to Naruto. After all, Sabo is the best at negotiating, and Ace knew well that his brother could make a good deal with the demon Citri, and Ace knew that if he spoke, it could cause him to be killed. After all, he is very impulsive. He was better at fighting. Well, Lord Naruto, I think we will join. We will be part of your nobility, but we also want to be free to choose, free to think, and not just be slaves. We want to be strong, and if you help us train and get stronger, we promise to be loyal to you. The only thing we ask is that you don't treat us like slaves and that you train us properly. We want to be strong and not always depend on your power, Sabo said seriously, but inside he hoped that Naruto wouldn't get angry and destroy him. Damn, he was nervous. Irene was somewhat impressed that the boy was negotiating with his king. She looked at the brat with some respect. The boy may be nervous, but at least he is brave enough to try to negotiate with his king. Meanwhile, Azrael snorted. He knew that his king would accept what the boy asked for. After all, his king wanted all his nobility to be strong, and he knew that his king treated everyone as friends. The boy was practically not asking for much, he just wanted a life that could be lived without being a slave, something that his king could provide. Naruto raised an eyebrow in curiosity, but nodded to himself. The boys weren't asking for much, just that they be treated with respect and that they be able to get stronger, something he had no problem fulfilling. In addition, he also wanted to see how far those children could reach. I will fulfill what you ask, I have no problems, and as for the training, I already thought about it. I will strengthen them so that they will be the strongest phoenix demons that exist, that is a promise, said Naruto. Thank you, Lord Naruto, said Sabo, happy that his new boss is not a wretch who treats them like slaves. You don't have to thank me, and please don't call me Lord, we are almost the same age, and it's strange that you guys say that. Just call me boss or Naruto, ordered Naruto seriously. He didn't like to be called Lord, it sounded strange, besides, he hated formalities. Sabo and Ace nodded in understanding and understood that their new leader is not someone who likes formalities, and that was fine with them. They didn't like formalities very much either. Well then, it's time for you to join my nobility. I'll just tell you to never betray me or I'll finish you guys off. And so far I like you. I hope you're loyal, Naruto said, then took out 2 pawn pieces. We did not betray him, boss. You have no reason to worry, you will have our loyalty, Sabo said seriously, since he did not plan to betray Naruto, since the demon Citri was giving them an opportunity to be protected from other demons and other high-level beings. I agree with Sabo, we didn't betray him, so far you've treated us well, Ace said also seriously, since he didn't think he would betray Naruto, because from what he saw he was a decent person. Well then, I will use my pawn pieces to reincarnate you. When these pieces are inserted into you, you will become stronger both physically and magically, said Naruto, then appearing in front of Sabo and Ace and inserting the pawn piece, causing both Phoenix hybrids to feel a considerable increase in power. Perhaps his power was published, which impressed both brothers quite a bit since they did not think they would have such a great level. I guess you feel stronger now, you have to control your power. Irene, go with Sabo and Ace, take them to their rooms and introduce them to the rest of our group, ordered Naruto. Irene nodded. Retiring with Ace and Sabo, it was clear that her king had things to talk about with Azrael, and she was also curious to test the abilities of those two half-demons. Their regeneration powers are very interesting. Well Azrael, I feel like you want to tell me something, what's wrong with you? Naruto asked curiously, since he felt his friend's emotions and they were crazy. Damn, he didn't understand why Azrael was feeling that way. Azrael sighed, he guessed his king sensed his emotions, as he could easily tell he was having trouble. I am worried about the meeting of young demons, since I appear as a member of your nobility, and I do not know what problems could cause that one of the strongest angels is now subordinate to a high-class demon. I do not know how Michael will react. He thinks he will return to heaven, but I have already chosen to leave the faction of the angels. None of that place worries me, only Gabriel and Metatron are important to me, but it is not enough to bear the snub of the rest of my family, said Azrael, sighing. Now I understand what's happening to you. Are you afraid that you could cause problems for me? Am I right, Azrael? Naruto asked seriously. He didn't care if he got into trouble, but if his leaders or the leaders of heaven wanted to do something to Azrael or any of his nobility, he would finish them off, since no one touches his friends, and if he has to give up on hell, he will do it. After all, he has his own army. You are right, Naruto, I know very well that I am strong, easily the strongest angel, and the only one who could rival me in power is Metatron, and even so I know that it is unlikely that I will lose, but I know very well that despite that I could cause you problems with your leaders or with my brother Michael, and I may be strong, but they will still bother you and could get you into trouble if they find out that I am a member of your nobility, said Azrael. You don't have to worry about the meeting of young demons, I will go with all my nobility, and if someone wants to harm them or provoke them, I will liquidate them. I know very well that I am stronger than any of the four Mayu of the underworld, so you have nothing to worry about, because if my leaders or yours try something against you or any of my nobility, I will liquidate them, Naruto said coldly. He will not let anyone attack or harm his friends. Azrael opened his eyes in surprise and some disbelief, since his leader practically said that if the Mayu or the other Seraphim tried something against him or his fellow nobility, he would kill them himself. He knows that his king is strong, maybe he is in the top 6 or 5 of the strongest, but he did not think that he would go so far for his friends, which made Azrael feel much more respect and admiration for Naruto who, despite being so young, has the thoughts of a leader. I understand, I'm surprised to know everything you would do to keep us safe, boss. I'll put my worries aside. I just hope the gathering of young demons doesn't pose any problems for us, said Azrael. You know very well that I would do everything for my friends, Azrael. Also, my sister Serafall knows that Kuroka and Kurama are under my protection, so I don't think she'll say anything if she sees you, maybe so you have nothing to worry about, and if Lucifer's Sasuke says something I'll just finish it, said Naruto indifferently. Meanwhile in the underworld where the demonic faction ruled by the four Satans lived, the Mayu Serafall Leviathan was meeting with her younger sister Sona Citri, heir to the Citri clan, one of the most important and powerful clans in the underworld. Both sisters had met to talk about the meeting of young demons and about their beloved younger brother Naruto Citri. Well so. The meeting of young demons will be soon, our cute younger brother will also go with his members of nobility. Finally we will be able to meet Naru-chan's friends, said Serafall, happy to be able to see her younger brother. She missed her brother a lot, but she understood why he left the underworld. Blue's brother, finally be able to see Naruto, he may be younger than us, but he is the most independent. I wonder who the members of his peerage will be. I know well that my brother is strong. I wonder who he has been able to recruit, said Sona curiously. Our brother has interesting members. Sona is Kuroka, the former SS rank criminal who is easily at the level of a supreme class, and Kurama Kyuubi, who is easily on par with a Satan if not superior, although I know he has more members in his nobility. It will be very interesting to meet them, said Serafall happily, since she would soon see her younger brother and the members of his nobility. Sona opened her eyes with some surprise, since the members of her younger brother's nobility are very strong. Devils have Kuroka, the former SS rank criminal, for killing her king. She knew about that. Nakasho is strong, easily at the level of a supreme class demon, and now a former criminal, thanks to her sister Serafall, who insisted the council and the other demon kings not to hunt her, since they were on thin ice with Lady Amaterasu, the top 2 of the strongest beings she sighed since her sister. Managed to convince the trash she had for a council, as well as the other demon kings to stop hunting Kuroka, so that at least Lady Amaterasu could see that the demons did not want to harm the yokai in any way, which worked a bit since the goddess of the sun calmed down a bit, although she still hates her Lucifer from what she understood from what her sister told her. On the other hand, her younger brother has a Kyuubi that easily has the level of a supreme class demon Satan. She wanted to see all the members of her brother's nobility. She wanted to test herself with her brother and his nobility, since she knew that her brother is stronger, but she was entering with her sister Serafall, who although Sukuna she is a good trainer, and now she has a level comparable to a low-level cadre. The younger brother is special. I hope to see him soon. I want to fight him and test how much I have improved. According to what I understand, he is at the level of Satan when he left the underworld. I wonder what level he must have, said Sona. Naru-chan is a very strong demon, and I know that one day he will be the strongest demon in the underworld. I just hope that the old men of the council don't screw him over, since Naruto doesn't put up with any shit. After all, he is a person who never lets himself be dominated by anything or anyone, Serafall said seriously. Sona sweated a little. She knew her younger brother's character well. She knew well that if the council screws him up he would kill them. He is not like the idiot Lucifer who lets himself be bossed around by the council. His younger brother would put them in their place if they screwed him up or tried something with his nobility, and she knew that those old men tried to screw her brother, since he has Kuroka and a Kyuubi in his nobility, 2 high-level yokai, she mocked. Those old men would bite the dust before the power of her brother. What worried her is the fool of a leader she has for Lucifer. She did not know if her younger brother could handle it if he tried something. And if Lucifer tries something, what are we going to do, brother, asked Sona, a little nervous. Maybe Lucifer is an idiot, but she knows that his power is not a joke. After all, the tomato is considered the strongest demon. Serafall frowned at what Sona said. If the stupid tomato messes with her little brother, she would finish him off. She had become stronger since he was training with her younger sister, so if the Siskin tries something she would freeze his balls off. Yes, he tries something with Naruto, I will stop him. I don't know if I could defeat him in a fight. I know I'm stronger than Falbium, but I've never tested myself with Ajuka or Surziches, so I wouldn't know what would happen if we fought, but I don't care. I would fight him if he tries something with our younger brother, Serafall said coldly. She would not allow anything to happen to her sweet younger brother. There is still time for the meeting of young demons. We must train more and increase our power, since problems may occur at the meeting, said Sona seriously. She may be a little ashamed of her sister, but if she wanted to become strong she has to train, and if to do so she has to spend more time with her sister, she will do it. After all, her older sister is an excellent teacher. I am in favor of training more. I want to increase my power to protect you, Naruto said Serafall seriously. Sona nodded. She wanted to become stronger since she found out about her younger brother's power. She didn't want to be left behind. She might not reach the level of Naruto or Serafall, but at least she wanted to have a solid level of Satan when she turned 16, and with her younger sister's training, she knew she would achieve it. End of chapter. Chapter 16. Young Demon Meetings. It's been a couple of months since Naruto Citri recruited Ace and Sabo, who are half-demons of the Phoenix clan, who possess a large amount of magical energy and other abilities that made them unique. Currently Naruto along with the members of his nobility were heading towards the underworld to attend the meeting of young demons, where the demonic exponents will meet and know the power of each of the families. Among the members of Naruto's nobility who were entering the meeting of young demons are Kuroka Tajo, former criminal SS rank and a demon with the power of a supreme class, Azrael the Angel of Death, and one of the strongest Seraphim, although currently he is considered a renegade. Since Azrael broke away from the Angel faction, another of the members attending the meeting is Irene Bulsirian and Urza Bulsirian, each strong in their own right. In addition, there were the brothers Sabo and Ace, 2 very powerful half-demons. Also among the members of the nobility was Crom Cruach, the strongest evil dragon and a dragon of celestial rank or higher. In addition, there was Kurama, the strongest piece that Naruto currently has, being a being on par with a supreme god, surpassing the celestial dragons. All of them have entered the meeting where they saw several of the strong exponents of the underworld, but in their eyes, most of them are nothing more than children pretending to be strong demons. Sona smiled when she saw that her younger brother arrived with his nobility, since it had been a long time since she had seen her beloved younger brother. In Sona's eyes, her brother is a powerful demon who, according to Serafall, had already reached the rank of Satan, and Sona knew that her brother would become stronger. She bet that he would even surpass Ria's brother. It's a pleasure to see you again, brother Naruto. Father and mother have been very worried about you. I hope you meet with them soon, and from what I see you got some very strong and interesting members of nobility, said Sona. Seeing the powerful members of her brother's nobility, she is an excellent censor and knew that most of the members of her brother's nobility defeated her. Naruto stared at his older sister with a smile. He felt his sister's power and was somewhat surprised, since his older sister's power is close to the level of Sabo or Ace, and he stared at the girls who were with his sister. One of them was easily at the level of a low-level high-class demon, and the rest are middle class, very interesting in his eyes, since now he sees that his sister is training her members of nobility. Nice to see you again, So-chan, and regarding father and mother, you have no reason to worry, I will visit them after this meeting, but changing the subject, I present to you my nobility. The one with black hair and sacred energy sprouts is Azrael, he is my bishop. The Kyuubi is called Kurama, he is my first tower, and my best friend. Those who have dragon energy are Krom Kruich and Irene Bulsirian, the first being my tower and the second my bishop. The Redeed is Urza Bulsirian, she is my knight, and the rest are Sabo, Ace and Kuroka, they are my pawns. Naruto introduced to his friends Bara, members of his nobility. Sona opened her eyes in shock and disbelief. She knew that her younger brother had Kuroka, and that Yaokai is easily at the level of a supreme class, but her brother also had bucking dragons, and even someone who has sacred energy, most likely an angel, although what staggered her was the name of the angel, which is Azrael. She knew that name represents the angel of death who retired from heaven. She doubted that her brother could have recruited the angel of death, so she discarded it, also. She felt the power of her younger brother's nobility, and definitely they are all powerful in their own right. She may only have a chance to fight against his pawns, although she still doubted being a Kuroka's level hell. She realized that despite the increase in power of her older sister, she could not against her brother's nobility, except for Urza, Sabo, Ace and Kuroka, who from what she felt all of them are below the Satan level. Tsubaki Shinra, the queen of Sona, is an excellent censor, and the power of the nobility of the younger of her president is enormous. Hell, she would even say that the power of some of the members of the nobility of her present brother is above Serafall Sama, an amazing thing. Amo Meguri, Sona's knight, looks somewhat nervous at her king's brother. She may not be a censor, but she saw the sweat that came out of Tsubaki and Sona, and that made her nervous, since she realized that the members of the nobility of her president's brother are very strong, although she was happy that despite being strong, they are not arrogant at all so far. Well, I think it would be better to sit down, sister. We are attracting a lot of attention from the other demons, and even the Mayu are watching us, said Naruto, looking out of the corner of his eye at the Mayu table, more exactly at the tomato who is a terrible leader in his eyes. Okay, let's go, brother, we were getting a lot of attention from the rest of the demons, said Sona seriously, since she saw the other demons out of the corner of her eye and was looking at them a lot, which made her uncomfortable, since she didn't like attention very much. The Citri group nodded and everyone went to a large table to chat, although Naruto noticed the gaze of the Mayu on him and several clan heirs, which he did not take much importance to, since if they tried something on them, he would knock down even the Lucifer Siskin. The Mayu and some high-class demons as well as the demonic elders of the council are staring at the Citri table, especially because Kuroka, the former SS rank criminal, was under Naruto's command, which gave them to understand that the younger Citri could recruit that former criminal who killed a demon, but they could not do anything. They knew that if they did something to that cat, the Shintoists would get angry, but they were also nervous. Since they felt the sacred energy of one of the third son, nobility members of the Citri house, which gave them to understand that one of that nobility is a fallen angel or an angel, and they did not understand how that child could recruit an angel. If they hate them, all were attentive to the youngest son of the Citri house. Meanwhile, at another table, Ria's Gremory was looking curiously at the table where the Citri were, since she did not know much about the youngest son of the Citri house, and even less about the members of his nobility. She was curious about how strong the boy is. It was noticeable that Sona had great respect for him, and that made her understand that he is very intelligent and powerful. After all, Sona is one of the strongest young demons. Hineko looked at her older sister Kuroka with caution. She now knew the truth of what happened, or part of the truth. She only hoped to talk to her older sister after this meeting of young demons. She only hoped that it would not go wrong, since she had a bad feeling. Surzich's Lucifer was watching the youngest son of the Citri house with caution. The boy gives off a great amount of energy, but he was also nervous, since he did not know how the hell that boy could recruit an angel into his nobility, and the former criminal Kuroka, he knew that that cat would give a decent fight to his queen, after all, in terms of power. Kuroka is classified as a supreme class demon, and he saw out of the corner of his eye that Serafall had a smile which gave him to understand that she knew that her brother would cause that impression. I see, Serafall, that you knew who belonged to your younger brother's nobility, and I don't understand why you didn't inform me that the former criminal Kuroka Taojo was with your younger brother. What's wrong with you, Serafall? Said Surzich's Lucifer with a frown, since the child's nobility was noticeably strong, and he wanted to know everything in the underworld, especially about the strongest, and he realized that the Citri child is very dangerous and powerful. Maybe he can use it in the future. I don't have to inform you who belongs to my little brother's nobility, so don't bother Sursages because you have no authority over the members of the Citri clan's nobility, Serafall said, snorting, since the idiot thinks he can order her around, what a fool the tomato is. Sursage's Lucifer narrowed his eyes and increased his power affecting everyone in the room except for Grafia, the Mayu, Naruto's nobility, Sona and some supreme rank demons. The Mayu Leviathan, seeing that the tomato wanted to impose his will herself increased her power, equaling that of Sursage's which surprised everyone present, since everyone knew that Serafall is a demon at the top of the Satan rank, but the power she was releasing may be comparable to that of a mid-level god. Sakvara, Agares, Ria's Gremory, Ravel Phoenix, Razor Phoenix, Diodora Astaroth and other clan heirs were exhausted with the power their two Mayu were releasing. They never thought they would see the most energetic Mayu go against her Lucifer, and they also didn't think that the Mayu Leviathan would be so powerful. Sarah Ergbail and Sona Citri were watching the interaction between Lucifer and the Leviathan. Sona was worried about her older sister, but she knew that if something happened, her younger brother would intervene. In Sererg's case, he was curious if a battle would come between two of his Mayu and he was impressed since it seems that the Mayu Leviathan is much stronger than they said. He is even sweating from the great pressure that the two powerful Satans are generating. Naruto was watching everything from his table and figured it would be better to calm things down, he didn't want his sister to fight Lucifer. His sister may have become much stronger, but she still couldn't defeat Lucifer. He knew it well. Only he, Krom Kruich, Irene and Azrael could defeat Siskin. His sister may be strong, but she hasn't yet reached the level necessary to defeat the Siskin. His older sister may now be even stronger than Michael, and he knew that in a short time she will match the Siskin, so he can't allow the trash to hurt his sister. Well, how about we calm down Lord Lucifer, Lady Leviathan has to relax, since you are affecting all the middle class, high class and low level supreme class demons, look at everyone in the meeting, if you continue raising your power, eventually a battle will break out that could destroy the underworld, said Naruto with a smile approaching the Mayu table, without being affected by the power. Albium, Grafia and Sursages watched in surprise as Naruto Citri approached unaffected by the presence of two high-level Satan-level powerhouses. They narrowed their eyes, as it is impossible for such a young demon to not be affected by their power. Ajuka and Serafall did not look surprised at all, they knew about Naruto's power, and they knew that the boy might already be much stronger than them, something that did not worry Serafall, because she knew that her brother was not going to do anything to him and Ajuka, because he knew that the boy did not want his head, and he did not care what the boy does, as long as they leave him alone with his inventions. He's right, it's better for you two to stop, we don't want your power to affect the rest of the young demons. Very few can withstand the power of a Satan in this room, and the majority of this room are young, inexperienced demons, Ajuka said seriously, as he noticed that several demons were panting or on their knees due to the great power that Serafall and Sursages gave off. Fine, I'll lower my power, I don't want to affect the children, Serafall said indifferently, already downplaying the problem that was almost carried out. I will not lower my power. Serafall has to listen to me and inform me about everything that happens. I am Lucifer, said Sursages, seriously increasing his aura so great that he could easily be on par with gods like Athena or Apollo, who were the strongest Olympians only below Poseidon and Zeus. Ajuka, seeing that things were going to get out of control, was going to increase his power, but suddenly he felt an enormous power emerging, a power that made him swallow dry, and he saw with surprise how Naruto Citri everything was freezing around him and that his aura increased, and in terms of power, he calculated that he was already on par with a super demon. Grafia, seeing that the Citri boy increased his hitting power, assumed he would attack her king, so she made an ice stake and at a great speed that very few could see she went against Naruto, but before reaching Naruto, she saw with surprise and disbelief as someone stopped her attack and that someone had a sort of light on his neck and she sweated cold. Since she did not see the teenager in front of her move, she realized that the boy is an angel, although she did not know what angel. She felt the power of that being and was on par with a Satan, which made her sweat. Since she did not know if she could defeat him now, she realized the danger of her opponent. I will not allow you to attack Lord Naruto, miss, said Azrael coldly, his eyes shining in a dazzling and furious way at the foolish demon who tried to attack his king. In his eyes, that demon is pathetic. He knew that Naruto could even fight with the four Mayu at once, and the woman in front of him may be a Satan-class demon, but she was not at the level of any of the four leaders of the underworld. I see that you are an angel who apparently reincarnated as a demon. Let me introduce myself, I am Grafia Lucifuge, Queen of Lucifer. Sama, said Grafia stoically, despite having a sort of light on her neck, she would not give in to the angel in front of her, after all, she is the strongest queen. Azrael narrowed his eyes, but out of courtesy he also introduced himself. After all, he was curious and wanted to see the faces of the demons when they learned his name. He knew that none of these demons knew his appearance, but they did recognize his name or at least his title. I present myself before you and before all of you, I am Azrael, the Angel of Death, Bishop and friend of Lord Naruto, said Azrael proudly and then kicked Graphia, sending her flying as if she were a fly. When Azrael introduced himself to the Mau, the young demons, the demon guards and all the demons in the room, opened their eyes in shock, since Azrael the Angel of Death, a Satan-level angel, is now bishop of the youngest son of the Citri house, so. Everyone was nervous. They knew the power of Azrael. He may be stronger than some of their Mau, which terrified them, and everyone now came to a terrifying understanding. If Azrael is the bishop of Naruto Citri, how strong is the boy if he can have someone so strong in his nobility? I see Naru-chan that you got a powerful and interesting bishop, maybe later I can get to know all your nobility better, Serafall said happily. I agree, though I'm very surprised that you were able to recruit the angel who escaped from heaven, Ajuka said. Serziches was furious and looked daggers at Azrael and Naruto, since the angel had hit his queen, so he went at great speed to hit the strong angel with his power of destruction, but before he arrives a large wall of ice protects the angel, which made him frown and looked at the Mau table, but it seemed that Serafall did nothing and saw Naruto, who had a murderous look on his face. I can tolerate you attacking me, Lucifer, but I won't allow you to try to attack my nobility, so I challenge you to a battle. You pathetic excuse for a demon, I'll rot you in your place, said Naruto coldly, and with his aura bursting out, an aura so great that it suffocated several demons and made some faint from the immense power it gives off. Serziches looked at the insolent child and smiled to himself. Maybe he could kill the child. He may be strong, but he knows that he can beat the brat. He has much more experience, but he also wanted Graphia to have some revenge against Azrael. He knew that his Graphia could defeat the angel. Fine kid, I'll fight you, but my queen will also fight. I wish she would teach your bishop Azrael a lesson. What do you think of a 2-on-2, said Serziches arrogantly, since he knew that he and Graphia could fight against both of them. Everyone gasped upon hearing Serziches Lucifer accept Naruto's challenge. Citri didn't believe that their Lucifer could accept fighting a child. Sona saw her sister worried, since a battle even greater than that of an average Mau was approaching. She knew that this battle would be between super demons, and she looked out of the corner of her eye at the members of her brother's nobility and saw with surprise how most of them were smiling, but she also saw the youngest members of that group, Ace and Sabo, somewhat worried. Naruto Naya will defeat the stupid Kukuku tomato, said Kuroko, laughing sadistically, thinking how her Naruto would crush the tomato, or if Amaterasu saw what Naruto was going to do to the Goshik, she was sure she would reward Naruto. It will be interesting to see Lord Naruto fight, Urza said seriously. Although she was curious about the battle, she knew that Lucifer is strong, but she trusted her king. After all, her mother told her that her king's power was easily in the top 10. The boss defeating Lucifer may be that demon strong, but it does not reach the level of the boss. I estimate that currently the boss is at a level close to Shiva and Amaterasu, and the two of them can alone fight the 4 Mau and win, said Kromkrua seriously. You are right about that. Naruto has a level close to that of Amaterasu and Shiva. In fact, more than a year ago Naruto was able to battle against Amaterasu, the goddess of the sun and the universe, and although he knew he would lose, Amaterasu recognized him, and at that time, Naruto had a power on par with Tiffin calculation, said Kurama with a smile, remembering the great battle of Amaterasu and Naruto. Ace, Sabo and Sona were surprised in a few words. Kurama was saying that Naruto was in the top 3 or 4 of the strongest beings. After all, Amaterasu was in the top 10, being the second positioned along with Shiva. I'm surprised, but thanks for sharing that information. Now I'm 100% sure that my little brother will be able to beat Lucifer, said Sona, now 100% sure that her brother will beat the tomato. On the other side of the room with the young demons. What do you think about the battle that will take place? Ravel asked Razor somewhat nervously. He thought that he is the pinnacle of the young demons, but the power level of the youngest of the Citri terrified him, and he was more terrified, since the boy has Azrael the Angel of Death on his side. He knew that he is strong, but he was not crazy that he was at the level of a supreme class demon or a Mau level demon. I think Naruto-sama has a good chance of fighting equally with Lord Lucifer, and with Lord Azrael by his side, I think he could defeat both Graphia-sama and Lucifer-sama, said Ravel, already thinking about how to join Naruto's nobility. She wanted to be as strong as him, or at least have a Satan level. Also, she did not want the elders of the Phoenix Council to compromise her with any foolish demon. She knew that if she joined her brother's nobility, she could have a quieter life. But she knew that her brother is weak and has no will to fight with the council, so the best option is to join Lord Naruto, since she knew that Naruto Citri could protect her after all, if she stood up to Lucifer. Obviously a couple of fossils does not represent any threat to him and his nobility. Razor frowned. He knew that Citri was strong, but he didn't think he could beat Lucifer. After all, it is said that his Lucifer is the strongest demon. Sakvara Agares looked at the youngest son of the Citri house with a small blush, since the boy in her eyes is a demon with balls. When challenging her Lucifer, if the boy survived, she would try to get to know the boy better. After all, the power that came out of the boy far exceeded hers. Iodora Astaroth saw something curious about the child Citri. Perhaps it would be good to inform the Cows Brigade that the child Citri could be recruited. It would be good to inform the anti-Mao faction. Sererg looked interested in the upcoming battle. He felt the power of the young Citri and knew that the power of that boy far surpassed him. He also had Azrael, the Angel of Death, one of the strongest angels, and in his eyes, the battle between Lucifer and Graphia against Naruto and Azrael will be very interesting. Arari, as apparently Sona-sama's brother, is a very interesting boy. Challenging your brother is not something that anyone does, said Akeno with a blush, seeing the young Citri stand up to Lucifer. His power is immense and I also feel chakra in him. It's strange, it's dark, but at the same time his power is warm, Kaneko said with a shudder. Chakra, that's strange, said Riaz. Although she was nervous about the power of the younger Citri, she knew that her older brother could easily defeat the boy, but she was also nervous about the great power that someone younger than her has. It will be a very interesting battle, said Kiba, very fearful, but at the same time curious about the battle between Lucifer-sama and Naruto-sama. In his eyes, that child is a role model, since he protected his nobility even from Lucifer and challenged him. But the Mao. Well, since both sides agree to the battle, I will prepare the field where you will fight. I have to reinforce it, since a Satan-level battle is no small thing, Ajuka said seriously. I wish you luck, little brother. Kick the tomato's ass, Serafall said happily as she watched her little brother destroy the stupid tomato. Naruto smiled and nodded happily while Lucifer and a recovered Graphia frowned at the Leviathan's words. Well, since we're going to fight, I want the battle to be broadcast to the supernatural world. It would be interesting for them to see how I humiliate little Citri, said Surziches. It's fine if it's broadcast, but when Lucifer-san defeats you, I'll ask you 3 things that you'll have to obey, Naruto said with a cruel smile. Well, brat, I'm going to make you eat dirt in battle. You will pay for your insolence, said Surziches with his eyes shining with his power of destruction. He would make the brat pay for his insolence and that of Serafall. Now he will show why he is the strongest demon. End of chapter. Chapter 17. Naruto and Azrael vs Surziches and Graphia. Currently in the meetings of young demons where the exponents of the underworld would be demonstrated, various problems occurred between the Mao Serafall Leviathan and the Mao Surziches Lucifer, where almost both Mao fight if it were not for Naruto who stopped Lucifer and the Leviathan, but the current Lucifer, reluctant to leave things, would attack Serafall. But Naruto defended his older sister, increasing his power to the super demon rank, where Graphia, seeing the Citri increase his power, is attacked, where Azrael intervened and sent flying to the strongest queen of the underworld, which caused a battle to now take place between the Mao Lucifer and the strongest queen of the underworld against the youngest son of the Citri house, known as Naruto Citri and Azrael, the Angel of Death, the battle being now broadcast throughout the supernatural world. Well, they are prepared for battle, everything is ready so that their fight can be broadcast throughout the supernatural world, said Ajuka with a sigh in his eyes. The idiot Surziches would lose. Naruto may have less experience, but he knew that the young Citri is much more skilled. In addition, he had Azrael under his command, an angel who is even much stronger than Falbium, Graphia and maybe Serafall. I am prepared to defeat little Lucifer, Naruto said mockingly, knowing full well that it would piss off the Siskin. He still didn't understand how an idiot like Surziches got to Lucifer's position. He understood that at that time the tomato was one of the strongest demons, but in his opinion, they exaggerated his power a lot, since he knew well that the original Lucifer could easily fight against the 4 Mao. Graphia narrowed her eyes with some annoyance at the boy. She knew that Surziches is an idiot sometimes, but he was still Lucifer, and that Citri kid disrespected him so easily. Surziches frowned at such disrespect. He is Lucifer, the most powerful demon, and that brat Citri called him small. He would teach the boy a lesson, maybe he would make him a slave to his little sister, if that's what he's going to do when he defeats the brat. Well, let's start. I want to destroy the disrespectful brat now, Ajuka, so let's make our way to the created dimension, where the battle will take place, ordered Surziches angrily. He would show the brat how powerful he is, he will teach him a lesson. Ajuka sighed, and with a snap of his fingers, 2 portals opened. In the first portal Graphia Lucifuge and Surziches Lucifer passed. In the second portal Naruto Citri and Azrael the Angel of Death, both sides ready for battle. Well, I'll be the presenter of the match between the tomato and my dear little brother, Serafall said energetically, wanting to see her younger brother sweep the floor with Lucifer in front of all the demons and the rest of the factions. Well, I am not opposed to presenting the fight to the demon community and all factions. After all, this fight by order of Surziches must be broadcast, said Ajuka sighing. I don't care as long as they don't bother me, I'm fine, Falbium said indifferently. He didn't care much whether it was broadcast to the world or not. He just wanted to sleep, although he was a little curious to see how the battle would unfold. Well, demons, angels, fallen angels and other races from around the supernatural world today, there will be a meeting between Surziches Lucifer, also known as the Tomato, and my dear younger brother Naruto Citri. But that's not all, as his second in battle is Grafia, the strongest queen of the underworld. On behalf of Surziches, and on behalf of my brother Naruto, is his bishop Azrael, the angel of death, shouted Serafall, presenting the combatants. The different factions had varied reactions to the battle that the underworld is broadcasting. The first is disbelief at seeing the younger brother of the Leviathan challenge Lucifer, the second is happiness at seeing that Lucifer would be beaten up, and the third is disbelief at seeing Seraphim Azrael be a servant of a demon that several faction leaders did not expect. The demons watched the screen in disbelief. Several of the pillars knew Azrael, the angel of death, and if Azrael joined the youngest son of the Citri house, it means that little Citri is stronger than Azrael, which puts the child on par with his Mao. Several of the demons were interested in how the battle unfolded. They knew that Lucifer would win, but they wanted to see the potential of young Citri. In heaven, the angels watched the screen with disbelief, shock and fear, since Azrael, one of the strongest angels, was on the side of a demon, a young one, but still a demon, his enemies by nature. Several angels were looking for Azrael since he left heaven, but they did not expect that the angel of death would be a member of the nobility of the youngest son of the Citri house. "I didn't expect this," said Raphael, looking in disbelief, since what Serafall just narrated is unheard of, since Azrael joined a demon, and from what he knows he must be extremely strong if Azrael joined the boy. "I am also surprised that Azrael left heaven, although I do not blame him. After all, we treated him badly or indifferently," said Uriel, sighing, since he knew that Azrael was not so welcome in heaven. For being the angel of death, heaven's only Gabriel treated him with love, while the others were indifferent to him or sometimes treated him rudely. Uriel understood Azrael and did not blame him for leaving heaven. Gabriel saw a little sad what was happening, since his brother Azrael left heaven, but she supports him if he is happy being the dear of that child. She will not judge him, after all he is her brother. Now he would pay attention to the battle between his brother's king against the current Lucifer, although he did not understand why the Gremory took his brother's name Lucy when he does not have the power to do so. Michael frowned and sighed. He couldn't attack Azrael now, since he is a member of young Citri's nobility. Now he would have to see how the battle between Lucifer and young Citri unfolds. But the Shintoists, the goddess of the sun, was with a big smile, since her friend Naruto Citri will now give a big beating to the idiot Lucifer. She wanted him to castrate the Mao, as she wanted him to give him a big beating, and if he does, she would give him a great prize, since the number one enemy and the most hated person by the Shinto gods is Surziches Lucifer, known as the Tomato. Well, don't expect little Naruto to challenge Lucifer. The beating he'll give the tomato will be interesting, mocked Susanoo. He knew well the power of young Citri and knew that this child is one of the most dangerous beings in the supernatural world. After all, the power of this boy is enormous, to the point that he gave a good battle to his sister Amaterasu, and he knew that now he is much more powerful, although he was also surprised that the boy has Azrael, the angel of death. The first-class angel. "It's time to see how Surziches Lucifer is humiliated," said Tsukiyomi with a cruel smile, since she knew well that Naruto was at the top of the top 10. After all, not just anyone can stand up to his sister Amaterasu, the top two of the most powerful existences. "Brothers, let's support Naruto now. The Sasuke will pay dearly for what he tried to do to my Kukuku kittens," Amaterasu River cruelly, seeing that the young Citri will make the foolish tomato suffer. Azazel was watching in disbelief as a brat challenged the current Lucifer, but what left him in shock is that Azrael, the angel of death, joined the nobility of that boy. In short, the child must be stronger than Azrael, which at least makes the youngest of the Citri be at the top of the Satan rank or even higher. Bali watched the screen interested and curious. He wanted to see the power of the current Lucifer and the angel of death, but the one that generated the most curiosity was the youngest of the Citri. He did not understand how a child younger than him could be capable of challenging the current Lucifer, who is said to be a super demon. Hades watched the screen with a big smile, since his ally would beat the tomato. He would finally see the humiliation that the current Lucifer would receive. The strongest Greek god was laughing at the beating that the tomato would receive. Fukuku laughed. "Hades, the tomato will be beaten by young Naruto when the boy finishes beating Lucifer. I will give him a gift, maybe a sword or a variety of spells. It all depends on how he leaves Lucifer," Hades said to himself. Hestia, who was with Hades in the underworld, looked at her brother with a drop of sweat and sighed. She knew Hades' hatred for Lucifer, but seeing him laugh like a villain made her laugh. Now she just hoped that the boy Naruto would end up with a tomato. In the battle between Naruto and Azrael against Grafia and Surziches, both duos stared at each other until Naruto broke the silence. "Okay, let's start the battle. Do you think Gremory tomato?" said Naruto with a cruel smile, and then launched a torrent of ice at Grafia and Surziches. Grafia and Surziches dodged Naruto's attack with ease, but in doing so they both separated. Naruto, seeing that the fools separated, signaled Azrael to go fight Grafia, which the angel of death nodded, ready to battle with the strongest queen. "Well, tomato, it's time we battle one-on-one, don't you think?" Naruto said, increasing his aura so great that it would easily compare to that of a dragon king, maybe even much more than that of the dragon kings. Surziches sweated a little from the minor Citri's aura, but he wouldn't be intimidated as he increased his aura to the point where he could match gods like Apollo or Athena. "It's time to play silly," Lucifer said, Naruto opening several magic circles from where dozens of water dragons came out that went against Lucifer. Surziches went against the water dragons and surrounding himself with his power of destruction, he finished off the water dragons. Naruto, seeing that his attack had no effect, sighed, and in a burst of speed, he threw a strong punch at Lucifer, sending him flying. But in addition to being able to throw a punch, Naruto put some restriction seals on him that diminished his energy a little. "I'll be more serious, wind element, wind armor, Futen no Yoroi," said Naruto to disappear at an enormous speed and throw a great kick at Lucifer and appear again behind Lucifer and throw a punch and another, but in addition, throwing several punches at great speed, Naruto was putting several restriction seals on him to leave Lucifer defenseless. "I thought you would be stronger, Surziches Gremory, since you do not deserve the name Lucifer. Lord Lucifer is much stronger than you, his power even entered the top 10 of the strongest existences. You are just a demon above the Mao level, who thinks much of himself for reaching the super demon level," Naruto said coldly. Surziches spat out blood, he was in pain, the blows from that child had broken several of his bones, he didn't understand how the child was so strong and so fast, now he knew that he shouldn't take the brat lightly. "I will go with my true form, I will not hold back, now you will die," said Surziches, increasing his aura, and then the tomato changed his appearance a little when entering his true form. The current Lucifer grew 2 horns and an armor was formed around him, in addition, his eyes shone red and the power he gives off was already approaching gods like Zeus. But the demons in the underworld. "Now if my brother wins, he has already entered his true form, from what mother told me his power will increase in a terrifying way, now Naruto Citri will not have any chance," Ria said with confidence, knowing well that in his true form, her brother is almost invincible. "I hope so, Rias, because we saw Naruto-sama is not yet at his full power," Akeno said seriously, since she saw that the young Citri is only playing with the current Lucifer, and she realized that the power of that child may even surpass Ria's brother in his true form. Rias frowned, but didn't say anything because she knew her brother would win. After all, her brother is the current Lucifer. Balsona and all the Citri nobility were impressed by Lucifer's true form, Naruto's nobility looked on indifferently. Everyone now knows that their king is not serious yet and that he will soon give the tomato a bigger beating. "Lord Naruto is very strong and apparently Lucifer entered his true form, but I still doubt our king will lose against that tomato," said Ace, seeing that his leader had the advantage in the battle from the beginning. Everyone nodded and dedicated themselves to watching the battle. They knew that Naruto would beat the tomato. The elders of the demonic council watched the battle with shock and disbelief, but also with greed, wanting to control the young Citri, since his power is enormous, and he would be a great addition to the underworld and to their political power. In the Greek underworld. "Well, this is getting good, the tomato entered his true form, but even so he won't have a chance against Naruto Citri," said Hades, seeing that Naruto looked indifferent despite the fact that Lucifer considerably increased his power. "Lucifer's power may be comparable to Zeus's, but I still know that Naruto is much stronger, so now we'll see how the tomato will be beaten," Hestia said indifferently. Hades nodded, knowing well that the Citri would destroy the current Lucifer, after all Naruto Citri's power even surpasses him by far. But the fallen angels. "Well, this will be interesting, now I will see how the young Citri defends himself from Surzich's true form," said Azazel, curious about the new battle that will take place. "I think the Citri boy will win, it seems that he is not very impressed by the true form of Lucifer," said Vali, watching the battle with some curiosity and also wanting to test his level of power. He wanted to challenge Naruto Citri to a fight. But the battle between Naruto and Surziches. Despite the few changes that Lucifer had, everyone could notice the great increase in power of the one who is considered the strongest demon in existence today. "Interesting, your power has increased considerably, your true form is interesting, but it won't be enough to defeat me, and definitely your queen won't be able to defeat my bishop," Naruto said mockingly, feeling the power of Azrael and Graphia, and from what he felt the power of the strongest queen was almost zero. "You're underestimating me, kid, you'll pay for what you've done," said Surziches angrily, throwing a great attack of destruction that pulverized a large part of the battlefield. "You're a fool, Gremory Tomato, if you think that miserable attack will defeat me, idiot," said Naruto with his eyes closed and then opened them and his Rinne appeared, and at the moment that the tomato attack collided with Naruto, the younger Citri absorbed it with one of his paths of his Rinne. "It's time for you to learn that you are nothing more than a cockroach that I will crush," said Naruto, and then whispered Amaterasu, causing a black fire to go against the Lucifer. The Mau, seeing the attack, launched his attack of destruction, but saw with surprise and shock how his attack was easily overcome. So he dodged the sea of flames. Naruto, seeing that his attack did not work, sighed, and with his hands made the black fire chase the Lucifer. The tomato tried to dodge the black fire, seeing how dangerous it is he tried to continue dodging, but the black fire caught his left arm. Serziches screamed in pain as his arm was burned, and seeing that the fire was going to continue throughout his body, Lucifer cut off his arm, since he knew that if he did not do it, the most likely thing is that those flames would consume him. I see you survived one of my strongest fire attacks. I see why you are the current Lucifer. You may not be as strong as the original, but you are definitely strong in both body and mind to be able to sacrifice your left arm in order to survive, Naruto said calmly. Serziches panted heavily. He knew now that this boy is not normal. The attacks he launched at him were too powerful. He now understood the power of the young Citri. His power was above that of a super demon. That thought terrified him. He thought that the boy might be on par with a Satan, but he never thought that the boy's power was so enormous. Now he saw why Serafall was so confident that her younger brother could fight against me. The tomato cursed internally. Meanwhile, minutes before, with Grafia and Azrael, both opponents were looking at each other until Azrael made the first move, and from several magic circles, several water dragons went against the Lucifuge, which to counter the attack, sent a large amount of ice that when colliding with the water dragons, caused a great explosion. Azrael, seeing his opportunity, made several ice swords that he sent towards Grafia. The strongest queen dodged several of the ice swords, but one was able to pierce her shoulder, which made her moan in pain. You may be the strongest queen of the underworld and a Satan-class demon, but you're still nowhere near the level of any of the four Mau, and I have the advantage of being an angel, Azrael said calmly. Grafia frowned and made an ice sword and reinforced it with her magic. Azrael made two light swords, and both of them rushed to fight. 5 minutes later, Grafia could be seen with several cuts all over her body, and with a lot of blood coming out of her, and in Azrael's case, it could be seen that he only had a small cut on his arm. You are no match for me, Grafia. Lucifuge, you may be strong in the demonic community, and the current Lucifer is known as the strongest demon, but that is because Lord Naruto did not want to fight your king years ago. My lord is much stronger than me. He is even much stronger than the celestial dragons. I say this, and I affirm it, since I know the power level of those dragons, and I know that my lord surpasses them, both said Azrael. Grafia, who was on the ground bloody and with several cuts all over her body, opened her eyes in shock and horror. If that is true, then her king would have no chance against the youngest son of the Citri house. Well, Grafia-san, it's time for you to retire. I want to see Lord Naruto's battle or the beating he'll give, Lucifer said. Azrael then threw several swords of light at Grafia that made the strongest queen nailed to the floor and making her scream in pain. Since the swords of light that pierced her burned too much, she knew she couldn't handle Azrael. But she didn't think she would be so outmatched. Now she realized that this angel is much stronger than even Serafall or Falbium. She knew that at least against those two she could give him a good fight, but against Azrael, she was greatly outmatched. It was the last thing she thought seconds later to fall unconscious from the pain. Serzich's queen cannot continue, Serafall said happily, watching as her little brother's bishop defeated the one considered the second strongest woman in the underworld. After saying that, Grafia disappeared from the battlefield, leaving a sighing Azrael, since the battle seemed pathetic to him. He knew that since he joined Naruto his power had increased enormously, but he didn't think that even a Satan-class demon was anything in a battle. Serziches on the battlefield heard that Grafia had been defeated and growled angrily, since now he knew that Azrael would come for him, and if he couldn't beat Naruto, even less could he beat Azrael along with the Citri. He was definitely screwed. I see you realize now. Give up, Lucifer. Don't make me humiliate you more than I have done. I'll take your arm. You have several broken bones, and I'm still at my best. He won't be able to compete with my tomato, said Naruto mockingly. Angry Serziches launches a large tank of destruction towards Naruto. The attack would be strong enough to destroy a city. Your attack, although strong, does not represent a great threat to my tomato. Gremory back at 81, Dank, Void Division, said Naruto, and then a large barrier appeared in front of him, a barrier so powerful that it stopped Serzich's destruction attack. Naruto, seeing that Lucifer was close, got bored, and to completely finish off the tomato he was going to attack him with one of his most powerful Heido. Had 90 Kurohitsugi, Black Coffin, said Naruto coldly. After Naruto spoke, a black dome appeared surrounding Lucifer. When the dome finished surrounding tomato, Naruto closed his hand and the dome disappeared, but when it disappeared, you could see Lucifer with hundreds of cuts and all bloody and unconscious, so being unconscious, he disappears from the battlefield, implying that Naruto won the battle. Well, I'll give you some credit. You made me use one of my best defenses and two of my best attacks, being my Heido 90 and my fire attack, so I guess you're not as useless as I thought. So Lucifer, I hope you don't die, since I don't want to deal with the pathetic old men of the council and have them bother me for killing their puppet, Naruto said indifferently. But frowning as he retired the pathetic old men, or if they bothered him he would finish them off. After all, in his eyes, those fossils are garbage that must be exterminated. I see you defeated the current Lucifer Lord Naruto without much difficulty, said Azrael seeing all the destruction on the battlefield. And I see that Grafia gave you some small problems, said Naruto seeing that Azrael had some small scratches. He was impressed that Grafia could hurt Azrael after all. His bishop is as stronger than Lucifer. That woman is powerful, but don't worry, I'm going to become much stronger with this experience, Azrael said seriously. The Gremory Tomato cannot continue. My little brother Naruto Citri wins the battle, said Serafall happily, since the faction saw the power of her younger brother and, therefore, the power of the Citri clan, only expected Sona to increase her power more to at least be at the level of a Satan. She was now celebrating with her younger brother how powerful her parents are. They will be very happy, although she knew that the Gremory will be very angry at how Naruto was able to defeat the tomato. Take Surziches and Grafia to the infirmary, they are in critical condition, ordered Ijuka, sighing. He knew Naruto was strong, but the level of power he demonstrated was unreal. Now he believes Naruto is in the top 10 most powerful existences. Several of the demonic guards followed Ijuka's order and took Lucifer and his queen to the infirmary, although they were terrified by the power of the young Citri and Azrael, the angel of death. Demons never thought they would see their leader, the strongest demon in the underworld, in such a critical state. Well, what a terrifying battle. Your brother is impressive. Serafall will easily be in the top 10 of the strongest, said Falbium seriously, since the child's power easily surpasses any demon, perhaps only the original Lucifer could defeat him. Serafall nodded happily, as she was proud of her little brother for defeating the tomato. She knew he was strong, but she was sure that he still couldn't defeat the tomato. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Consequences. After the battle of Azrael and Naruto Citri against Grafia Lucifuge and Surzich Lucifer, in which Naruto Citri and Azrael the Angel of Death emerged victorious, which shocked the entire underworld and greatly impressed the supernatural world. Since the current Lucifer may not be as strong as the original Lucifer, but he is powerful enough to pose a problem for several gods and beings of great power. In heaven with Michael, Gabriel, Raphael and Uriel, the four great seraphim were meeting, since after seeing the battle between Azrael and Naruto Citri against Grafia Lucifuge and Surzich Lucifer, they were surprised and somewhat fearful, since Azrael deserted heaven, and from what they saw he became much stronger, and in the case of the child, his power is no small thing. They calculated that his power level was on par or a little higher than the celestial dragons, and that worried them. I am amazed at the great power of young Citri, and that it seems Azrael, our brother, has deserted him as his bishop, Michael said with a sigh, knowing well that heaven will now be much weaker without Azrael, who is a weight the size of Satan, if not greater. We should talk to Azrael because he is someone of great power, and now he is with the demons, which makes us understand that if a war breaks out, it would be dangerous for us, said Uriel seriously, knowing well the great power of Azrael, and that even with all his power, he did not know if he could defeat him. In addition, from what he saw his power was above most of the angels. You're mostly right, but I highly doubt Azrael wants to talk to us after all. Heaven rejected him, Raphael said with a sigh. His brother Azrael was rejected by most of the angels, and from what he saw there were consequences. Gabriel snorted, rejected would be little, her poor brother was not welcome in heaven. She was one of the people, if not the only one, who supported him. She doesn't care that her brother Azrael is now a demon, the only thing she wanted was to talk to her brother. Maybe she could have an audience with a young Citri. You have something to say? Gabriel asked Michael with an eyebrow raised in curiosity. He didn't understand why his little sister felt so hostile. Maybe she was angry. First, as Raphael says, I highly doubt that Azrael wants to talk to us after all. Heaven rejected him, and now a demon who from what we saw may be stronger than any angel recruited him, but in my opinion we should let things calm down, since from what we saw in today's battle, Naruto Citri is not loyal to Lucifer, and the Council of Elders, what I saw of the boy on the screen, is a free spirit, so I highly doubt we should worry about anything happening. But if it reassures you, I myself will organize a meeting with Naruto Citri, but it will be later. We have to wait for things to calm down in the underworld, said Gabriel. Would be her just hoping to talk to her little brother. Besides, she was curious about Naruto Citri, maybe he could be a good ally. Raphael and Uriel nodded in understanding, and in Michael's case he thought about it for a bit, and sighing he nodded to his sister's words. It would be better for her to talk to Naruto Citri. Besides that, Gabriel is the only one who has a good relationship with Azrael. But the Shintoists, the goddess of the sun, was with a big smile, since her friend Naruto Citri gave a great beating to the tomato. She wanted to beat up Lucifer, but at least her friends humiliated him. She was very happy, and knew that her entire faction was after all. The tomato is not welcome in the Yokai faction and the Shinto faction. What do you think would be nice to give little Naruto as a gift for beating up the tomato? Amaterasu asked her brothers. I think it would be good to give him a powerful weapon or a familiar as a gift, said Susanoo. He was also happy with the beating that Lucifer received. Or maybe a spell book that can help strengthen his peerage members. He's mostly with his own, so it would be good to help those kids get stronger, said Tsukiyomi. That's a good idea, we have to think about it and then organize a meeting with little Naruto, said Amaterasu with a big smile. In Kyoto, Yoruichi, the leader of the Nakasho clan, was with Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai of Kyoto, talking about everything that just happened in the battle between Azrael and Naruto Citri against Grafia Lucifuge and Surzich Lucifer. Lady Yasaka, finally the tomato received what it deserved, said Yoruichi with a cruel smile, since what was transmitted by the demons humiliated Lucifer and put Naruto in the sights of several, but she knew that the little Citri could defend himself from almost any existence. I'm happy about what happened to him, of the four Satans the one I don't like is the idiot Surzich, said Yasaka with a smile. I think we should give young Naruto a gift, maybe a book with some knowledge or a weapon, said Yoruichi. We'll talk about that later, but you're right, we'll give him something that can help strengthen him. The boy earned the favor of the Yokai faction of Kyoto for teaching the Gremory a lesson and for saving you and the entire Nakasho clan, Yasaka said. I agree, and as for the boys, I haven't seen them for a couple of days, Yoruichi said curiously. She is in charge of teaching them hand-to-hand combat and Yasaka was in charge of magic, but she was busy with her clan and taking care of some matters, she wanted to see the progress of those children. So far all the children are doing well, the power of Lord Hades' children is equal to that of a middle-class demon, and the power of Lady Heschia's protégés are on par with a low-level high-class demon, Yasaka replied with a smile. She was now also allied with Hestia and Hades, thanks to Naruto Citri. In her eyes, those two, along with Hephaestus, are the few Greek gods with common sense. She just hoped not to get into trouble with the Greek faction. Azazel was somewhat incredulous with the events that have happened, the current Lucifer, a high-level demon who knew that he could give a great battle to high-level beings and even he would not be able to defeat him, was defeated by Naruto Citri, Serafall's little brother, and the strangest and most dangerous thing is that the boy has Azrael, the angel of death, someone of the stature of Satan, although from what he saw, Azrael is now much stronger. Azazel was now nervous, the power of that child is unreal, and he did not know what other members of nobility he has. Naruto Citri is the most dangerous demon, perhaps even more dangerous than the original Lucifer, his potential is enormous, and he is still a child who will go through adolescence, said Azazel. I agree Azazel, we must be careful with that child, his power is easily comparable to that of the celestial dragons, maybe even superior, and reach the level of Typhon, said Maguekio seriously, but he was also nervous a demon of such power would be very dangerous for everyone, fortunately he was on bad terms with the tomato, and knew that after the battle between the Gremory against the Citri, the underworld would be in chaos. Shemha's eye nodded at Azazel's words, and looked at Volley Lucifer out of the corner of his eye. That child would be problematic. He noticed the look he has, and he knows that that child will seek to fight with the Citri child. He only hoped that he does not go, and that Azazel gets serious about what it means to take care of that brat, if not, Naruto Citri would kill him. Bali was in his thoughts, he wanted to meet the child Citri, that boy may be younger than him, but he is definitely powerful, maybe he can have a good battle that will take him to the limit. Lucifer knew well that he will not defeat Citri, but he wanted to test himself with that demon, after all, now Naruto Citri was considered the most powerful living demon. Albion, who was listening to the thoughts of his bearer, sighed. The white dragon only hoped that his fellow lover in battle would not offend that child Citri. He felt his power and he was definitely at his level, if not superior. An interesting thing, since the original Lucifer, no demon could equal or surpass the celestial dragons. In the Greek underworld Hades, the strongest Greek, was meeting with Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, was talking about Naruto's battle against the Siskin of Lucifer, the god of the underworld, was happy that the demon king had received a beating from his partner and ally. Do you know anything about the Hestia children? Hades asked curiously. He knew that Naruto was not going to Kyoto yet, but he knew that Yasaka, the leader of the Yokai faction, was protecting the demigods for the moment. He knew that soon the child Citri would go to see the demigods. After all, Naruto told them that after his meeting of young demons, he would take care of those demigods. From what I know, your children and my wards are training with Lady Yasaka and Lady Yoruichi, both of whom are taking care of the children. They are all protected. So far, neither Zeus nor any Olympian knows of the children's existence, Hestia replied, happy that the demigods are protected from her foolish brother. Perfect, as long as the children are protected I'm happy. I know Zeus won't do anything even if he finds out, since if he attacks Kyoto or the Yokai faction would go to war with the Shinto, said Hades. Hestia nodded with a sigh, hoping that her brother wouldn't do anything, since if he tried anything against her charges and the children of Hades, she would finish him off. Zeus will not allow anyone to do anything to those he considers his children. The eyes of the goddess of the hearth shone with power and determination to protect the children. And you spoke to Persephone's brother who told you about the children, Hestia asked curiously. I spoke to her and told her about the children. My queen is not going to do anything against the children, but she will not defend them either. She told me that she understands that I should protect them, but she is still hurt by my deception, so at the moment we are somewhat tense, but we are fixing things little by little, and I know that with time my queen will accept the children, said Hades. I understand, brother, I hope this teaches you a lesson, and that you don't cheat on your wife again. Be fair with her and talk to her if something happens, Hestia said. In the underworld meeting of young demons. All the demons were with their mouths open after the battle between Naruto and the current Lucifer ended, where the Mao Lucifer was defeated along with his strongest queen, taking both to the demon doctor to recover. After a few seconds Naruto appeared along with Azrael, both looked impossible, despite the fact that Graphia and the tomato gave them a good warm-up, both looked good, especially Naruto who had almost no damage, and in the case of Azrael, it was seen that he had a small cut, but nothing serious or that represented a problem. Naru-chan, you did amazing, you managed to defeat the tomato. Graphia-chan, said Serafall happily, since her cute little brother finished off the foolish Gremory, although inside she was a little frustrated, since she realized that she had not yet reached the level of the tomato, although she knew that in a couple of years, she would equal him or maybe surpass him. Congratulations young Naruto for your victory against Surziches, said Ijuka seriously. He knew how strong Naruto is, although he was surprised by the level of power he has shown, his power level is definitely in the top 10. Congratulations Naruto Citri, said Falbium, nodding in recognition of the strongest demon now in the underworld. Thank you Lord Asmodeus, Lord Beelzebub, Lord Leviathan, we will sit at our table so you can continue with the meeting of young demons. Said Naruto was happy to be able to beat that tomato, but now it is better to sit down and see what the demons are going to say. All the demons were looking at Naruto with fear and some demons also with lust, since the power that the young Citri demonstrated was enormous. At the Phoenix Razor table she was looking at Naruto with fear. He heard that this boy is strong, but he never thought he was that strong. Fortunately, he did not challenge him, otherwise that boy would definitely kill him. The power of this boy even surpassed his Lucifer, so for the moment he will keep his mouth shut, he did not want him to be killed. While Ravel looked at Naruto with hope, she would have to organize a meeting with Naruto. Citri would be the best thing for her to become a member of his nobility and have the protection of the one now known as the most powerful demon. Sarergbale along with his nobility looked at Naruto seriously and realized that Sona's younger brother is definitely the strongest demon despite his youth. He knew now that the council elders will want to control Naruto, and from what he saw the young man will destroy them if they try something, and with the members of nobility that they have, he did not doubt it, each of the members of nobility are very powerful in his eyes. The only ones with whom he could seriously deal with that Nakasho, although it would cost him a lot and he would have to give his all, and he could also deal with the youngest who apparently are the youngest of Naruto Citri's group. Lord Naruto's power is very amazing, defeating Lord Lucifer, and even his nobility is not far behind, his bishop was able to defeat the strongest queen, said Kushina Baden regarding his eyes. Naruto is a role model, he does not seem arrogant at all, and put the conceited Gremory in his place, who believed himself to be a lot for having the power of destruction. You're right Kusha, Naruto-sen's power is enormous, and his nobility is not far behind, the power of those young people is enormous, all of them are in the high, supreme or superior rank, said Sererg. Watching with a small smile, everything would be interesting to challenge Naruto, he knew he would lose, but he wanted to see what level he could reach as a demon without his power of destruction. Kushina Baden saw her king and nodded happily. She noticed how excited her king was to meet Lord Naruto. She was excited too. It would be interesting to meet the one who will now be known as the strongest demon. Sakvara Agares looked in shock at the youngest son of the Citri house, perhaps it would be good to make a marriage contract with the one who is now in her eyes the strongest demon. Riaz watched in shock everything that happened, her older brother Lucifer was defeated by Naruto Citri, her friend's younger brother. She was nervous, shocked, sad and angry at the loss of her older brother. She knew his defeat would make the Gremory house look bad. Should my brother lost, this is going to make the Gremory house look bad, and with the power that the Citri house handles now, they may be considered one of the most influential clans. Naruto Citri's power is enormous, Sona's is almost at the level of her cousin Sererg, and Serafall Sama is now much stronger. This is bad, although maybe a marriage contract would be good with Naruto Citri this way, I will save myself from Razor, thought the younger tomato. Kaneko looked at Naruto in surprise, she knew how strong the young Citri is, but his power impressed her, she wants to talk to Naruto and his sister, although she was afraid and looked at Riaz out of the corner of her eye, her greed was noticeable, but she didn't say anything. Akeno licked her lips, she wanted to meet the Citri boy, his power is enormous, maybe with him she can get a boyfriend. At the Citri table with Sona and Naruto's nobility, everyone was watching Naruto along with Azrael with poker faces, seeing everything they both did to Lucifer and his queen. Wow, little brother, you put on quite a show by defeating Lord Lucifer, Sona said, somewhat amused by the beating her younger brother gave the tomato. I agree with Lady Sona, the beating you gave the tomato was fun. I suppose that several of the beings who hate that idiot will give you gifts for the spectacle you put on, Kurama mocked Lucifer. Ace and Sabo looked at Naruto with wide eyes. Their king is really strong now. Both were sure that they would be protected from any demon. Since Naruto now qualified as the strongest demon, both sighed in relief to have Naruto's protection, and being part of his nobility was good. They could do whatever they wanted, as long as they did nothing to harm the Citri house. Urza and Kuroka looked at their king with a blush because of how strong he is. They sighed. They liked seeing the tomato defeated, especially Kuroka, who hates the demonic council, and the fool Mao Lucifer with all her being. Your power also increased. I see Azrael. Dealing with Graphia is not a simple thing. I congratulate you, as well as you, my king. Defeating the current Lucifer is also not a small thing. Congratulations, Irene said with a smile. Prom Cruich nodded in respect to his king. He knew he held back quite a bit. After all, his king was at least on Indra's level, and from what he felt, the most he could muster was half of his power. I appreciate your congratulations. At the end of this meeting we will go to Citri Castle. We have to talk to my parents and my older sister. Defeating Lucifer will have several benefits and also disadvantages. Now, guys, we have to pay attention to what the Mao will say, Naruto said smiling. Everyone nodded and Azrael thanked them for the congratulations. Although he thought he would become more powerful, he knew well that he had not yet reached the celestial level, but he knew that with time he would achieve that level. The three remaining Mao, seeing that all the young demons were silent or finished processing Naruto's battle against Lucifer, they would give an announcement. Since you are now calm, we are going to give a small announcement which consists of some small promotions to some demons who have shown great power and have exceeded the expectations of us Mao. We will name some of you young ones, and I congratulate you for reaching this level of power. Ajuka-chan will now provide the names, Serafall said happily. As Serafall said, I will provide the names of the demons who ascended to Supreme Class Demon. The first to ascend to this rank is Saraerd Bale, the second in this rank is Sona Citri, the third is Severa Agares, the fourth to ascend Kushina Abaddon Queen Saraerd Bale. The fifth to reach the supreme rank is Azrael Bishop of Naruto Citri, and finally the last to reach the rank of Supreme Class Demon is Naruto Citri. Congratulations to all of you young demons. I hope that several of you increase your level and ascend in rank, said Ajuka seriously. Several of the young demons felt proud for ascending and others angry for not ascending, and in Naruto's case he was indifferent, he didn't care much about his promotion. In the case of Kushina Abaddon Queen Saraerd Bale and Azrael Bishop of Naruto Citri, they will be given their evil peace when they arrive at my laboratory. I will wait for them in these days, that will be all, said Ajuka ending the meeting. Now he would have to prepare new sets of evil peace for Azrael and the queen of the young Bale, which impressed him, her power is not small. Azrael and Kusha nodded at Ajuka's words, although neither was interested in a game of evil peace, they just wanted to protect their king, not recruiting more people would take too much time. End of chapter. Chapter 19. Conversations. Currently Naruto Citri after the battle against the Mao Lucifer and the rise of some low and middle class demons to supreme class, the young Citri was now in the Citri castle, along with Sona Citri and her nobility, and Serafall Leviathan, one of the four Mao all were in the Citri castle, to be able to talk to Lord and Lady Citri, their parents, who were somewhat upset by the battle between Tomato Gremory and Naruto. Little Naruto, are you okay? Weren't you hurt in your battle with the idiot Gremory? Lady Citri asked a little fearful, and how could she not be? Her youngest son fought in a duel with the most powerful Mao. Her son may have won, but that doesn't take away how worried she is. She knows her baby is strong, but she knew that what her son did has consequences. Lady Citri knew that the elders of the council, especially Lord Bale, bother her little one. Lord Citri sweated a drop when he saw how worried his wife was, and he was worried too, but when he saw Naruto he saw that he was in good condition, although she was very surprised that her little son had Azrael as a member of his nobility. Serafall and Sona looked at their mother with some amusement. They both knew that Naruto was very powerful, and in Serafall's opinion, her little brother was already in the top 10 of the most powerful existences. Calm down, Mother. Naruto was able to defeat Lord Lucifer, so now he is the strongest demon. You have nothing to worry about, after all Naruto was not injured in the battle, said Sona calmly. Lady Citri sighed, but nodded. Now that Naruto is the strongest demon he is going to become more popular, but he was still worried about the elders and Lord Bale. Now that we are all calmer, I want to know, Naruto, how it is that you have Seraph Azrael, and what other beings do you have in your nobility, son? Lord Citri asked curiously. Well, I present to you my friends and members of my nobility. The one with black hair and sacred energy sprouts, as you already know, is Azrael, the angel of death. He is my bishop. The Kyuubi is called Kurama. He is my first tower and my best friend. Those who have dragon energy are Krom Cruich, the dragon of the crescent circle, and Irene Bulsirian, the scarlet destroyer. The first is my tower, and the second is my bishop. The Redeed is Urza Bulsirian is my knight, and the rest are Sabo. Ace, who are half demons of the Phoenix clan and half humans, and finally the last one is Kuroka, a very powerful Nakasho. They are my pawns. Naruto presented to his friends Bara, members of his nobility. Lord Citri, Lady Citri, Serafall Leviathan and to a lesser extent Sona and her nobility opened their eyes in surprise at Naruto's nobility. They all noticed the power of all the members of the nobility. Even Serafall knew that she could not defeat Crom Cruach, Irene and Kurama. Perhaps with Azrael she could fight on equal terms. She noticed that his power even surpasses that of Falbium. One of the members of your nobility is Crom Cruach, who is considered the strongest evil dragon, and the one who is said to equal the celestial dragons, asked Lord Citri with his pale face, and also nervously. After all, that being is considered one of the strongest beings, even some say that he may surpass Amun-Ra, the sun god. Lord Citri did not know how his son was able to recruit that being. But what he does know is that if Naruto was able to recruit that being, it means that Naruto is stronger than the dragon Crom Cruach. Lady Citri was like a ghost. She didn't understand how her little son was able to recruit all those high-powered beings. She felt the level of power and several of them are stronger than her Lucifer, and now that Naruto has those beings, she calculates that her son may already be in the top 10, and she sighed, since with those beings her baby will be protected. Serafall and Sona didn't say anything, but they were impressed and wondered what other beings their younger brother would recruit. They knew that Naruto was not a normal demon. He was born with enormous magical power and enormous creativity for magic and magical runes. Naruto saw his parents, who were pale from knowing the members of his nobility. He did not blame them. After all, he has god-class beings on his side as subordinates Naruto's side, since he will have to reassure his parents. They don't have to worry, they're not going to do anything, they're my friends and allies. So they don't have to worry. Some of them may have a bad reputation, but they're calm beings and won't cause problems, Naruto said indifferently. Crom Cruach, Azrael, Sabo, Kurama, Irene and Urza snorted. They all knew Kuroka and Ace would wreak havoc as soon as they were left unguarded. The Citri family raised a curious eyebrow but said nothing because they didn't want to be surprised. Narutan, I know you are strong, but you still have to be careful with the demonic council, and especially with Lord Baal. He may be weaker than us, but that old dog is at Satan's level and is very intelligent. We must be careful, said Serafall. She would be able to deal with the council, but with the Baal and his political power, it would be complicated, so it would be better to have Naruto on guard. Lose and to protect my nobility, especially Kuroka, Sabo and Ace, I will have to be careful, but if those fools do something I will finish them off, said Naruto with cold eyes and with a great power coming out of him, one comparable to that of a celestial dragon. He knew that the elders wanted Kuroka, and if they discover that Ace and Sabo are half demon of the immortal clan, then they will want them, and he will not give them to them. Urza, Sona, her peerage, Sabo, Ace, Kuroka, Lord and Lady Citri, gasped at the great power that Naruto released. They are all strong, but Naruto's power oppressed them. Lord Naruto stopped releasing his power. He was oppressing his sister and the rest of the kids who are lower than Satan's level, said Irene with a drop of sweat, since the power may not oppress her, but it did put her nerves on edge. Naruto realized what he was doing and sighing, he stopped his power. He didn't want to hurt his companions or scare them. I'm sorry for what I did, I just won't let anything happen to my friends, family or allies, said Naruto apologizing. He sometimes released his power unintentionally when he was angry. He would deal with the elders or the other Mayu if they tried something. Everyone nodded in understanding, some knew how protective Naruto is, so they calmed down. Well, how about we go eat after a while since we last saw each other, and it would be good to meet your members of nobility, son, so let's sit down and the servants will serve us, said Lady Citri with a smile. She wanted to meet her son's friends. She only knew the names and in some cases the reputation of those beings, but she wanted to get to know them on a more personal level. Everyone agreed that it was better to calm down, and some were hungry, so it would be better to talk about important issues at the table. Phoenix Family Castle. At Phoenix Castle, Ravel, Razor and the members of Razor's nobility were meeting with Lord Phoenix, Lady Phoenix and Ruval Phoenix. The nobility remained silent, they did not say anything because of how nervous they are. You already know what happened at the young demons meeting, am I right parents? Asked Ravel, the youngest daughter of the Phoenix house. Yes, Ravel, we saw the battle between Lord Lucifer and the youngest son of the Citri house, Lord Phoenix replied with fear in his voice, since the Citri child scared him, that brat was able to destroy his Lucifer, the strongest demon today. Ruval saw his father and sighed, since his father is a scared idiot, the Citri child may have defeated the Gremory, but he knew that the child would not attack him, since they have no grudges. Also, from what he saw, the child is easily now the strongest demon. I wish to serve Lord Naruto Citri, he can protect me from the clan elders, and with him I can become much stronger. I want to serve Naruto-sama. Also, I beat the tomato, said Ravel seriously, and venom sprouting in her voice when she mentioned the tomato. She did not like the Gremory. That idiot is conceited, he may be a strong demon. But she knew well that he does not surpass the original Lucifer she investigated, and the original Lucifer is even a rival for the biblical god, and she knew well that the current Lucifer could not do much against the biblical god. Lord and Lady Phoenix opened their eyes in surprise, their daughter would be so daring to serve another, she is a demon of the Phoenix clan. Lord Phoenix did not want his daughter to serve that demon, since he wanted to use his daughter to marry some clan demon, to gain greater political power, while Lady Citri was undecided, since the child Citri scared her a lot. Razor looked at his younger sister with a frown, he didn't want his sister to join the boy, but he understood what his sister wanted to do, that Citri child, his power was far above any demon, he may be a pervert and in some cases a conceited idiot, but he knows well that Naruto Citri could provide greater support to his sister, in addition, he fears the Citri child, his power is very terrifying, and he did not want to face him. I forbid you to serve the child Citri, you are my daughter, and I am seeing who to marry you, so I will not tell you again. Ravel, do not join Naruto's nobility, Citri ordered Lord Phoenix seriously, he will not let his daughter join a nobility, since if she does he would not be able to command her, since any demon who joins a nobility will only serve its king. Ruvel and Ravel looked at Lord Phoenix with great anger. They both knew that their father only wanted to take advantage of the situation to gain more political power. They would not say anything for the moment. Ruvel looked at Ravel out of the corner of his eye. He would accompany her. He wouldn't let the council, his father, or any elder take advantage of his little sister. If necessary, he would help his sister go to Citri Castle so that his little sister could join Lord Naruto's nobility. Ravel was gritting her teeth as her foolish father was forbidding her from joining Lord Naruto, but she wasn't going to listen to him when she joined Lord Naruto, she would no longer have to follow her foolish father's orders. Lord Phoenix saw that his daughter would no longer say anything and left with his wife. Razor saw his sister and said nothing, he just left with his nobility. He knew that Naruto could protect his younger sister, but his father would not let his sister join Naruto Citri's nobility. You have nothing to worry about, Ravel, tomorrow we will go see Lord Naruto, said Ruvel, the eldest son of the Phoenix house, serious, he would not let his little sister be manipulated or hurt by his counsel. Ravel looked at her older brother with hope and nodded happily. Her older brother supported her and that's what made her happy. Soon she would be free of those idiots from the council and her idiot father. She just hoped that Naruto Citri would accept that she join his peerage. She knew that her father wouldn't go against Naruto Citri. She laughed internally. Now she could be free of the idiots. Gremory Family Castle. In the Gremory family castle, Lord Gremory, Lady Gremory, Ria's Gremory, her nobility and the current injured Lucifer along with her queen were gathering, since after the defeat of Surzich's Lucifer and Greyfia Lucifuge, things will go from bad to worse for the Gremory family, after all the strongest devil there was is Surzich's. Things will go from bad to worse from now on, since Surzich's was defeated the demons will not see him as the strongest demon, and even other factions will see him as someone who can be dealt with, and young Citri is now in the sights of high-ranking political demons and several of the strongest supernatural beings. In addition to that, Serafall has become much stronger because it is at a level close to that of Ajuka, and we still do not know the power level of Sona, the heiress of the Citri clan, which gives us to understand that the Citri clan has several supreme class members, so now they will be considered the strongest demon clan, said Lord Gremory, sighing angrily at what is happening now because of Citri. He cursed Naruto Citri, that brat ruined everything, now he knows that the Citri clan is considered the strongest clan. Surzich's frowned, he was still very injured after the battle with Naruto Citri, he sincerely hates and fears Naruto, his power is unreal and will grow, since he is a child his power will be able to grow with each passing year. Greyfia didn't say anything, she wasn't ashamed, she fought with Azrael the angel of death, she realized that the Seraph or ex-Seraph was at an enormous level, she calculates that she is even much stronger than Serafall, maybe close to that of Lord Ajuka, the strongest queen knows that her king is a conceited and idiot who almost caused a war with the Shinto and the Yokai. Rias was thinking about how she could make Naruto her husband or a member of her nobility. She may be weaker than him, but she is the heiress of the Gremory clan, so Naruto Citri would have to listen to her or at least consider it. Ikeno, Kiba, Kaneko looked at their king with a frown, they knew his thoughts and sighed internally. Kaneko denied internally, she knew Naruto minimally, she knows that he is an enormously powerful being, and she also wanted to talk to him, although she still did not understand why he has chakra that made her uncomfortable and curious, but especially with her older sister, she wanted to know what exactly happened and why she killed her king, she was a little scared, but she knows that if Naruto recruited her sister, then her sister is not bad, maybe something else happened that she doesn't know. We have to talk to Lord Baal and see how to control the youngest son of the Citri house, his power is not normal, Ria said seriously, but she also wanted to have the power of the Citri child to be able to free herself from her marriage contract. Maybe talk to the council, the boy Naruto is still small, I don't think he will prevail over the council and several clan heads, said Lord Gremory, thinking of using the boy to have powerful demons. I think you're right, the best thing would be to have a marriage contract imposed on him and get his power from the current Lucifer, thinking about how to make the child under his control. Everyone nodded, but Grafia had a bad feeling. She didn't believe that the Citri child would submit to the elders. She believes that the child will eventually kill all the Grimoires if they try to impose a marriage contract. She is not stupid, she knows that the child is like a dragon, and if they bother him he will burn you. Bale family castle. Lord Bale, also known as one of the strongest and oldest demons, was thinking about defeating Surzich's brat. He knows that the brat is strong, not at the level of the first Lucifer, but strong enough to defeat high-level gods, so now he had to control the child's Citri. After all, if he doesn't control that brat it would be dangerous in the future, he would have to talk to the council, he had to be cautious. It's time to talk to the council, and with that brat Surzich's, we have to come up with a plan to control that child, said Zekrom Bale, with his eyes shining in greed. He wanted the power of that brat with him, his power, his clan will increase in power, and his members of nobility are not weak. Elsewhere in the supernatural world, Rizavam Livan Lucifer was meeting with several of his highest-ranking subordinates, each of them at a high level, comparable to the level of an ultimate-class devil. The fool of Grimoire was beaten by a brat. That false Mayu is not as strong as he makes himself believe, mocked Shalba Beelzebub, amused to see the false Lucifer beaten by the youngest son of the Citri house. That fake Lucifer was humiliated. Kukikuku laughed. Kateria Leviathan, amused to see the idiot fake Lucifer beaten by the Citri child. I think it would be time to finish off the fake Lucifer if that idiot is destroyed by a child, mocked Crucerius Modius, amused, since that idiot fake Lucifer the underworld votes to them, the descendants of the original Mayu. Rizavam saw his dogs mocking each other, and although he was also amused by the Grimoire's defeat, he was also worried, since the idiot Grimoire is not weak, but is someone of his level like a Juka, maybe he could defeat any of them one-on-one, but he knew he couldn't against both of them, and that Citri kid finished off the tomato so easily, and the brat also has Azrael the Angel of Death, someone who in his opinion is stronger than any of his 3 dogs. Fools, the Grimoire brat may not be stronger than the original Lucifer, but the idiot is almost at my level, if not at my level, and the Citri brat beat him like he was nothing, which makes me understand that the boy may be even stronger than the celestial dragons, and the brat is not only strong, but from what we saw that boy has Azrael the Angel of Death, said Rizavam, sighing. He was interested in the Citri boy, but also worried. We wait to see the movements of the young Citri, and if we can generate tension between the Grimoire and the Citri family. I am curious to see what the young Citri does if his family is threatened, Rizavam replied. Everyone nodded. Now they would just have to wait, if not the Citri brat would finish them off. They had to be careful. End of chapter. Chapter 20. Meetings. Currently Zekrom Bale was thinking how to control the brat. He has to be careful, because if he makes a wrong move he could be destroyed by the boy and his peerage members. Bale was shocked since Azrael was in the boy's peerage, and from what he saw he has become terrifyingly powerful, maybe at the level of his pawn Surzich's, and that shocked him. Surzich's brat may not be as terrifying or strong as the first Lucifer, but his pawn is certainly very powerful, even surpassing several gods in the supernatural world, and that is quite an achievement for a devil. This is complicated. If I make a mistake the child could get out of control, and I know well that first level beings are not easily controlled. I have to make my move before someone else does and has the child's power, said Zekrom Bale, frustrated. He wants to have the power of that brat at his disposal. After all, the child is still small and has already surpassed his pawn. He knew that the brat's potential is enormous. Meanwhile, on the other side of the underworld, Ravel Phoenix and Ruval Phoenix were currently in the Citri castle. Both want to talk to the youngest son of the Citri house. Since Ruval wants his sister to be protected from the elders of the clan and knew that the only one who could protect his sweet sister will be Naruto Citri, he knows that the Citri, despite being cold and calculating demons, are demons of words, so he knew that if he fulfills any agreement in which his younger sister reaches, she will be protected from her parents and the elders. Young Ruval Phoenix, Miss Ravel, what do you want from me, and why are you looking for me so urgently? Is it strange that you are in my house after my battle with the tomato? Naruto asked curiously. He knew who those 2 blonde-haired men were. He investigated all the young demons and the demons with the most potential and greatest power in the underworld, so he was curious to know what those 2 wanted, although also somewhat tense. After all, Ace and Sabo are half of the Phoenix clan, so as long as they don't harm his friends, he won't kill them in a painful way. Ruval may be almost at Satan level, but he could easily deal with him if he presents himself as a threat. Serafall Citri, Sona Citri, Lady Citri and Lord Citri were also curious about what those 2 wanted, but they wouldn't say anything. After all, the meeting they have is with Naruto, so they will just remain as spectators unless they see something that bothers them. Naruto's nobility said nothing. After all, their teacher told them not to talk or interrupt the meeting with the Phoenix boys. Lord Naruto, what I wish is for my sister Ravel Phoenix to join you in your nobility. I want her to be protected by the elders of the Phoenix clan. I do not care what piece she is, the only thing I wish is for you to be able to protect my sister with all your power. I will do whatever you ask me, but please protect my younger sister, said begged Ravel Phoenix. Serafall Citri, Sona Citri, Lady Citri and Lord Citri opened their eyes in disbelief. They didn't think that Ravel would come to offer his younger sister, although more than offering it would be to protect them. They knew how greedy the demons are, after all they are too, but they keep it under control. Your proposal is interesting, Ravel-san, and I understand your concern. You want your sister Ravel to be under my protection, but by making her part of my nobility, I will make enemies of the Phoenix, and although I am not afraid of them, and I know I can deal with the pathetic members of the council, I first want to know what you are offering me, so I can offer your sister protection, Naruto said seriously. He wanted to know what Ravel will give her. Ravel frowned, he didn't know what he could offer the young Citri, he knew how strong he was, but Ravel didn't know what Naruto Citri could want from him, and he didn't know what Ravel could give him, he sighed. I will give you whatever you want, Lord Naruto, all I want is to protect my little sister from everyone, even my father and mother, said Ravel sighing. He did not mind offering anything to protect his little sister, after all his ambition is to protect what he loves, and what he loves is his little sister. He adores his family, but he is more attached to his sister. Ravel was moved by what her older brother was doing. Ravel loved her older brother very much after all. He did everything to protect her even from her parents and the elders of the clan. Thank you brothers and Lord Naruto, if you accept I promise to be useful and be as strong as possible to be able to support you, said Ravel, bowing her head slightly. I want you to send me the scrolls of the Phoenix tactics and magic, as well as I wish for you to give my clan 100 Phoenix tears, and I promise you that I will protect your younger sister with all my power, and that protection can even be extended to you if you ever need it, Naruto answered seriously. He will keep the promise, after all he is a man of his word. He may ask for a lot, but it is nothing compared to what he is doing. After all, he wants those tactics and magic to be able to increase the power of Ace and Sabo. He does not have much knowledge about both of their clans, so it is better to take advantage of the opportunity to strengthen his pawns. Ravel opened his eyes in shock and disbelief as Naruto Citri, the strongest demon currently in existence, was asking him for 100 Phoenix tears. That is a huge headache. He knew he could get it, although he had to be cautious in case his father or the elders find out, but what shocked him was that Naruto asked him for the tactics and magic that the Phoenix use. He didn't understand why. He knew that some of his clan's things could be used by other demons, but not all of them, so sighing he would comply, but he wanted to know why Naruto wanted his clan's tactics and magic scrolls. Ravel opened her mouth in disbelief at what Naruto was asking for. Although her brother could get it, it wouldn't be easy. She could get the tears, but she doubted she could get the scrolls, and if the council found out what her brother did, she shuddered in fear, since most likely they would imprison him or kill him. Serafall Citri, Sona Citri, Lady Citri and Lord Citri opened their mouths in shock and disbelief. They were shocked by what Naruto was asking. He was really asking that much of Ravel so that he could protect Ravel. They shuddered. Naruto is very greedy. They didn't know that side of little Citri. Naruto's nobility looked at their king in disbelief. They couldn't believe how greedy their king is, and they thought he was just a child who was strong, mature and terrifying, but now they saw another side of their king that they liked a little. I see that you've changed, Naruto. You're no longer the silly brat. Very well, I like that. Now you've matured. You can't help everyone unless they give you something in return, Kurama thought, approving of what his best friend was doing. After all, he didn't want his best friend to be a fool who helps everyone. Besides, now they will have to deal with the idiots of the council. Azrael nodded and now admired his king even more, since he is not an idiot, but a true leader who looks out for the interests of his allies and family, and if the girl wants to join, then the boy has to comply with his king's requests. I accept your proposal, Lord Naruto, anything to protect your younger sister, but I want you to tell me why you want the tactics and magic of my Phoenix clan. I don't see how it will benefit you much, since you are not a Phoenix, said Ravel curiously. Simple. In my nobility I have 2 half-demons from the Phoenix clan. I don't know who their parents are, both of them have great potential to the point that in my opinion their power is above Ravel and Razor, Naruto said seriously. Ravel and Ravel were surprised and looked sideways at the members of Naruto's nobility and frowned, since the level of each member is enormous, and they knew that they were hiding their power, although now that they realized more there were 2 young men who caught their attention. They have an energy very similar to theirs, and they assumed that they are the half-demons of their clan. They did not care, after all. What they respect the most is not purity but power, and from what they feel about those 2, is that they are much stronger than Razor. I understand Lord Naruto and I accept your proposal, thank you for the information, you can make my sister a member of your nobility now and in a week at most I will have everything you ask for ready, so you don't have to worry, Ruvel said seriously, he will keep his word, he knew he could get everything Naruto asks for, he may no longer be the heir to the clan, but he is still very respected after all, his power is of a supreme class almost bordering on the level of a Satan. You have a deal Ravel-san come closer, said Naruto taking out his pawn piece, he would now have to support the girl to get stronger. As Lord Naruto ordered, Ravel said, somewhat happy to finally no longer have to deal with the elders of the Phoenix clan. When Ravel approached, Naruto sent his pawn piece into the young demon, causing Ravel to have a considerable increase in power. Now she was sure that her power was between a maximum high class and a basic supreme class. Thank you Lord Naruto for allowing me to be a member of your nobility, I feel that my power has increased considerably, and I know that with proper training, my power will grow to the maximum supreme class, Ravel said happily. Ruvel was impressed by Ravel's new power and nodded to himself that it was best for Naruto to be Ravel's king. Sona frowned, Ravel may still be weaker than her, but her power could surpass most young demons, only a couple of young demons could defeat with the extra power that Ravel had. Lord Naruto Ravel will stay with you as I indicated in a week I will bring you what you asked for and inform my parents what has happened and thank you for protecting my sister see you soon, Lord Naruto, Lord Citri, Lady Citri, Sona-san and Leviathan-sama, said Ruvel sighing to withdraw now he will have to talk to his parents, he needed them not to bother Naruto, he knew they could make his parents remain neutral. Well this meeting is very interesting, but me, your father and Serafall have to go, we have a meeting with Ajuka and Falbium, so we will leave, see you in a couple of hours, Naruto said Lady Citri sighing now they would have to talk to the other two Mau and make them take their side, she knew that soon there was a meeting with the council, and it is better to be prepared. I understand mother, see you in a few hours, said Naruto saying goodbye to the rest of his family, now he has to make Ravel meet and interact with the rest of his nobility. I will also leave with my nobility Naruto, I will leave you so you can present your nobility to Ravel, said Sona to leave with her nobility. Ravel since you are my new pawn now I introduce you to my friends and members of my nobility, the one with black hair and sacred energy sprouts as you already know is Azrael the angel of death he is my bishop, and the one who fought against Graphia, the Kyuubi is called Kurama, he is my first tower, and my best friend, those who have dragon energy are Krom Kruich, the dragon of the crescent circle, and Irene Bulsirian the scarlet destroyer they are also my tower and bishop. Iridi Dezerza Bulsirian is my knight, and the rest are Sabo, Ace who are half demons of the Phoenix clan and half humans, and finally the last one is Kuroka a very powerful Nakasho they are my pawns Naruto introduced to his friends, bare members of his nobility, he wanted them to get along with Ravel, at least with the youngest so they could learn. Ravel looked at Naruto in disbelief. She had done a lot of research on the most powerful beings in the supernatural world and knew the name of Krom Kruich, known as the strongest evil dragon, that is said to be able to match Amun-Ra, the Egyptian sun god, or the celestial dragons, but something told her that this dragon had already surpassed them, maybe it was in the middle of the top 10, and that terrified her, since now her king had this dragon. It meant that it must be at least equal or stronger. Now Ravel knew that with Naruto she would grow, and he would make her grow. It's impressive Lord Naruto that you were able to recruit such powerful beings, Ravel said with beads of sweat on her face, she was quite impressed. You don't have to fear Ravel-san since you joined me as my pawn, I am your leader and protector, so let's go with the rest so you can get to know them better, said Naruto, bringing Ravel closer to the other members of his nobility. Meanwhile at Phoenix Castle, Ravel's parents were meeting with Ruvel to discuss Ravel's location. Mother, father, I have to give you a message, Ravel, said Ruvel seriously, he just hoped that his parents wouldn't do anything stupid. What is it you want to tell us, son? Lord Phoenix asked curiously. He didn't understand why his son had summoned them. He was cautious. I want to let you know that Ravel recently joined Lord Naruto as his new pawn, so the council elders or anyone from the Phoenix clan no longer have jurisdiction over my younger sister, said Ruvel seriously, he wouldn't let his idiot parents do anything against his younger sister. Lord Phoenix and Lady Phoenix opened their eyes in shock and frowned, as now it would be more complicated if not impossible for Ravel to marry into nobility to gain more political power. They love their daughter, but they also know that it is important to gain prestige for the clan. I told them that no one could join Naruto Citri, and now your sister joins because you didn't stop her, she had to marry a noble demon, said Lord Phoenix angrily releasing part of his power, causing the entire room to tremble. Do not order me father you may be the clan leader, but I am stronger, and I made my sister join Naruto-sama, he can protect her from everyone, even the Phoenix clan you and the clan elders, and I will say this father knew Naruto-sama's nobility, and from the powers that I felt Lord Azrael is not the strongest member of his nobility at least there is one being that equals Azrael and two that surpass him by a considerable margin, so I will tell you this be careful with your movements father. Because if you make a false move against Lord Naruto he may kill you, and I will not do anything to protect you. After all, he now has Ravel under his protection, and I appreciate that, replied Ruvel, with his power standing out surpassing that of his father. Ruvel's power far surpassed Lord Phoenix's power. After all, the young demon's power is almost a Satan-class battle power. After all, he was among the top 10 among the rating game. Lord Phoenix and Lady Phoenix opened their eyes in surprise. They knew that their son's power is strong, but the power coming out of their son now is greater than they ever thought. He is easily almost at the beginning of the Satan rank, so Lord Phoenix under his power may be the leader of the clan, but his son is currently the strongest Phoenix demon. After all, his power is, from what he feels, almost at the Satan rank. He was barely in the middle of the supreme class. So I see that if I get involved with Naruto Citri, he will finish me off, Lord Phoenix replied seriously, although internally he shuddered, since currently the Citri clan is the strongest clan and Naruto the strongest demon. Father, I am giving you this warning. I don't want you to die, I want you to live, but if you do something against the Citri clan, you won't come out unscathed. I know that soon there will be a meeting with the Council of Demons where the clan leaders and the Mai will be, so I recommend that you side with Lord Naruto, since he will not let himself be manipulated by the council. Someone with his power will never do that, Ruvel said seriously. I see, son, I will take that into account. Now we will retire. I have a lot to think about, said Lord Phoenix sighing. He loves his children, but he wants to make his clan the most recognized, but with Naruto in the Citri clan, he knew he could not aspire to have the strongest clan. Sighing, Lord Phoenix shook his head. He would now have to decide whether to attack the young Citri or take his side. Ruvel nodded as he watched his parents leave and sighed, hoping his father wouldn't do anything stupid. Now I have to talk to the members of my nobility and inform them of what is happening. I can't leave them blank, Ruvel said to himself and sighed. He only hoped that his parents would side with the Citri. He doesn't want his parents to have Naruto-sama or his nobility as an enemy. After all, now even the tomato, as Lord Naruto called her, has been humiliated. End of chapter. Chapter 21. Devil's Council. Currently a meeting is being held between the demonic pillars and the four Mau to find out what to do with the situation of Naruto Citri, who is now considered the strongest demon after the battle with the current Lucifer, since the power of the youngest of the Citri is enormous, perhaps comparable to the beast Tiffin, and several of the counselors, and some of the Mau, especially Tomato, wanted to control the power of Naruto Citri, which is impossible. Since first the youngest son of the Citri house would finish them off before being controlled by the rabbit. We must deal with Naruto Citri. His power is not normal and will continue to grow. He may be a threat to the underworld. You saw what he did to Lord Lucifer, said Lord Aguirre, the leader of one of the most important clans in the underworld. I agree with Lord Aguirre, we can't leave Naruto uncontrolled, said Lord Grimmery. Seriously, he wants revenge against a boy who left his son and Grafia in a bad state. He is going to make that brat pay for everything he did to his family. They are talking about my son, they will not be able to control him, besides, he has not committed treason, so I do not understand why they want to conspire against my youngest son, Lord Citri growled angrily. He now wants to freeze those two idiots. I do not understand how he could have been friends with the eldest Tomato before. Serafall frowned, she won't say anything, maybe those fools want to control her little brother, but she knew they couldn't, after all, her little brother is far above any of those pathetic lords. The Mao levitated, snorted between amused and angry at the idiots who want to control her little sister. Let's stop arguing, it would be better to call young Naruto Citri, we need to speak with the youngest son of the Citri house to solve these disputes, said Zekrom Baal, one of the oldest and strongest demons in the underworld, comparable to the power level of a supreme class demon of the highest level. Serafall snorted in amusement. She knew what her brother was going to do when he was at the meeting. After all, no one could control her brother. Besides, most likely, members of her brother's nobility would end up killing those old idiots. Well, we will call the young Naruto Citri guards go to the Citri castle and bring the youngest son of the Citri house, the council requested it, said Surzich's happy inside, since with the help of the council and now he could control the brat, he wants to obtain the power of that child and trample the brat, since the child humiliated him and that will never forgive him, he wants his revenge against that brat. As Lord Lucifer orders, said a serious guard, although inside he was nervous. After all, Lord Naruto Citri in his eyes is a demon greater than even Lucifer. He respects power, and in his eyes, Naruto Citri possesses an enormous level of power, perhaps a power that even crowns him as the most powerful demon. The guard disappeared, going along with several other demons to the Citri castle. The guard, who is a high-class demon, only hoped that Naruto Citri would not kill him. After all, he knew that the council wants to control Naruto Citri, and the guard doubted very much that the young Citri could be controlled, and more so if he is so powerful that even the current Lucifer would lose. A few minutes later the guard was already in the Citri castle, along with some more guards who were under his command. The leader of the guards was nervous until Naruto appeared with all his nobility, which made all the guards even more nervous. "Lord Naruto, the council and the four may I request your presence, please join us," said the leader of the serious guards, although inside he was sweating, since the members of Lord Naruto's nobility were looking at him, as if he wanted to turn him into ashes. He just hoped not to have to fight any of them, since he just felt the power of those demons, and from what he felt the weakest is at the level of a high-class maximum demon, perhaps supreme class. Naruto frowned. His father had already informed him that at some point the council and the tomato fool would call him. His father told him not to go alone, as he might attack him. He knew he could deal with the council and more with the help of his father and Serafall, but it would be better to go with the strongest members of his nobility to put more pressure on the pathetic council. "Well, I will go with you, but some members of my nobility will come with me. Kurama, Azrael and Kruich come, we will go meet with the old fossils. Irene, you are in charge that the rest of the members of nobility do not harm the castle," said Naruto, seriously knowing well that his castle can be attacked by the fossils if he is not there, so he will go to that meeting and put those people in their place so that they do not make any move against his family Citri. Irene nodded in understanding. She knew that a great combat power had to stay in the castle, whether to maintain order or to protect the castle. She was going to do it after all, it was an order from her king. Kruich, Azrael and Kurama nodded, knowing well that the council could play dirty with them, and sided with Naruto and the guards. They knew that Naruto could take care of himself, but it is better to be safe than sorry. The guard frowned but said nothing and escorted Naruto and his peerage, as the elders dealt with Naruto and his peerage, though what puzzled him was the name Kruich. He had heard that name somewhere, but wasn't sure where. A few minutes later Naruto had already arrived at the council room, along with the members of his nobility who looked indifferent at the fossils, and the Mayu. After all, they together could deal with even all the members of the council. Zekrom Bale saw the young Citri enter, but frowned, as he also saw Azrael and two other members of Naruto's nobility. Citri the Bale knew that the boy had brought members of his nobility as guards. Lord Bale was serious, since those two members of nobility he felt their energy, and it was noticeable that they are stronger than Azrael, which is surprising, since Azrael from what he feels may be at the level of a Juka, which is surprising and terrifying. "Naruto Citri, it's a pleasure to meet you," said Zekrom Bale seriously. Lord Bale was very interested in controlling Naruto Citri with the power of that child. Even if the angels and fallen angels joined together, it would not be enough to defeat his faction. Naruto looked at all the fossils in his eyes. Most of the council are garbage that should be removed or should be eliminated. "What does the fossil council want from me?" Naruto asked sharply. He knew the council wanted it, or at least he suspected it wanted those pathetic fossils. After all, his father had warned him that the council most likely wanted to control him. "Brat, you should be more respectful with us. We are the Council of Demons and, in addition, there are the Mayu, and you have the nerve to call us fossils. Disrespectful child, you should kneel before us and beg for forgiveness," said an angry lord. Several lords nodded angrily at Naruto Citri. The brat disrespected them, he should kneel before them, after all they are the ones who rule the underworld. Not even the four Mayu could defeat them in politics if the entire council joined together. "Watch your words, Naruto Citri, or you will die," said Lord Bale coldly. He will not be intimidated by a little demon who in his eyes may be powerful, but is just a child. Lord Citri and Lord Phoenix saw the Lord angry, but said nothing. On one hand Lord Citri was tense, but proud of his son for putting the council in its place, but on the other hand, Lord Phoenix was silent, since he was following the advice of his eldest son. He would not offend Naruto Citri, will only remain neutral. Also, he was interested to see what Naruto Citri is going to do with Lord Bale, who is the most important clan. Kurama, Kruich and Azrael were angered by the threat of the pathetic Bale towards their king, so they angrily released their power. Kurama and Kruich far exceed the power of a super demon, and Azrael even equaled or even surpassed Lucifer. The power is such that it was making everyone in the room sweat, even the Mayu. "You cockroaches, how dare you threaten the boss," said Kruich coldly. He knows that those insects could not against Naruto, but he did not like at all that the insects threatened to kill his leader. He is a dragon, he has pride, but also loyalty, and he is loyal to Naruto Citri, so if the trash tries to do something against Naruto, he will finish them off. "Lord Bale, you are an idiot to threaten Lord Naruto, especially when we are in this place. Maybe you want to go through the same thing that happened to Lord Lucifer and his queen," said Azrael, amused, but in his eyes there was malice. He wants to put an end to that trash that calls itself council. "You are not qualified to offend my brother Naruto, so shut up you dogs or I will have to kill him," said Kurama coldly and with a killing intent so strong that it made the lords nervous. The lords of the council were angry, but at the same time very scared, since each of those three beings is even stronger than their Lucifer. "You are a child, you have to obey us, we are the council," said Lord Bale angrily. He wants to control Naruto Citri no matter what. After all, he is even above the four Mayu in political terms. Naruto looked at him and then at great speed cut off Lord Bale's arm, as if it were nothing. This made everyone in the room open their eyes in shock and nervousness. I'll say it once and only once, I'm Naruto Citri, and I'm not going to obey orders from you dogs. This is a warning, it will be the first and only warning. I will not kill you, but if you provoke me, I will finish you and your clans. You've seen that I don't care if you are the Bale clan or another clan, but if you try something against me or my people, I will finish you off, Naruto said coldly, and then incinerated Lord Bale's severed arm. Several of the guards who were at the meeting as protection for the lords attacked Naruto, but Kurama and Azrael disposed of them with ease, which scared the lords, since the guards have a level from a high class to a low level supreme class, and all those who attacked were eliminated as if they were garbage. The tomato was going to make a move but was stopped as Naruto threw his killing intent at him and made Lucifer feel terrified. Guys, let's go, I don't need to be in this place anymore, Naruto ordered to disappear with the members of his nobility. He now knew that he had become an enemy of the Bale house, but he didn't care, after all, if they provoke him, he will finish them off. That was very interesting, my brother, always so dominant, said Serafall, amused, seeing the Lord Bale without an arm. She did not dare to politically challenge the Bale for no reason, but her brother did it with ease and cut off one of his arms. Guards, take Lord Bale to the doctor, he is feeling unwell, Ichigo ordered, sighing. He already suspected there would be trouble with Naruto Citri, but he didn't think the problems would be so big. Albium saw everything seriously and was no longer relaxed, since the young Citri practically treated them like dogs and almost killed Lord Bale, which was surprising. The Gremory tomato was pale, but at the same time angry. He wants to finish off Naruto Citri, no matter what it costs, but it won't be easy, especially with the people under his command. Lord Citri, you knew what would happen to him, asked Lord Gremory, angry with his former friend, since now Lord Bale was without an arm. He knew that if they did something against Naruto Citri, they would all be finished. I assumed that something bad would happen. After all, my son wouldn't even follow my orders. He is rebellious but powerful. He makes the Citri house proud, so as long as he does nothing with the Citri house, he is free to do whatever he wants. Lord Citri replied indifferent. He is not afraid after all. In this room, the only ones who surpass them are the Mau, and the only ones who equal him are Lord Gremory, and Lord Phoenix is at a level close to his, but if something happened, he has means to escape and prepare himself. He is not stupid, he knew that now the Bale and Gremory clans are enemies, and the rest of the clans are either neutral or want to target him, he should be cautious. I see, said Lord Gremory angrily, but he won't say anything. Now is not the time. After all, Lord Citri is someone of his same level, and Lord Citri's son is too dangerous. If he or someone attacks him, his clan could be eradicated. I suppose that none of you will take action against my son and my house. After all, you threatened my son with death. He only defended himself, so I hope you don't make any wrong moves, because if you do, I am not responsible for what Naruto can do to you, said Lord Citri seriously. He didn't beat around the bush. If the idiots attack, he will do it with more force. For my part, I will not take any action. This meeting was very interesting, and I think it would be better to end. Many of us surely want to talk with the members of our clans, so I will withdraw. They arose that everyone do the same, said Lord Phoenix, knowing well that his eldest son is right. Naruto Citri is a very dangerous existence, now he had to be cautious. Lord Citri nodded and withdrew with all the lords, leaving only the 4 Mau, because the tomato wants to talk to his fellow Mau. Serafall, we must control your younger brother. He is very dangerous for the underworld. His power can put the entire biblical faction in chaos, said Serzich's Lucifer angrily. Albium didn't say anything. He knows that Serafall will protect her younger brother even from Serzich's, and he also knew that Ichigo will support Serafall, but he will also want Naruto Citri to control his temper. If not, there could be a civil war in the underworld. I'm not going to do anything to my younger brother. As long as my brother doesn't harm the underworld, I'm not going to go against him, so forget it. Gremory, you only fear my brother for his great power, and because he doesn't respect anyone. I know him better than you, and I know that he won't attack as long as you don't attack him, Serafall replied coldly. Serzich's Lucifer gritted his teeth angrily, releasing his power, surrounding him with an aura of destruction so strong that it would intimidate any demon below Satan, but he did nothing. He did not attack, since Serafall's power is already close to that of a super demon. She may not be as strong as him or Ichigo, but if it is strong enough to make him turn into his true form in order to defeat. In addition, there was Ichigo, who knew that he would side with Serafall and knew well that Albium will be neutral if a battle breaks out. In short, if he fought with Serafall, he would lose, since she and Ichigo will join forces. Serafall surrounded herself with a blue aura as strong as that of her Mau partner. She is not weak, and with the training she has been doing, she knew that she was not yet at the level of the tomato, but her power level is already close. Both Mau looked serious, waiting for one of them to make a move. Both were tense until they felt another aura of great power comparable to theirs, which made them look, and they realized that it was Ichigo who was trying to stop the battle that would take place between his fellow Mau. Calm down, I agree with both of you regarding Naruto. First, I agree with you, Serafall, but Surzich's is somewhat right, so you will have to tell your brother that he controlled his temper. We do not want him to make enemies of other clans. Your brother may be strong, but not everyone in the Citri clan has his power, and you know it, said Ijuka seriously. I'll talk to Naruto because you told me to, Ijuka, and because I respect you. I know that Naruto respects you too, so I guess I'll follow your opinion. Now I'll go. I don't want to start a battle, Serafall replied. I hope so, Serafall, since your brother is known in the supernatural world since the battle against Surzich's Lucifer. Many will see him as someone to target, so you must make him stop making enemies. Surzich's Lucifer frowned at Ijuka's words. He knew that Naruto Citri's name now resonated throughout the supernatural world and that Naruto is now known to be the strongest demon. Albium sighed, since there won't be a battle, it would be very troublesome to try to stop two powerhouses as strong as Serafall and Surzich's from fighting. If it was the old Serafall it would be easy, but now she is too powerful to keep up with the strongest Mao. Minutes later at Citri Castle, Lord Citri, Lady Citri, Sono Citri and Serafall Leviathan were meeting with Naruto Citri and the members of his peerage, as the entire Citri family and nobility who did not attend the council meeting were watching in shock and disbelief as Naruto cut off the arm of Lord Bale, who is politically stronger than even the Mao. Incredible, I never thought someone could do that to Lord Bale. Now I admire you more, Lord Naruto. Cut off the arm of the one who is said to be even more politically powerful than the Mao, Ravel said with disbelief and admiration. Sabo and A saw Naruto with greater admiration, since their boss practically challenged all the bosses of the underworld and came out without repercussions. They wanted to achieve that power or at least reach a level comparable to that of a Satan. Hiroka, Urz and Irene looked at their boss with respect in their eyes. Naruto is a true king who does not let himself be intimidated by anyone, which made them feel greater admiration. After all, their boss is the strongest demon in the underworld. Lady Citri and Sona Citri saw everything with surprise and disbelief. They saw with greater admiration the youngest of the Citri house. After all, Naruto Citri is so far the strongest Citri that has ever existed and the current most powerful demon in the underworld, who is not even intimidated by fossils and the Mao. We must now be cautious with the Bale clan and the Gremory clan. I know that they will want to attack us at some point, so I want us all to become stronger. I do not want anything to happen to them, especially you, Sona. Your power is of a low-level supreme class. You have to reach at least the Satan level in the next 3 years. The same with you, father and mother, your power is of a medium-level supreme demon. You must increase your power, otherwise we can be attacked by Lord Bale and even the old Satan faction. Now that it is known that I am stronger than the current Lucifer, they will pay more attention to our clan. Everyone nodded in understanding, especially Sona, knowing full well that she is the weakest among the Citri siblings. I promise you that I will become much stronger, brother. I will make you proud, replied Sona seriously. She is going to get stronger. She knew that she could not defeat her younger brother, the potential and power that he has is enormous. But she wants to be the second strongest, and who to surpass is Serafall Bale. She knows that that demon is strong, even stronger than Razor, who is said to be a prodigy. She mocked internally, since she knew that Serafall Bale is more powerful than the Phoenix, even though the Bale is despised for not having the power of destruction. Naruto Citri nodded with a smile. He only hoped that his sister would soon reach the level of a Satan, as he knew that a war was coming soon, and he wants his people to be strong, so they can protect themselves. End of chapter. Chapter 22. Consequences Part 1. It's been a couple of hours since Naruto Citri humiliated the leader of the Bale clan and the strongest demon politically, causing him to become an enemy of the Bale house and all its allies, something that did not matter much to Naruto. After all, in his eyes, the Bale was only a dog of the first Lucifer, and now that the original demon is not there, the dog took out its teeth, which made him have fun and angry, because that fool wanted to control him, so he cut off an arm so he would learn. But now young Citri has other concerns, and they are the repercussions for his family. He knew that Serafall is at a level close to or equal to that of a super demon, so there will be no problems. Even if a god like Ares or Loki attack his older sister, there was little chance of Serafall losing, but Sona. Her mother and father were only at the level of a low and medium level supreme class. At most he knew that although they are strong, they could kill them if they attacked them with an army, or if they attack people above the supreme class level like that, who must be cautious. After all, he has many enemies in the underworld and in heaven, so he must be careful. I guess you had fun at the meeting with what you did, son, said Lord Citri seriously and a little angry at the problems his son has caused, but internally he was proud that his son is earning respect in his eyes. Naruto Citri may not be the heir of his family, but he is the pillar of the Citri house. Father, you have no reason to be angry. The different lords wanted to control Naruto, and he will never be controlled by those fools in the tomato. But I understand your concern now. We are enemies of the Bale house and other houses that will see us as a threat, although I doubt they will do anything. It is better to prevent than to regret, so it is time to increase our level of power. I will take care of increasing Sona's training. But you and mother must become stronger lest they attack us and cannot withstand the power of our enemies, said Serafall seriously. Lord Citri and Lady Citri frowned, knowing full well that Serafall is right. They must be stronger, lest they be attacked in the underworld. That would be very dangerous. Don't worry, if any of those lords or even Amau tries something with you, I will destroy them, Naruto said coldly, with his power coming out, one so great that it made even a demon like Serafall Leviathan sweat. He would not allow his family to get hurt. Now he will not be soft with his enemies. If they attack him, he will kill them. That's simple in his eyes. Anyone who tries to harm his family, he will finish them off. Calm down, Naruto. We must be careful from now on. Not only the underworld will target you, other factions may see you as a threat. After all, you have high-level beings at your side, and that would be very dangerous, said Serafall seriously, as she does not want her little brother to get into trouble, lest he attract the attention of beings like Indra or Shiva, who are beings that even surpass the celestial dragons. Naruto frowned, but nodded, understanding that if he continued with his impulsive behavior, he could attract the attention of dangerous beings, that even he would have trouble handling top-level beings like Shiva, the leader of the Hindu faction, Indra Shiva's rival, Chaos the primordial of creation, and Office the dragon of infinity. Sighed the youngest of the Citri, had to agree with his sister after all. Now several of the strongest see him as a threat. Okay sister, I'll follow your advice. I'm not going to make more enemies, said Naruto. Sighing, he didn't want to worry his family, so he will abide by his older sister's decision. Sona, Serafall, Lord Citri and Lady Citri sighed in relief. They didn't want to see Naruto with so many enemies. After all, he still has a lot of growing to do, and despite having good allies, if they have many enemies, it would be difficult even for their son to deal with them all. Thank you, son, for abiding by your sister's decision. Now I have to meet with some clan leaders. I have to prepare for the problems that may arise, said Lord Citri, stressed by all the problems that are coming. Naruto frowned, but nodded in understanding, knowing full well that now his father has to talk to the clan leaders. He just hoped that not too many problems would happen because of what he did to the foolish leader of the Bale clan. Well, since we're done with the meeting, I'll take care of training Sona-chan. We must increase our combat power before the problems increase, especially because now we are enemies of the Bale clan, or at least Lord Bale's, Serafall concluded seriously. She doesn't want anything bad to happen to her sweet younger sister. Sona sighed, but nodded, knowing well that she has to increase her power level and that of her nobility, otherwise she will only be a burden to her family, and she does not want to be a burden. She wants to be strong enough to fight alongside her brothers. Well then, I'm leaving. I also have an important meeting to attend and plans that need to be carried out, Naruto said seriously. Sona and Serafall nodded. They didn't ask, they knew that what Naruto would do would be to protect the Citri clan, or to increase their military power. Naruto, seeing that his sisters didn't say anything, retired with his nobility. He needed to meet with Orochi Kisuke and the rest of his subordinates. He expected good news. After all, he already has enough with the stupid fossils of the council. If it were up to him, he would have already destroyed those insects that are worse than the fossils of Konoha. Sona and Serafall sighed when their younger brother left. They both looked at each other and left. They needed to become stronger, especially Sona. In the Phoenix Castle, there was a very important meeting between Lord Phoenix and his family. Now the leader of the Phoenix clan was sure to support the Citri. After what the youngest son of the Citri house did demons, only he, Lucifer, was as dominant and powerful as Naruto Citri, which made him happy, since his daughter will be protected by the boy, and nervous. Since he knew that the power of the Citri is now the strongest, and that Bale and Gremory will lose influence, now he has to talk to his family. Father, why did you summon us to this place? What happened at the council meeting? Said Ruvel, the eldest son of the Phoenix house, seriously, as he saw his father's nervousness, which surprised him a little, so he assumed that something happened at the meeting with the council and the four Mao. Razor didn't say anything. His mother had talked to him a little and made him understand that if he continued behaving so stupidly it could get him killed. Now he realized that his power is crap compared to Naruto Citri. Even if he didn't say it, he respected and admired the boy. After all, not just any being could destroy the current Lucifer, so he tried to behave in a more polite way. But he won't leave his harem, but he will strengthen them. He didn't want to be left behind by his younger sister. After all, he knew well that his little sister was now under the command of Naruto Citri, and he knew that his younger sister's power will increase considerably in a few years. Lady Phoenix saw her husband worried. After all, he looked nervous, and she knew well that he was like that because of the meeting with the council. The kid Citri is crazy, but I'm happy not to go against him, since the brat almost killed Lord Bale. After he and several council members demanded he submit to Naruto, Citri didn't like it. She cut off Lord Bale's arm and said that if they try something against the good guy, little Citri would finish off those involved, said Lord Phoenix tensely. After all, Lord Bale is a Maya-rank demon, although not as strong as the Satans. What makes him dangerous is his great political power. Ruvel, Razor and Lady Phoenix opened their eyes in shock and disbelief, mainly Razor and Lady Phoenix. They did not think that Naruto Citri would be capable of so much and no less than Lord Bale, the demon with the greatest political power in the underworld. They wondered what young Citri will do with all the problems caused by what he did to Lord Bale. Ruvel sighed. He assumed that something big would happen at the meeting, since from what little he understood of Lord Naruto's personality, he is not a demon that lets himself be dominated. He is also very strong and has very powerful subtitles in his eyes. Lord Bale made a stupidity. Since now he is an enemy of Naruto Citri, happily he became an ally of the boy and has his sister Ravel and the nobility of the young Citri, so he could be on good terms with the strongest demon since Lord Lucifer. He just hoped that Razor does not do something stupid that angers the Ice Emperor. What do you want to do, father? Will we side with Naruto Citri or will we be neutral? Ruvel asked seriously. He knew that a confrontation would possibly occur in the future between those who support Naruto Citri and those who support the current Lucifer, not to mention that even outside there was the faction of the old Satan led by Rizavam, another of the super demons, according to what he learned from Lord Naruto. We will side with Naruto Citri. We can no longer remain neutral. After all, your younger sister is his pawn, and I will not allow my daughter to be harmed, said Lord Phoenix with his power coming out. I understand, father. Then I will intensify my training and that of my nobility. I have to reach the Satan rank as soon as possible, and I want to please ask that Razor do the same, and I do not want you to become enemies with Lord Naruto Citri, said Ruvel seriously. Razor frowned, but said nothing, as he knew his older brother was right. Compared to several young demons, he was at an average level, maybe just a little above average. He sighed, now regretting not having trained properly. I understand, Ruvel. I will take care of strengthening Razor, and you will take care of increasing your power and getting in touch with Naruto Citri, Lord Phoenix said seriously. Ruvel nodded. He is the most suitable to talk to Naruto. After all, he was on good terms with the strongest demon. Meanwhile, on the other side of the supernatural world, the Chaos Brigade led by the Dragon God of Infinity Office was moving, since Naruto Citri made himself known to the supernatural world, not only crushing the Lucifer, but also putting in his place the leader of the Bale clan, something that very few know. The last thing. But Rizavam, having several informants in the underworld, knew well what the young Citri did. I guess everyone knows what happened in the underworld and the beating that the pathetic Gremory received from Naruto Citri and what the brat Citri is doing, said Rizavam live in Lucifer. Amused by everything that happened, the redeeted Siskin, he was surprised by the power of the child Citri. That brat with his power could easily place himself in the top 10 of the strongest, and with Azrael the angel of death at his side, his combat power is terrible. Even if he and his pawns go against him, he doubted very much that they could defeat him. Everyone nodded, amused at what the young Citri did, although they were somewhat worried about his power, since from what they saw he may be able to match the celestial dragons, and that is very impressive for a demon. The child is very dangerous. His power can be compared to the celestial dragons, or at least it must be close to the level of the celestial dragons, in addition to the child having under him Azrael the angel of death, a being that is even respected by the gods, said Serafall Leviathan would be. She knew well the power of the child. Hell, she even respected him. Since the brat faced a Gremory that, although it is hard for her to admit it, is a high-level demon that only Rizavam would have a chance of defeating, she is not stupid. She may be able to fight with Serafall, Falbium and Graphia, but with the two super demons of the underworld, she does not have enough power. The boy may not be of original bloodline, but his power is enormous. Perhaps only the original Lucifer could defeat him. After all, it is said that Lord Lucifer's power surpasses even that of the celestial dragons, said Shalva Beelzebub. He may be arrogant, he is not afraid to face the Gremory or the fake Beelzebub, but he knew well that he could not do what the brat Citri did. After all, the Gremory is one of the 3 super demon beings that even came to match several first-level gods. Naruto Citri's power is something to take into account. We can recruit. Maybe he wants to join us. After all, he hates the Gremory. We can use that hatred as a catalyst, said Crucerius Modius, knowing well that that brat, if he joins them, will be a valuable asset to the Chaos Brigade. After all, the child's power would only be surpassed by Office. Rizavam sighed at Cruceri's silly comment, knowing full well that Naruto Citri will never join him, since the brat is a king in his own right and would not let himself be commanded by him, not even by Office, and most likely if they attack him, they will turn him into an enemy, and a very dangerous one from what they can see. We won't do anything, I brought them here since I don't want them to attack the brat, I don't want him as an enemy, he would be more problematic, even the four Mao together, Rizavam answered seriously and releasing his power to make a point. He doesn't want fools to create an enemy that would be complicated to deal with, maybe in the future he'll kill Naruto Citri, but for the moment he didn't want to make him an enemy. Crucerius Madius, Shalva Beelzebub and Kateria Leviathan sweated at Rizavam's great power, but nodded, they didn't want to upset their boss after all, he is one of the 3 super demons, or should be 4 with Naruto as the strongest. Rizavam seeing that his pawns obeyed his order nodded and dismissed his dogs, they had no right to oppose, only to give suggestions, no more, no less, and he would see if the suggestion was good or not. Meanwhile with Naruto he was meeting with Uruchi, Kisukirahara, Hirako and Isen Kurosaki, all these characters of Satan level or even higher, could rival even gods like Loki, Ares or Apollo. Lord Naruto, it is a pleasure to see you again, said Hirako seriously, since he has been his benefactor who is protecting him from heaven, the church and other factions. Hello, nice to see you again Uruchi, Kisukirahara, Hirako and Isen Kurosaki. I requested this meeting, since I want you to give me a report of everything that is happening, and how the construction of the weapons I requested is going, Naruto said seriously. Everything is going well, Lord Naruto. My group has been able to recruit dozens of members of the church, several of them are on par with middle-class demons, and even a few at the level of a high-class demon, and we have even been able to find some records that were in the Vatican. They are records about the strongest magician Merlin. The flower magician apparently is not dead, just missing a body was never found, Hirako reported seriously, he was able to get that information out of the Vatican thanks to his special ability, since if it had been some of his other partners they would hardly be able to. Naruto and the rest of the room were very surprised by what Hirako said, since the leader of the masked men has information about Merlin the magician of flowers and the most powerful magician to the point that he is even feared by the gods, along with Arthur Pendragon, the king of the knights. The young Citri was very interested. Azrael tensed when he heard Merlin's name. He knew that wizard a little and he is a very powerful wizard. Only Lucifer could match him or perhaps defeat him. The former king of the underworld would not come out unscathed if he fought that wizard. Thank you Hirako, you will give me all the information in detail, then I will analyze it and take action, Naruto ordered seriously. Hirako nodded in understanding, knowing full well that her boss would take action. What else do you have to report? Naruto said seriously, he needed to see how far his plans were progressing. I have been able to recruit the Yokai tribe that is under Lord Sesmero, who is a powerful Yokai easily on par with a Satan. He wishes to meet you soon, since I told him what you did with the Nekomata. He also wants your support to protect him from demons, fallen angels, gods or other beings of great power, who want to use them, informed Uruchi seriously, knowing well how the supernatural world is, especially with humans and Yokai. After all, in the eyes of several beings they are the weakest. Perfect, try to increase our military power more. I know that other factions at some point could attack us or even the Cows Brigade, and I need to protect my family. I'm not very interested in the underworld, only in my friends, family and allies, so we must increase the power of our people, ordered Naruto. My son's training is going very well. Ichigo is the one who is progressing the most. I estimate that he will soon reach the level of Satan. His potential is enormous. He will be my pride and yours, Lord Naruto. Isen Kurosaki said seriously, knowing that his son will eventually manage to enter the top 10 or top 20 of the strongest. Naruto smiled, as a new high-level combat power was forming in his eyes. That is very good, the stronger his subordinates are the better his army is. Soon he will invade the elemental nations, and maybe get new tokens. Business in the human world is going well, as is the creation of weapons. So far, companies are growing significantly. I believe that in a couple of years, Lord Naruto, you will have a great economy, even surpassing the richest in the human world, said Kisuke with a smile, since soon the economic power of his boss will increase quite a bit. I see all the news is very interesting. I hope you continue with your thing. I will meet with Lady Yasaka in a couple of days. I will go see the demigods of the Greek faction who will be under our care, Naruto said seriously. Understood. Lord Naruto said all of Naruto Citri's subordinates, the Ice Emperor, who they considered one of the most powerful existences. Naruto smiled as he prepared to meet with the Yokai Queen and see the demigods. End of chapter. Chapter 23. Battle of the Demigods. Currently in the Yokai Naruto faction, Citri the Ice Emperor along with Kurama the strongest Kyuubi and Crom Cruich the strongest evil dragon were meeting with the leader of the Yokai Yasaka, being one of the most powerful Yokai in the supernatural world. Both beings of great power were meeting, since it was time for Naruto to finally take care of the demigods, that Hades, Greek god of the underworld, and Hestia, Greek goddess of the home, the most powerful Greek gods, left them. Lady Yasaka, it's a pleasure to see you again. You're still as beautiful as the first time I saw you. I suppose the little demigods behaved properly and have become much more powerful, Naruto said with a smile. Little Naruto, it's a pleasure to see you again and thank you for the compliments, you have nothing to worry about, the demigods have become very strong, each one could destroy almost any demon of the new generation, Yusaka said proudly, as she, Yuruchi and even Amaterasu, had trained those children and the power they now have is enormous, even she with all her power, would be difficult to deal with all those children at once. What you're telling me is very interesting. How powerful are the demigods so far? Naruto asked curiously. After all, as far as he knows, those children are children of the big three, according to what Hestia told him, so they have a lot of potential, maybe if they train properly, they can even surpass some gods. The power of Nico D'Angelo is comparable to that of a middle-class demon, the power of Bianca D'Angelo is bordering on the power of a high-class demon, the power of Percy Jackson is on par with a high-class demon, bordering on the lowest level of a supreme class, that of Bell Craner is at the same level as Percy, these last two are the ones with the most potential, but you must be patient Lord Naruto, these children need care and love, after all. They still do not mature and finally the strongest of the five and the best in water magic, she is the one with the most potential is Juvia, her attitude is strange to say the least, but she is a very good girl, her power I think will reach the level of a supreme rank demon, it may even exceed that rank. Said Yusaka, she had grown fond of the children and did not want Naruto to train them too much and accidentally hurt them. It's impressive the level of power that Hades and Hestia have, they will be pleased and you have nothing to worry about Yusaka, it's time for me to meet these little ones, it will be interesting to see their power, maybe I will make Kurama or Kruich test their power and even train them, Naruto said with a big smile, after all, according to what Yusaka said, those children have enormous potential. Yusaka sweated seeing Kruich and Kurama interested in the demigods. The queen of the yokai knew that the demigods would have a bad time if those two crazy people trained them and tested the power of those children, but at the same time she sighed, since she knew that those children have great potential, maybe they could even reach the rank of a Mayu if they trained properly. As long as they don't do anything so exaggerated to the children, I have no problem with Lord Kurama and Lord Kruich training the demigods, Yusaka said respectfully. After all, both are comparable to Typhoon. He shouldn't be rude to people of such a high level. Don't worry Lady Yusaka, but remember this without pain there will be no power, so the demigods will train with Kurama and Kruich until all their bones hurt, Naruto said with a smile happy to break the limits of those children. Yusaka frowned, but nodded sighing. She felt sorry for the little demigods and what would happen in their training with such powerful figures. Kurama and Kruich who were Naruto's guards, snorted a little annoyed, since Yusaka is too compassionate with those children, she should be grateful that they trained those children after all, not just anyone could receive their training. Well it's time to go with the children, and we can also see Lady Yuruchi after all you are her savior, and she wants to see you, said Yusaka with a smile, but she was also tense about what the demigods will go through with those two monsters of power. Perfect, let's all go first to Lady Yuruchi. It's been a while since I saw my old friend, said Naruto with a big smile as he remembered the leader of the Nekomata clan. It will be interesting to see her again. He wanted to remember old times when he fought with the leader of the Nekomata clan. A few minutes later Naruto and his group had met with the leader of the Nekomata clan Yuruchi, known as the goddess of speed and the fastest Nekomata in the supernatural world, being a yokai compared to the Satan level and even higher. Naruto, it's a pleasure to see you again, and I must thank you for being able to beat up Lucifer's tomato. It was very funny what you and Azrael did to the tomato and to the strongest queen of the underworld, said Yuruchi happy to see her friend and amused that Naruto gave the fool Gremory a good beating. Yusaka smiled as she remembered how Naruto had beaten the Gremory, but frowned as she knew that the demonic elders gave Naruto trouble, but then smiled as Naruto had beaten the fools who wanted to use Naruto's Citri hard. Kruich and Kurama were smiling sadistically as they remembered how the tomato was destroyed by their leader and how he was humiliated in front of the entire supernatural world, and they remembered that not even the demonic elders could do anything against Naruto. Their leader definitely has a strong character compared to the Gremory. It was fun defeating the foolish Gremory, although doing so was somewhat problematic by the Council of Elders, but I solved it so they have nothing to worry about, rather it is a joy to be able to see you again, Naruto said with a big smile. So I see that the demon fossils of the Underworld Council were bothering you, and from what you say you treated them harshly, you even treated them worse than garbage, you are always very interesting, Cuckoo laughed Yuruchi amused that those demons have received what they deserved, the strongest Nekomata knew that Naruto is a being that will not let himself be subdued by someone as pathetic as those demon fossils, and most likely if they continue bothering him, Naruto will end up leaving the underworld and creating his own faction, something that in Yuruchi's eyes Naruto will possibly do later on after all Naruto in her eyes is a leader not a follower. Prom Cruich the strongest evil dragon, Kurama the Kyuubi of destruction, Yasaka the leader of the Yokai, smiled knowing that Naruto would never be controlled by those miserable old men, who in their eyes are pathetic, not even for training, will those useless old men be of any use. I think it's time to prepare the demigods. I want to see the power of the demigods, it will be very interesting, Naruto said with a big smile. He wants to see how strong the little demigods are. He just hoped they wouldn't disappoint him, since he has high expectations of those children. The demigods will not disappoint him, Naruto. After all, they are the protégés of Lady Hestia, the Greek goddess of the hearth, and Lord Hades, the Greek god of the underworld, and they were trained by us. Their power is not small, replied Uruchi with a big smile. She is confident that those children will not disappoint him when Naruto tests them. Perfect, call the demigods, since Kurama and Prom Cruich will test their power. I want to see how strong the little demigods have become, Naruto said with a big smile. He was very interested in the growth of those children. Isaka gave an order to the guards to tell the demigods to go to her training camp. It was time to test the little demigods. She just hoped that these children would not disappoint her, after all, she also trained them. Please follow me, we will meet at the training camp, it's time to test the little demigods, Yasaka said with a small smile. The rest listened to the Yokai Queen and wondered how strong the little demigods would be, and if they would at least reach the level of a high-class demon. After all, they had high expectations since Isaka told them their supposed level. 5 minutes later Naruto and his group entered, and the Uzumaki saw the 4 demigods waiting for them. From what he saw, they are most likely his age or maybe a little younger, but he felt their level of power, and in his eyes the power they possess is even superior to that of the middle-class demons. Maybe some of them touch the level of a high-class demon, maybe even higher. Lord Naruto introduced her to the demons that Lady Hestia and Lord Hades left us to supervise. The first is the black-haired girl, Bianca D'Angelo, daughter of Hades. The light blue-haired girl is Juvia, daughter of Poseidon. The black-haired boy with white skin is Percy Jackson, son of Poseidon. The smallest is Nico D'Angelo, son of Hades, and the white-haired boy is Belcraner, son of Zeus. All of them are powerful in their own right. I trained them myself along with Lady Uruchi. I hope you can test their level of power, Yasaka said with a smile. She only hoped that the children would not suffer so much in this training. After all, despite the fact that the children are Naruto's age, they do not have the experience or strength that the one considered the strongest demon in the underworld has. Lady Isaka, Lady Uruchi, it is a pleasure to see you again. I suppose that the young man of our age in front of us is the famous Lord Naruto, the one who will protect us from Zeus and the rest of the Olympians. Well, our power is not enough, Juvia said seriously, but she was also curious about her. She has wanted to meet her benefactor for a long time, the one who gave them a chance to be stronger. In Juvia's eyes they had emotions. These are respect and gratitude, since thanks to the deal that Lord Hades and Lady Hestia made they were able to be calm without the persecution of the Greek monsters. In addition, she may be indifferent to most things, but she knew that she has to have respect for the being in front of her. After all, according to what she heard, the power of that being even surpasses the Great Three together. Even Lady Hestia said that Lord Naruto's power may be catalogued in the top 5 of the strongest beings in her eyes. For someone who seems even younger than her is surprising and admirable. The rest of the children looked at Juvia with some surprise, since she is not much of a talker, but when they heard the name Naruto they tensed, since they knew who that existence is after all. According to Lady Hestia and Lord Hades, the existence known as Naruto is a demon that may be classified in the top 5 or 4 of the strongest beings in the supernatural world, a being that even all the Olympians could not stop. Very well then, Prom Cruich Kurama, you guys fight the kids. I want to know what level you have. I hope you impress me, said Naruto with a smile, but he was curious to know how strong the demigods will be. Isaka and Uruchi looked at each other and sighing, they only hoped that the little demigods would not be so damaged in this little battle. After all, Prom Cruich is the strongest evil dragon, and Kurama is the strongest Kyuubi. Each one is of a great power that not even the two of them together could resist, and both doubted that even the entire Yokai faction could resist the attack of both superpowers. Well, it's time to test the power of you children. I hope you don't disappoint Lord Naruto, said Prom Cruich indifferently, since he knew that those brats are flies in his eyes, but by order of his leader, he would at least test his level. I wonder what abilities you have. I hope you don't disappoint me, said Kurama, looking at the curious children, since these little ones are children of the 3 great Olympians, so it is possible that they have inherited some of their abilities. Let's hope the children don't disappoint us, perhaps it will be a good warm-up, said Prom Cruich curiously, as he wants to know the level and skills those children have. After all, those brats are children of the main gods of Olympus. Percy, Nico and Bianca sweated a lot, since they would face 2 beings that even Lady Isaka and Lady Uruchi could not defeat even together, and Juvia was very interested in testing their power, since those 2 beings are top level after all. She wants to see how far she can go compared to the pinnacle of the supernatural world. Well, it's time to see the show. Let's hope those children put up a good fight. Let's sit down, Lady Yusaka Uruchi-chan, Naruto said with a smile. He wants to see the battle between the demigods and their subordinates. Children can now enter the training camp, the same with you Lord Kurama. Lord Kruich, please hold back a little and do not permanently harm the children, said Yusaka. Somewhat worried for the children, she only hoped that they would not get too hurt in the battle against those two great powers. Naruto's demigods and subordinates nodded in preparation for battle and stood on different sides of the training field so they could face each other. The demigods watched Naruto's subordinates carefully, while Naruto's subordinates looked at the demigods with curiosity, wanting to see the level of power the children possess. I will fight Lord Kruich, you guys take charge of fighting Lord Kurama, Juvia said seriously. She doesn't want you to intervene in her battle, she wants to test her power, and only by facing strong beings could she evolve faster. Maybe she doesn't have the necessary experience yet, but she knew that she couldn't deal with any of the top 10, and there are even several beings outside the top 10 that surpass her by far. Belle and Percy doubted that Juvia is strong, maybe stronger than even both of them if they joined forces, but they knew that she couldn't beat the evil dragon, but they also know that they won't be able to persuade the one they consider their leader. Well, together we will fight Lord Kurama, said Belle. He also wants to test his limits, and only by fighting beings of great power will he be able to grow. He only hoped that Juvia could fight against her opponent and not lose quickly, otherwise it would be very problematic. Kurama and Kruich, who heard Juvia's words, knew that the boy is very arrogant, but they granted the wish especially to Kruich, who was interested in the power level of Poseidon's daughter. Well, let's begin Lord Kurama. Lord Kruich, it's time to give Lord Naruto a great show, said Juvia, throwing a torrent of water causing Kurama and Kruich to separate. The rest of the demigods took advantage of the opportunity and went to battle Kurama, while Juvia quickly went against Kruich. It's time to fight Lord Kruich, said Juvia, making several water needles go against the great dragon, which didn't even flinch since the attack was weak in his eyes. He just raised his hand, being able to place a small barrier which easily repelled the attack. Girl, with those attacks you're not going to do anything to me. I feel like you retain quite a bit of power, you don't have to hold back. Lord Naruto won't allow this place to be destroyed, so go seriously, otherwise you'll lose pathetically, Kruich said seriously. You are right, you are a celestial class dragon, it is even said that it surpasses the power of celestial dragons. You cannot attack in such a pathetic way. I will go seriously, although I know that I will not win, at least I want to give Lord Naruto a worthy show, said Juvia with a smile. Interesting girl, let's see what you have. Demigods, said Kruich, sending a large amount of fire towards Juvia. Obviously she will hold back, but she will fight at the level of a Satan. The dragon wants to see the brat's power level. Don't think I'm so weak that I can't resist your attack, Lord Kruich, said Juvia, throwing a great torrent of water. Both attacks collided, causing a huge explosion. Juvia was serious. She knew that her opponent was not going to be serious. The most he could go would be at the level of a low-level god, which frustrated her and relieved her, since she realized that she is weak and still will not be able to defeat her opponent, and she doubted that she would ever defeat him. After all, her opponent is something that even most gods could not stop. Kruich smiled and nodded approvingly, as that child's power is at the level of an ultimate class, definitely not at the level of a Satan-class devil, but with proper training even Grayfie or Serafall would be no match for the girl. Meanwhile, with Kurama and the rest of the demigods, both parties began their confrontation. You are all promising children, let's see how good you all are, said Kurama, creating several fireballs that went against the demigods. Water barrier, said Percy, surrounding himself and his friends in a barrier which protected them from Kurama's attack, although Percy sweated a little, since he had to use more magic than necessary to protect himself and his friends from Lord Kurama's attack. Great Fire Dragon, said Bianca D'Angelo and Nico D'Angelo, both opening a magic circle where they each launched a huge fire dragon towards Kurama. Spears of the Lightning God, said Belle, throwing several lightning spears of enormous size towards Kurama. Water Bombardment, said Percy, throwing several water balls at great speed towards Kurama. The trio of demigods only hoped that their attacks could at least damage Lord Kurama a little. After all, they put a lot of energy into the attacks. Very interesting, the combination of attacks they have. I think that even a Satan-class demon could remain calm, said Kurama with a big smile, and then opened a magic circle, from which a large fire fox emerged. The great fire fox made by Kurama collided with the demigod's attacks, causing a great explosion that destroyed a large part of the training camp. Their attacks were able to hold back my little fire fox. Congratulations, children, I hope this little battle continues to be very interesting, said Kurama with a big smile, as he realized that children have great potential. In the stands, Yusaka, Uruchi and Naruto watched the attacks on both sides of the training field. The trio of first-level beings watched the battles with great interest. It seems that the demigods are stronger than what they told me, Yusaka-chan, Yuruchi-chan, said Naruto, watching with interest the battle in both parts of the training camp. Especially he was very interested in the girl Juvia, daughter of Poseidon. After all, from what he feels, the girl in terms of magic reserves is at a level of a supreme class demon. The power that all those children have surprises me, each one is stronger than a middle-class demon. I think it is at the level of high class and supreme class, Yuruchi said seriously, surprised by what those children can do. Maybe if she were fighting with all those demigods she would lose. The power and potential of those demigods is enormous. Lord Hades and Lady Hestia are right. The potential of those children is great, each of them may reach the Satan level or higher in a short time, Yusaka said, very surprised at what those children can do. Let's hope they put on a good show. I want to know how far those kids can go so my group can train them properly, Naruto said with a smile. Yusaka and Yuruchi smiled as they hoped that those children could exceed their expectations. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Demigods vs Crom Cruach and Kurama. Currently in the Yokai faction that was located in Kyoto, the Greek demigods were fighting with two great powers of the supernatural world that were under the command of Naruto, the Ice Emperor. These two beings are Kurama, the Bijuu of the Nine Tails, and Crom Cruach, who is known as the strongest evil dragon, both beings entering above the celestial dragons. This battle will make these demigods increase their power and experience. In addition, I see a lot of potential, especially in Juvia and Bell, being that those two children may have the potential to reach the rank of gods like Apollo or Athena, said Naruto, with his eyes shining. He wanted to see Zeus's face of paranoia when he saw how strong these children will become and how stupid the power of these brats will not be under his command but under his own, which will soon be considered the strongest demon. I think the power of all these children will be able to surpass Graphia Lucifuge, the strongest queen of the underworld, said Yuruchi, looking with a smile at the brat she trained as a teacher. She was very proud. What worries me is that Zeus can sense her presence and attack, and although I believe that with the power of Kyoto, I can protect these children from the Greek god, I am not sure if the paranoid attacks with other gods like Ares and Apollo, said Yusaka with a frown. She had grown fond of these children. In addition, they had become friends with her little girl, so she wants to protect them with all her power. I understand, but you have nothing to worry about. The fool Zeus will not do anything for the moment. He knows that if he attacks Kyoto, he risks a war with the Yokai and the Shinto faction, and if he does something bad to these children I will finish him off, Naruto said with his eyes shining with power. He would not allow the Greek god to attack his subordinates, after all he is spending a lot of time cultivating them, and he would be a fool to let the god kill children with so much potential. I feel relieved by your words, Lord Naruto, said Yusaka with a smile. She knew that with the power of Lord Naruto and Lady Amaterasu, almost no existence would move to attack the children, and that reassured her. After all, she had grown fond of the little demigods. We no longer have to worry about the Greeks. Zeus and Poseidon are not a great threat, and Lord Hades is an ally, so let's continue watching the battle. I want to see how far the demigods can go fighting against my two strongest subordinates, said Naruto seriously. He wanted to know how far these children would go. Yuruchi and Yusaka looked at each other and sighed at the way Naruto didn't pay attention to Zeus or Poseidon, both of whom were strong gods, superior even to Satan-ranked demons, but they listened to him and paid attention to the fight between the demigods and Naruto's subordinates. In the battle between the demigods against Kurama and Crom Cruach, both sides stared at each other in a group of demigods with fierceness and fighting spirit, while Crom Cruach and Kurama looked at the demigods with indifference in their eyes. Although those children have potential, they still do not have the power to threaten them, but they would test their power. After all, Naruto ordered them. Children, even if they have potential, don't have so much hope in defeating us. They don't have that power yet, and although I believe that one day you brats will even be able to reach or surpass the Satan rank, you still won't be able to be a threat, said Kurama, seeing the demigods indifferently. How the strongest Bijuu has to recognize that those children have potential, but although he believes they could surpass Graphia, he highly doubts that they can reach the god rank. Except for Juvia and Bell, they may be able to reach that level. Crom Cruach didn't say anything, but agreed with Kurama that even a Satan-ranked demon isn't much of a threat to them. After all, to defeat any of them at the very least, it requires all four Mau to join forces. You are too presumptuous, Lord Kurama, although I have to admit that many of your words are true. From what I feel about you, it gives me the impression that you have almost infinite energy. Bell sighed with some nervousness. He has confidence in himself, but facing someone of Kurama's level put him in a powerless situation. Percy, Juvia, Bianca and Naiko frowned at Bell's words, but they had to agree with him. The power displayed by Lord Kurama is amazing in their eyes, even superior to Yuruchi or Yusaka, which made them feel fearful. It's not that I'm boastful, it's the truth, and you have to admit I have almost infinite chakra, so it will be difficult for me to run out of energy facing you children, said Kurama calmly. I'm bored of talking, I'll finish off those brats, said Kruch sighing. The children may have potential, but they still couldn't make him go even with 15% of their power. Let's go against Lord Kurama, the rest of us hold back Lord Kruch, let's give it our all, and don't embarrass Lady Yusaka and Lady Uruchi, said Juvia, raising her power enormously, forming a light blue aura within her. Sighed and drew his sword, and also raised his power comparing himself to Juvia. After raising his power around the sword, the thunders appeared making the sword much sharper and more dangerous than a normal sword. Interesting, I feel their auras and their power is already at the range of a supreme rank demon, let's fight brats, don't disappoint me, said Kurama with a predatory smile. He hoped these children weren't trash. After Kurama finished speaking, he launched several fire dragons at all the children, which each one countered with either water, lightning, or earth, causing large explosions in the training camp. Interesting, you resisted my attack, let's see how good you are, Juvia and Bell, since you want to be my opponents, who am I to refuse, said Kurama, disappearing at great speed, trying to grab Bell and Juvia's necks, but both barely dodged Kurama, and the trio disappeared to fight in another part of the battlefield. I hope you can entertain me a little, kids, said Kurama, launching a torrent of high-intensity fire towards Juvia and Bell. He would go with a little more power. He was already bored of this fight. He just hopes the brats can withstand his attack, otherwise they would be trash without much potential. We will not lose Lord Kurama, so prepare for this battle. Water magic water cannon, said Juvia, sending a large amount of water towards Kurama. I will also fight with all my power, so prepare Lord Kurama. Lightning magic lightning dragon, said Bell, quickly launching the lightning dragon towards Kurama. Bell's lightning dragon and Juvia's water torrent combined and collided with Kurama's fire torrent, causing a huge explosion that echoed throughout the training grounds. Interesting, you resisted my attack, although I didn't go with all my power, that attack could even erase middle-class demons very easily. From what I see, you are not trash, and you do have enough potential. I hope you do well in this battle, brats, said Kurama with a smile. While with Yusaka, Uruchi and Naruto, they watched a battle of Kurama against Percy and Juvia with interest and concern. Don't you think Lord Kurama is being a little serious in this practice battle? Yusaka said with concern for her students. Lady Yusaka has nothing to worry about Lord Kurama, although he is launching attacks with greater power, he is still holding back a lot, so even if the children are damaged they will not be disabled, said Uruchi to reassure Yusaka. The leader of the Nekomata clan knew that for the children to grow, Kurama and Kruch have to be a little serious. Naruto looked at Yusaka and snorted, her friend worries too much. Those children, in order for them to grow up, they have to experience a life or death battle, or at least, they have to experience a battle that makes them feel desperate. In the battle of Kruch against Percy, Bianca and Nico, the evil dragon was slowly getting bored of the fight, so he planned to increase the intensity of his attacks. Sleep brats, this battle is over, and I'm already bored of testing its power, said Kruch, then around him appeared several balls of magical energy that shot at the demigods. Percy, seeing the attacks, tried to cut them quickly, but when he cut the first attack, he felt that his sword that was surrounded by his magical energy would break, so nervously he continued cutting all the attacks he could, but after 1 or 6 attacks from Kruch, Percy's sword broke, and Percy saw in horror as several balls of magical energy headed towards him. So Nico and Bianca, seeing Percy in great danger, both went at great speed towards Percy to save him and surrounded themselves with a magical barrier. The duo of children of Hades used a great amount of magical power to resist the bombardment of Kruch. When the energy balls collided with the magic barrier, it caused a huge explosion, generating a large amount of smoke that when it dissipated, you could see the barrier almost destroyed, and Bianca and Nico panting, since to resist that powerful attack they spent a great amount of energy, while Percy was stunned and at the same time relieved not to be hurt, but also a little worried seeing his friend so tired. Thanks for saving me, said Percy, seeing his friends worried. Now he would have to work 3 times harder to support his friends. We are partners, it is our duty to support you, Percy, said Nico panting. He is the youngest of the group and his magical reserves are very limited, but to save his friend he would do anything. You must be more cautious, idiot. Our opponent is someone said to be among the top 10 strongest existences, Bianca said, panting. She may be far above most demigods, but she's nothing compared to the true powerhouses of the supernatural world. Percy sighed and with his water magic made 2 water swords, preparing himself for the fight, which, although he knew he would lose, he would give his best. Bianca and Nico also unleashed their power, or what remained of it, and although they would lose, at least they had to make a good impression in this fight. They resisted my attack, apparently they are not trash, that's good, I wouldn't like you to disappoint Lord Naruto, said Kruch calmly, a little impressed that the 2 brats from Hades could resist his attack. After all, even high-class demons would be reduced to ashes if he hit them with that power. Bianca and Nico frowned at Kruch's words. Although he flattered them, he practically told them that if they died from his attack, they would be garbage. They didn't like that at all. However, they didn't say anything after all. In the eyes of a power like Crom Cruach, they knew they would just be ants. "So children, since you are ready, it is time to continue with our little battle," said Crom Cruach, staring at the little demigods. Then the evil dragon increased your aura a little, forming behind it a black dragon that stared at the demigods. Percy, Nico and Bianca sweated when they felt Crom Cruach's aura and felt great terror when they felt Crom Cruach's aura increase, but even with fear they got ready for battle. They did not want Lady Yasaka, Lady Uruchi and Lord Naruto to be disappointed. "Water cut," shouted Percy, launching a great slash towards Crom Cruach, who with a slap destroyed Percy's cut, but Percy did not stay still and at great speed appeared next to Crom Cruach, but the evil dragon did not flinch and easily dodged Percy's attack, and seeing his opportunity, Crom Cruach threw a strong punch, surrounded by magical energy at Percy. The demigod, to resist the great fist of his opponent, covered himself with his water swords, but still flew away from the evil dragon. Bianca and Nico looked at each other and sighed, knowing that they have no chance of defeating Crom Cruach, but they didn't want to lose so pathetically, so they fought with all the power they possess. "Hellfire," said Bianca, launching a torrent of fire with all the magic she could muster towards Crom Cruach. "Torrent of despair," said Nico, launching a torrent of darkness towards Crom Cruach. The son of Hades had put a great amount of magical energy to be able to damage the one who is considered the strongest evil dragon. Their attacks combined, multiplying their power. This attack would easily destroy a middle-class demon and leave high-class demons in misery. Interesting, it's a good attack for some children who barely know about the supernatural world, but for me it's nothing more than something weak. I hope you can withstand my attack, children. I don't like to hold back, but I'll try to do it. "Cannon of the Fire Dragon God," said Crom Cruach, opening a magic circle from which came out a great fire dragon that headed towards the children of Hades. Crom Cruach's attack collided with Bianca and Nico's attack. Both attacks seemed to be on par until Crom Cruach smiled and raised his arm, causing the fire dragon to go with greater intensity towards the children of Hades, and after a few seconds the fire dragon destroyed the combined attack of Nico and Bianca, causing both brothers to see the devastating attack in horror. Percy, who got up from his state of unconsciousness, saw in horror how his friends were about to be charred by Crom Cruach's attack, so with his little strength, he stood up and surrounded himself with magical energy, increasing his speed, quickly appearing in the middle of Nico and Bianca, and the son of Poseidon went against Crom Cruach's attack and tried to cut it with his water swords, and the moment their swords and the evil dragon's attack collided, it caused a great explosion, causing much of the battlefield to be filled with smoke, but after a few seconds the smoke dissipated and Percy could be seen with several burns on him and unconscious. Nico and Bianca went at full speed to help Percy, but Crom Cruach appeared between them and attacked Nico with a punch surrounded by magical energy which knocked out Nico, then launched an energy attack at Bianca which she could not resist and was left unconscious and with several wounds around her. "Although they have resisted my attacks well, they still have little experience and still need to grow, but for their age they are very outstanding," praised Crom Cruach, seeing the brats he left unconscious. "Uruchi, I think you should call the medics quickly and have them treat the children. I realize that Crom Cruach went a bit too far in this practice battle," Naruto sighed, looking at the little demigods. "I understand, come back in a moment," said Uruchi, quickly disappearing to get the yokai doctors. "Lord Naruto, do you think the little demigods will be okay?" Yasaka asked, a little afraid that the children would be harmed. After all, she was their teacher and didn't want anything to happen to Percy and the rest of the children. "I'll go get them, you have nothing to worry about," Naruto replied indifferently, disappearing in a flash of speed and appearing next to Crom Cruach. "I see you taught the demigod brats a lesson," Naruto said calmly, looking at the children who, although they could not make their subordinate go seriously, at least resisted Crom Cruach's attacks. "Let's go to Yasaka's, seeing that you have already finished your battle, so Kurama will soon finish his fight," Naruto ordered calmly and then raised his hand, leaving this magical energy that surrounded the demigods and levitated them, and then went where Yasaka was. Crom Cruach sighed, but nodded and followed Naruto. He wanted to have a battle with someone top tier like Tiffin or Hades who are part of the 10 strongest existences, but not with some children who have almost no experience. Yasaka glared at Crom Cruach for being so rude to his students, but sighed knowing full well that it was best for his students to grow in power and experience. The children have potential, but they are still very weak. They need this type of combat more often so they can grow, said Crom Cruach calmly, not even fearing Yasaka's angry look. After all, that woman, although powerful, is much weaker than him. Those brats will grow now. Let's wait for Uruchi-chan and watch Juvia and Bells fight against Kurama, Naruto ordered, watching the children try to fight against his subordinate and friend. Crom Cruach and Yasaka said nothing and paid attention to the fight. 1,000 water knives, shouted Juvia, sending several water knives towards Kurama. Hey no Yoroi, fire armor, said Kurama indifferently. With his fire armor, not even Serafall's water attacks could do great damage to him. He doubted they would even cause the slightest injury. When Juvia's attack collided with Kurama's armor, it caused a large cloud of steam, so Bell took advantage of his opportunity to attack Kurama. Bombardment of the lightning god, shouted Bell, opening dozens of magic circles that surrounded Kurama, and from these magic circles came out several balls of electrical energy. This attack is even so powerful that if it fell on the strongest queen of the underworld could be seriously damaged. After all, this is Bell's strongest attack, in which he used almost all his magical energy. Kurama felt a strong amount of magical energy and sighed, since those children are a little interesting, but in his eyes they are still nothing. Little brats, it's time you sought true despair, so learn what true power is, said Kurama, greatly raising his aura, surrounding himself with a great chakra to such an extent that he made this energy an enormous defense. When Bell's attack collided with Kurama, it caused a huge explosion, causing a large amount of smoke, and when the smoke dissipated, Kurama could be seen intact and looking indifferently at the demigods. Electric knives, said Bell, preparing for combat, but he was very nervous. After all, his best attack did nothing to Lord Kurama. Water lashes, said Juvia, forming several whips around her. She was very nervous, but ready for combat. Silly children do not have the power to resist me, but I recognize their courage, said Kurama, surrounding his fist with a large amount of chakra and disappearing at great speed, appearing near Juvia, who tried with her elastics to attack Kurama, which he dodged easily and increased his speed, appearing in front of Juvia, throwing a strong punch surrounded by his chakra in Juvia's stomach, which with a strong blow was knocked unconscious. Bell tried to attack Kurama, but the Biju disappeared in a flash of speed, appearing in front of Bell, and Kurama, forming a Rasengan in his hand, attacked Bell, who defended himself with his beam swords, but when the Rasengan collided with the beam swords, the powerful attack after a few seconds broke the swords and collided with Bell's stomach, sending him flying, causing a huge explosion, where the demigod could be seen fainted and very injured. But this battle, I hope you learn something, brats. It's time to go to the medical room, said Kurama, disappearing at great speed where Bell was to carry him, and then where Juvia was to then carry her, and then disappear where Naruto and the rest are. You were too brutal with the last attack, Lord Kurama, said Yusaka, angrily, seeing little Bell with too many wounds. He was the worst among the demigods. It's so Lady Yusaka can grow. If I'm not tough with them, they won't be able to bring out their true potential, Kurama responded indifferently. He may respect Yusaka, but it's not good for her to be overprotective. After all, if he's not tough with the demigods, they won't grow. Yusaka was going to answer, but saw Yorichi appear with several yokai who bowed, waiting for Yusaka to give the orders. Take the children to the medical room, give them the best care possible, and send me the report on what the little ones have, Yusaka ordered seriously. Aye, Lady Yusaka, said all the yokai, taking the demigods quickly, not wanting to anger their leader. After all, they saw her a little upset. Those kids will be fine, they have a lot of determination and potential, you have nothing to worry about, Yusaka, Naruto said seriously. Yusaka said nothing, but sighing she nodded at Naruto's words that she would trust her friend. Kurama and Kruich snorted at how overprotective Yusaka is of the demigods. Yorichi shook her head, but said nothing, since Naruto is right, those children have potential, and to bring it out they need fierce battles. End of chapter. Chapter 25. Library of the Original Lucifer. Currently, Uzumaki Naruto, Kurama and Kruich were about to leave the Yokai faction after they had tested the power of the Greek demigods until suddenly Yusaka, Yorichi, and the Greek demigods appeared. I see you have recovered faster than I supposed, children, said Naruto, calmly looking at the bandaged demigods, but he felt their energy and calculated that now they are almost at half their power level. Most likely they have only recovered their magical energies, but their physical body is still weak. Lord Naruto wanted to ask you to take us with you. We need to be stronger to be able to face Zeus, Ares, or any supernatural being that wants to harm us. I know that several beings will covet our power or hate us for being children of different Greek gods, said Bell Crandall seriously, but he was nervous. Lord Naruto may be his age, but he knew that Lord Naruto's status even surpasses Lady Yusaka, even Lord Hades respects him. Kurama and Kruich looked at each other, both knew that if the demigods come with them, it will be somewhat problematic. After all, the little demigods do not yet have the level to face the different enemies. In addition, they would be better protected under the command of the yokai. After all, with Yusaka, Yorichi and other yokai powers, only a celestial level being could do something to the yokai faction. But she also knew that she would have to take responsibility for the children sooner or later. Naruto thought about it. On the one hand, he is responsible for those brats, but on the other hand they are still very weak and it would be too difficult to protect them. In addition, the children are still weakened and he estimates that in a week at most they will be able to be at 100%. In a month you will come with me, first recover and increase your strength, you are still a little weak, I have many enemies, and I know that several demons from the council in the underworld are aiming at me, and if you go with me you will be the target, so get stronger, also you are injured by the battle with Kurama and Kruich, so everyone will wait a month, and one of my subordinates will come to pick you up, said Naruto calmly. Isaka and Orochi frowned at Naruto's words, they both knew that since Naruto beat up Lucifer, the demonic council was going to want to hurt him, after all Naruto Citri is someone they can't control. But they both knew that those old men won't do anything to harm them, after all Naruto Citri is someone who will finish off his enemies if they harm his people. Bell Craner sighed helplessly, but nodded at Naruto's words. He knew he would have to wait, after all Naruto is the boss, and he knew he wouldn't do anything to harm them, at least not while he had a deal with Lord Hades and Lady Hestia. Percy frowned. He wanted to go with Naruto and become stronger. He needed to be strong enough to protect his friends, but he also understood why Lord Naruto couldn't take them yet. Yuvia sighed, but said nothing. She will obey Lord Naruto's orders. She knew that she is still weak, so she will strengthen herself this month and increase her magical reserves and her different abilities to be able to go with Lord Naruto next month. Bianca and Naiko were not happy, but they did not say anything if Bell and the rest agreed they would not make problems. Besides, they both knew that Naruto is not abandoning them, he is only telling them to wait a month to be able to take them. They both knew that Naruto has to solve problems in the biblical underworld, so, they understand Lord Naruto. Don't forget to strengthen yourselves to Orochi-chan and Lady Isaka. I see that both of you already surpass even Falbium by a wide level of power, but that will not be enough if you want to protect the Yokai faction from the different gods or supernatural beings that covet them, Naruto said seriously. He knew that if Isaka and Orochi fought with Falbium, he would be easily suppressed. But if a being of the level of Zeus attacks the Yokai faction, it would be very difficult for both of them to defeat him. Orochi sighed, but nodded knowing that her power was not enough to face those gods of great power, she still needed to increase her power. Isaka frowned, but she had to agree with Naruto. His power, although strong, is not enough to completely protect the Yokai. She knew that she has to strengthen herself and reach at least the level of a celestial dragon or close to it in order to protect her loved ones. I understand what you mean Naruto-sama, and you don't have to worry, I will become stronger to protect all the Yokai, said Yusaka calmly. She has a goal, and she will fulfill it. Kurama looked at Yusaka analytically. He felt that the woman has great potential. Perhaps with time she could surpass gods like Zeus or Poseidon. He hoped so. After all, he is also a nine-tailed fox, and he hoped that another nine-tailed fox could reach that level of power. Kruich looked indifferently at both women, they may have potential, but he knew that perhaps with time they could reach Susanu's level, especially Yusaka who is a Kyuubi. I understand and I hope that both of them become strong, since soon there may be a crisis that could harm both the human world and the supernatural world, Naruto said seriously, knowing that that beast may soon be released, and he knew that he was not yet prepared. Kurama looked at Naruto and sighed, understanding a little what Naruto meant. He knew that soon that beast might be released, and if they didn't get stronger, it would be very problematic. Kruich looked at Naruto with narrowed eyes. He didn't know what crisis he was referring to, but from the look on his leader's face, he knew it would be very difficult to deal with, but he didn't say anything. He is a subordinate, and he knew that Naruto would tell him sooner or later. Isaka and Orochi frowned, they didn't understand what crisis Naruto was referring to, they both knew that the boy was close to Lady Amaterasu's power level, they both didn't understand how someone as strong as Naruto could fear something. We understand Lord Naruto, we will both get stronger, you have nothing to worry, said Yusaka sighing, she didn't know what Naruto is afraid of, but it must be something very dangerous. Naruto sighed and nodded. He hoped that both women would become stronger, since he knew that the Cows Brigade was very active lately, and in his eyes, only the Hindu faction and the Shinto faction would have the power to resist the Cows Brigade. I will leave you a warning, be careful with the Cows Brigade, there are many powers in that organization, and there are several powers that even surpass you in power, Lady Isaka, I know that they would not make any move against you for the moment, since you are under the protection of the Shinto faction, which is one of the two factions that have the power to surpass the Cows Brigade, Naruto said seriously. The demigods were surprised, but they did not intervene. They have no say in this important conversion that their superiors have. I see, you don't have to worry, I will increase surveillance and double the training of my subordinates, Yusaka said seriously. I'll talk to Kisuke, he'll have a plan to support us, Orochi said seriously. She knew how powerful that idiot is and how intelligent he is, so with her power and wisdom, she could give support to the Yokai faction. That will be the best, you are strong, but you should recruit other powerful guys, there are several supernatural beings that want you, Lady Yusaka, said Naruto calmly, he knew that either because of Yusaka's appearance or because the woman is the leader of the Yokai, there are several beings that want her for themselves or want her dead. I understand Lord Naruto, I've already taken up too much of your time, I suppose it's time for you to leave, Yusaka said calmly. Then I say goodbye Lady Yusaka Misuruchi, demigods I hope that all of you become strong, I will go to the underworld goodbye, said Naruto seriously and then disappeared along with Kurama and Cruch. Yusaka and Uruchi looked at each other and sighed, knowing that a crisis could be approaching the supernatural world, but they did not understand what worried Naruto with his power, even beings like Lady Amaterasu or Lord Shiva, although stronger than Naruto the boy could escape if he did not want to fight. Children go rest in 3 days your training will begin, Yusaka said calmly, she must also train. With Naruto Sitri and his group the trio had appeared on the outskirts of the underworld. What are we looking for, Lord Naruto? Cruch asked with a hint of curiosity. He assumed that when they went to the underworld it would be to the Sitri clan's residence, but he didn't understand why they appeared in this place. After all, there was nothing interesting. Kurama's eyes were narrowed, he had some answers about what Naruto was looking for, and he knew that if he got it, it would be very dangerous for the supernatural world if it is not properly controlled. Naruto, are you looking for the primordials or the true Dragon Kings? Asked Kurama calmly. He knew how dangerous those beings were. He doubted very much that he could stand up to the true dragons. And as far as he knows, the primordials are also very strong, comparable to the celestial dragons. Each one is very problematic. First I want to find the primordials, they are beings of great power and knowledge, with them at my side, I can implement my plan more easily, Naruto said calmly, he has some suspicions about where the primordials are. We should be careful, I know that with the 3 of us probably nothing will happen to us, but if those primordial demons want to escape when you release them, it would be problematic to catch them, Kurama said calmly, he heard something about the primordials and knew that they are beings of great power, he is confident in defeating anyone if he gets serious, but if 2 attack him, he thought he could be in a very dangerous situation. Cruch frowned, knowing something about those beings is said to rival celestial dragons in power, in his eyes it is very impressive, not just any existence would be placed at that level, and although he knew he could defeat a celestial dragon, but if there are 2 he would have to escape, since it would be a lost battle, therefore, he understands that he cannot face 4 of the primordials. I know that both of you are a little upset that I wanted to free those beings, since it would be very complicated to recruit them, and most likely you think that Irene and Azrael should also be in this place, but you do not have to worry, the 3 of us are strong enough to rival those beings, also. Azrael and Irene have to take care of the children after all the tomato could make a move, and without the 2 of them my sister Serafall will not be able to resist for long said Naruto calmly knowing that if Azrael and Irene were not with their sister, most likely some demons will make a move. I understand Naruto, but in this place there is nothing that can help you search for those beings, it is only the outskirts of the underworld, said Kurama suspects that there is information about the primordials. According to some records in this place is the library of the original Lucifer, the exact place I don't know where it is, but according to what I read, this library around this place must have more information about the place where the primordials are sealed, Naruto answered calmly. Kurama and Cruch nodded in understanding, though they knew it would be very troublesome to find the original Lucifer's library. I understand, then let's look for the library. I don't want to be in this place for too long, so let's hurry, said Kurama calmly. Meanwhile in the Sitri clan castle Urza, Kuroka, Ace, Sabo, Ravel Phoenix, Sona Sitri were training under the teachings of Irene Balserian, Azrael and Serafall Leviathan. Each one of you must become stronger, at least you must have the level of a Satan comparable to Falbium, otherwise you will only be cannon fodder in the supernatural world, so I hope you soon reach that level, Irene said calmly. She knew that if these children did not increase their power, others would take advantage of them or worse, kill them, and she understood that if that happened, her lord would get angry, and if that happens, it would be problematic. Urza, Kuroka, Ace, Sabo, Ravel Phoenix, Sona Sitri nodded in understanding. They all knew that without power they couldn't do anything. Some knew that their power was already close to the Satan level, but they also understood that it was not enough to help Naruto with his plans. What training are we going to do to increase our strength? Sabo asked curiously. He knew his power was at the level of a supreme class demon, but he knew that it was not enough to face a Satan class demon. He understood that Lady Irene had the level of a greater god, even according to Lord Naruto, her power was close to entering the celestial level. Simple Azrael and Serafall will help me train them while Lord Naruto is away, we want to increase their magical power and teach them different skills, so I hope they try hard and improve their skills, Irene said calmly. How will Lord Azrael and Serafall Leviathan help us? Ravel asked curiously. She guessed that their level might be on par with high-level gods, so it would be interesting and beneficial to help them train. Simple little Ravel, I will fight with Azrael, this will be a demonstration of the level that you must have to be relatively safe in the supernatural world. I know that you have already seen Naruto and the tomato fight, but due to Naruto's overwhelming power, you did not see a real battle, but rather you only saw a crushing battle, Serafall said happily, but when she mentioned the tomato, her face changed for a few seconds and then returned to her happy face. Urza, Kuroka, Ace, Sabo, Ravel Phoenix, Sona Citri were excited to hear Serafall fighting Azrael. A battle of that level would be very interesting. Meanwhile Naruto and his group continued searching for Lucifer's library until after a few minutes the young Citri felt that there was something underneath, so he destroyed the ground that was beneath him, and upon destroying it, the ground opened, causing the trio to notice that in the hole, there was a very well protected metal door. There are several magical runes on the door, and I feel a large amount of demonic energy surrounding the door, as if it were a barrier no existence below a celestial dragon could open it, said Naruto calmly. Even he would take a while to open that barrier by force. We will help you knock it down. It is noticeable that the door is made of a rare metal, and it also has several runes that protect it, said Kurama calmly. We must build a barrier around it. If the three of us attack this barrier, it will cause a huge explosion, said Kruch calmly. I understand, Naruto said, snapping his fingers, causing several barriers to appear around them. The barriers were so large that they could cover about 8 kilometers. After placing the barriers, Naruto, Kurama and Kruch flew and raised their aura a little. Lord Lucifer did put up a good barrier. Not only is the metal very strong, but there are also runes and an enormous demonic energy that protects it, but that won't stop me. Destruction Ball, Naruto said calmly. This is an attack which could imitate the Grimoire's magic. In his eyes the attack is not perfect, but it is destructive. Hail Beast Bomb, said Kurama calmly. Fire Dragon Bomb, said Kruch indifferently. The three attacks combined and collided with the door, causing the runes that protected the door to be destroyed and the demonic energy to slowly be consumed, since it did its best to protect the door, but with the power of 3 existences superior to that of a celestial dragon, the demonic power could do little to resist, and both the runes and the demonic power disappeared. But when the demonic power disappeared, a terrifying existence awakened that was possibly stronger than any of the 4 Mau of the underworld. The demonic power and runes disappeared, but they managed to resist our attack definitively. Even if the 4 current Mau attacked together, they could not destroy the runes, and the demonic power of an attack. Lord Lucifer was very good at making this barrier, but I feel that there is something inside or something we have awakened by destroying the barrier of this place, said Kurama calmly. Ice knife, said Naruto, and then with 2 slashes, he cut the metal door. The Citri had to use a great amount of demonic energy to be able to break the powerful metal door. Let's go quickly, I want to know all the information this place has, said Naruto calmly. He was already anxious to know what was in the library of the original Mau. We must be careful, a powerful presence in this place must at least be on the level of a god like Zeus or Poseidon, maybe stronger, Kruch said calmly. Let's go in, I want to see what powerful existence is guarding this place. Let's go quickly. My barrier might buy us time, but I know that sooner or later the tomato or the old fossils will make a move, and that would be problematic, Naruto said calmly. Kurama and Kruch nodded and entered with Naruto prepared for battle. After all, there is a presence that even surpasses Serafall, which is surprising, since now Serafall could be considered a super demon or close to that level. The moment Naruto and his group entered, they felt a huge demonic presence with a great murderous intent directed towards them, which put them a little on alert until several ice swords went towards them, but Naruto and his group put up a barrier protecting themselves from the attack of the existence that protected Lucifer's library. Who are you and why are you attacking us? Naruto asked calmly, preparing for battle. The presence in front of him was very powerful, perhaps close to Irene's level. Although he could deal with this presence, he shouldn't be careless. You are invaders, that's why I attack you, but I feel that you are very powerful, even stronger than the celestial dragons. Let me introduce myself, I am Esdeath Leviathan, daughter of the demon Lord Leviathan, and I am the protector of this place, said Esdeath calmly and raising her demonic power. Her power was even freezing everything around her. Interesting, you are the daughter of the original Leviathan, that's why you are so powerful, even more so than the current Mau, said Naruto a little surprised. Kurama and Kruch looked at each other and saw Esdeath Leviathan with surprise. They never thought that a daughter of the original Leviathan was alive, and not one so powerful. Like current Mau, what do they mean? Esdeath said, narrowing her eyes in curiosity. She felt something was wrong. Simple, the old Mau died in the war against heaven, and the faction of the fallen angels and other demons took their place as leaders of the underworld, although they are obviously not as strong as the first leaders of the underworld, said Naruto calmly. I see, I assumed they would die. After all, the biblical god is not in existence to be underestimated, plus there was the perverted crow who is also powerful, sighed Esdeath. She had no friendship or affection for Asmodeus or Beelzebub, but she respected Lucifer, her master and the most powerful demon. She also appreciated and respected her mother. After all, she was very powerful, and she was her mother. Then could you let us in to see the library of the original Lucifer? I want to know about the primordial demons, and I know that in the library of Lucifer, there may be information about those entities. Naruto said calmly. As Deeth was surprised, she knew a little information about those existences. She didn't understand why the boy in front of her wanted to know about those beings, but she didn't care. I can't let them pass unless they defeat me, and don't think I'm easy. After all, I was even feared by all the angels and fallen angels, said Esdeeth calmly. End of chapter. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.